Deep within the realm of spirits, chaotic energies surged and coalesced, forming a bizarre sea of clouds that obscured the heavens. In the very center of this cloud sea floated Chu Shao, as fierce winds howled around him, tearing at his garments with a sinister rustle. Surrounding him were the tumultuous eddies of warped space, intermittently slicing past him with sharp, ethereal energies that left trails of blood upon his skin. Chu Shao, today marks your demise. The voice of the devouring spirit Black Emperor resonated as if echoing from the depths of the underworld, chilling to the bone. A dense black mist enveloped him, from which emerged haunting wails that sent shivers down the spine. As his words fell, the dark mist surged toward Chu Shao like a ravenous tide, obliterating the very fabric of space in its wake. With gritted teeth, Chu Shao summoned his inner energy, manifesting a protective barrier before him. Yet, the dark force was overwhelmingly potent. Each assault threatened to shatter his defense. His complexion grew increasingly pallid, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, cascading into the tumultuous cloud sea below, vanishing in an instant. In this critical juncture of life and death, Chu Shao's thoughts drifted back to his earthly days in the humble town of Qinyan. Dilapidated houses stood in disarray, with Chu Shao's home being the most decrepit of them all. The roof was riddled with missing tiles, and on rainy days, the interior was filled with pots and pans to catch the dripping water, the incessant sound grating on the nerves. His mother had been bedridden for years, her visage wan and weary, while the family's sustenance relied solely on his father's grueling labor from dawn till dusk. In his childhood, Chu Shao cherished the moments spent nestled beside his parents. On summer nights, the three would sit in the courtyard, his father pointing to the myriad stars above, recounting ancient legends. "Shao, look at that brightest star. It is said to guard the virtuous in this world." His father's voice was deep and warm, and Chu Shao blinked in rapt attention. "Daddy, then our family will be protected too, right?" His mother gently caressed his head, smiling as she replied, "Of course, dear Shao, you are so well behaved our family will be safe and sound." However, such tender moments dwindled as time passed. As Chu Shao matured, the burdens at home grew heavier. His mother's illness worsened, and the family relied solely on his father's efforts on construction sites to sustain them. At school, Chu Shao became a target for bullying. When he finally reached school age, he stepped into the classroom with joy, expecting a new beginning, only to be met with endless humiliation. On his first day of school, clad in patched old clothes, he instantly attracted the attention of his peers. Wang Hu, the son of a wealthy merchant, who was accustomed to arrogance, cast a disdainful glance at Chu Shao's shabby appearance. Deliberately, he stuck out his foot, tripping Chu Shao and eliciting laughter from the surrounding classmates. Embarrassed, Chu Shao scrambled to his feet, his face flushed, and silently made his way to his seat. During class, while Chu Shao attentively listened to the teacher, a paper ball suddenly struck his head. He turned to see Wang Hu and a few classmates stifling their laughter. Unfolding the paper, he read the scornful words, "Poor wretch, get out." Clenching the paper tightly, his nails digging into his palm, he battled the rising tide of indignation and fury within him, knowing that resistance would only invite harsher repercussions. Thus he silently stuffed the paper into his desk. One recess, Chu Shao discovered a beautifully embroidered pouch adorned with a blooming peony, clearly of considerable value. Thinking of the anxious owner, he intended to hand it to the teacher for assistance in locating the rightful owner. Yet, upon entering the classroom, Wang Hu rushed over, snatching the pouch from him and exclaiming, "This is mine, you poor wretch. You must have intended to steal it for money." Chu Shao hurriedly protested, "I didn't mean to, I just wanted." Before he could finish, Wang Hu shoved him forcefully, causing Chu Shao to stumble and fall. Surrounding classmates gathered, but not one spoke in his defense. They merely watched him as if he were spectacle. "You still deny it. You, a poor wretch, are capable of anything," Wang Hu taunted, kicking Chu Shao's backpack with force, scattering his books across the floor. As Chu Shao gazed at the soiled pages, tears welled in his eyes, and he fought to suppress his sobs. Upon returning home, Chu Shao held back his tears, not wanting to worry his parents. His father, noticing his distress, gently embraced him, whispering, "Shower, do not fear. No matter what happens, your parents are here for you." In that moment, enveloped in his father's warmth, Chu Shao felt the strength of home, silently vowing to provide a better life for his parents. "Dad, Mom, it's time for porridge." Chu Xiao softly pushed open the door to his parents' room, where a stale odor lingered. His mother lay in bed, her complexion pale as paper. She struggled to sit up, managing a faint smile. "Shower, I'm sorry to trouble you again." His father returned from work, wearied, his rough hands marked with calluses and wounds, testaments to his relentless toil for the family. They gathered around the worn dining table, sipping thin rice porridge. Though meager, Chu Xiao felt an overwhelming warmth. Despite the bitterness and hardships of life, Chu Xiao held onto hope. Each morning, gazing at the faint light outside his window, he silently wished for brighter days ahead, determined to provide his parents with a life free of leaks and filled with warm meals. Even when bullied at school, he would gaze at the starlit sky at night, vowing to one day become strong enough to command respect from those who mocked him. Yet, fate's cruel blow struck unexpectedly on Chu Xiao's 10th birthday, altering the course of his life forever. Deep within the ethereal realm, chaotic energies surged and converged, manifesting as a bizarre sea of clouds that obscured the sky. Chu Xiao floated at the heart of this cloudscape, the howling winds tearing at his garments, creating a cacophony of sound. Surrounding him were distorted spatial currents, intermittently slicing past with sharp bursts of spiritual energy, leaving trails of crimson along his skin. "Chu Xiao, today marks your demise." The voice of the eclipsed spirit Black Emperor echoed as though it emanated from the abyss, chilling to the bone. A dense black mist enveloped him, from which emanated haunting wails that sent shivers down one's spine. As his words fell, the dark mist surged towards Chu Xiao like a relentless tide, shattering the space in its wake. Gritting his teeth, Chu Xiao summoned the spiritual energy within him to form a protective barrier. Yet, the dark force was overwhelmingly potent. Each wave of impact threatened to crumble his shield. His complexion grew increasingly pale, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, cascading into the roiling sea of clouds below, vanishing in an instant. In this critical moment of life and death, his thoughts drifted back to the days of his mortal existence. In the humble town of Qinyan, dilapidated houses stood unevenly, with Chu Xiao's home being the most decrepit of all. The roof tiles were broken and incomplete, and when it rained, the interior was filled with pots and pans to catch the dripping water, the incessant patter grating on one's nerves. His mother had been bedridden for years, her face drawn and weary, while the family's livelihood depended solely on his father, who left before dawn each day to labor tirelessly at odd jobs. In his childhood, Chu Xiao cherished the moments spent nestled beside his parents. On summer nights, the three of them would sit in the courtyard, his father pointing to the myriad stars above, recounting ancient legends. "Xiao, do you see that brightest star? Legend has it that it guards the kind-hearted in this world." His father's voice was deep and warm, and Chu Xiao listened, enraptured. "Father, then our family will be protected too, right?" His mother gently stroked his head, smiling as she replied, "Of course, dear Xiao, with you being so obedient, our family will be safe and sound." However, such tender moments dwindled as Chu Xiao matured. The burdens of the household grew heavier. His mother's condition worsened, and their family relied solely on his father's labor to sustain them. At school, he endured relentless bullying. When he finally reached school age, Chu Xiao entered the classroom with a heart full of joy, expecting a new beginning, only to be met with endless humiliation. On his first day, clad in patched, tattered clothes, he instantly attracted the attention of his peers. Wang Hu, the son of a wealthy merchant, had grown accustomed to indulgence upon seeing Chu Xiao's shabby appearance. A look of disdain flashed in his eyes. Deliberately, he stretched out his foot, tripping Chu Xiao, who fell to the ground amidst the laughter of his classmates. Mortified, Chu Xiao scrambled to his feet, his face burning with embarrassment as he silently made his way to his seat. During class, as he focused intently on the lessons, a crumpled paper ball struck his head. Turning around, he saw Wang Hu and a few classmates stifling their laughter. Unraveling the paper, he read the words "Pauper, get lost." Chu Xiao clenched the paper tightly, his nails digging into his palm, a swell of indignation and anger roiling within him. Yet he understood that resistance would only invite more severe consequences, and so he quietly stuffed the paper into his desk. One recess, he stumbled upon an exquisitely embroidered pouch adorned with a blooming peony, clearly of great value. Thinking of the owner's distress, he resolved to hand it to the teacher for assistance in finding its rightful owner. However, upon entering the classroom, Wang Hu rushed over, snatching the pouch away, shouting, "This is mine, you pauper! You must have intended to sell it." Chu Xiao swiftly protested, "I didn't, I was just trying to—" But before he could finish, Wang Hu shoved him forcefully, sending him sprawling to the ground. Surrounding classmates gathered, yet not a soul spoke up for him. They merely watched, as if it were a spectacle. Still not admitting it. "You, a lowly pauper, are capable of anything," Wang Hu taunted, delivering a harsh kick to Chu Xiao's backpack, scattering his books across the floor. Tears welled in Chu Xiao's eyes as he gazed at his soiled textbooks, desperately holding back his sobs. Upon returning home, Chu Xiao stifled his tears, not wishing to burden his parents with worry. His father, sensing something amiss, gently embraced him, saying, "Xiao, do not fear, no matter what happens, your mother and I are by your side." In that moment, enveloped in his father's warmth, Chu Xiao felt the strength of home and silently vowed to provide a better life for his parents. "Father, mother, time to rise for porridge." He softly pushed open the door to their room, where a musty odor lingered. His mother lay in bed, her complexion as pale as paper, struggling to sit up while forcing a faint smile. "Xiao, you've worked hard again." His father returned home from labor, weary, with hands calloused and marked by wounds, a testament of his relentless toil for the family. The family gathered around a rickety table, sipping thin rice porridge though meager. Chu Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. Despite the bitterness and hardship of life, Chu Xiao always held on to hope. Each morning, gazing at the faint light outside his window, he silently wished that brighter days would come, vowing to ensure his parents lived a good life, in a house that wouldn't leak rain, with warm meals every day. Even when bullied at school, he would gaze at the starry sky at night, secretly pledging that one day he would grow strong enough to earn the respect of those who mocked him. Yet, the cruel hand of fate struck without warning on the day of Chu Xiao's 10th birthday, altering the course of his life forever. In the depths of the spiritual realm, chaotic energies surged and converged, forming a bizarre sea of clouds that obscured the sky. Chu Xiao floated at the center of this cloudscape, the howling winds tearing at his garments, creating a cacophony. Surrounding him were distorted spatial currents, occasionally slicing past with sharp bursts of spiritual power, leaving behind trails of blood upon his skin. "Chu Xiao, today marks the day of your demise." The voice of the abyssal spirit Black Emperor echoed, as if from the depths of the underworld, chilling to the bone. Dense black mist enveloped him, from which anguished wails faintly emerged, instilling dread. As his words fell, the dark mist surged toward Chu Xiao like a relentless tide, shattering the space it traversed. Chu Xiao gritted his teeth, channeling his spiritual energy into a protective barrier before him. Yet the dark force was overwhelmingly potent. Each impact threatened to topple his defenses. His complexion grew increasingly pale, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, trickling into the tumultuous sea of clouds below, vanishing in an instant. In this critical moment of life and death, Chu Xiao's thoughts drifted back to the mundane world in the town of Qingyan. Dilapidated houses stood in disarray, with Chu Xiao's home being the most ruinous among them. The roof tiles were incomplete, and on rainy days, the interior was filled with bowls and containers to catch the dripping water, the incessant ticking driving one to distraction. His mother had been bedridden for years, her visage wan and weary, while the family's livelihood relied solely on his father, who left home before dawn to toil away at menial jobs. As a child, Chu Xiao cherished the moments spent nestled beside his parents. On summer nights, the three of them would sit in the yard, his father pointing at the myriad stars, recounting ancient legends. "Xiao, do you see that brightest star? Legend has it that it protects the benevolent in this world." His father's voice resonated, low and warm, as Chu Xiao blinked in rapt attention. "Father, then our family will be safeguarded, right?" His mother gently stroked his head, smiling as she replied, "Of course, Xiao is so well behaved our family will remain safe and sound." However, such warm moments grew increasingly rare. As Chu Xiao matured, the burdens at home became heavier, his mother's condition deteriorated, and the family relied entirely on his father's labor to support them. At school, he endured relentless bullying. When the time came for him to attend school, he entered with high hopes, expecting a new beginning, yet was met with endless humiliation. On his first day, wearing patched, tattered clothes, Chu Xiao immediately caught everyone's attention. Wang Hu, the son of a local merchant, accustomed to indulgence, cast a scornful glance at Chu Xiao's meager appearance. He deliberately extended his foot, tripping Chu Xiao, drawing laughter from the surrounding classmates. Embarrassed, Chu Xiao picked himself up, his face flushed, and silently made his way to his seat. During class, as Chu Xiao attentively listened to the teacher, a paper ball suddenly struck his head. Turning around, he saw Wang Hu and a few classmates stifling their laughter. Unfolding the paper, he read the words "Pauper, get out." Clenching the paper tightly, his nails digging into his palm, feelings of injustice and anger surged within him. Yet he knew that resistance would only lead to harsher repercussions, so he quietly stuffed the paper into his desk. One recess, Chu Xiao discovered an exquisitely embroidered pouch adorned with a blooming peony, a clear indication of its considerable value. Concerned for the owner, he intended to hand it to the teacher for assistance in locating the rightful owner. However, upon entering the classroom, Wang Hu rushed over, snatching the pouch from him, exclaiming, "This is mine, you pauper, you must have intended to sell it for money." Chu Xiao hastily defended himself. I was just before he could finish. Wang Hu shoved him forcefully, causing him to stumble and fall. Surrounding classmates gathered, but not a single soul spoke up for him. They merely watched him as if he were a source of amusement. Still not admitting it? A lowly pauper like you can't be trusted. Wang Hu continued, kicking Chu Xiao's backpack viciously, scattering the books within. Tears welled in Chu Xiao's eyes as he gazed at the soiled pages, fighting to suppress his cries. Upon returning home, Chu Xiao held back his tears, not wanting to worry his parents. His father noticed his unusual demeanor and gently embraced him, saying, "Xiao, do not fear, no matter what happens, your parents will be by your side." In that moment, enveloped in his father's warmth, Chu Xiao felt the strength of family and silently vowed to ensure a better life for his parents. "Father, mother, rise and have some porridge." Chu Xiao softly pushed open the door to their room, a musty scent lingering in the air. His mother lay in bed, her complexion as pale as paper, struggling to sit up and forcing a faint smile. "Xiao, you've worked hard again." His father returned from labor, exhausted, his rough hands covered in calluses and wounds, the marks of his relentless toil for the family. They gathered around their rickety table, sipping thin rice porridge though meager. Chu Xiao felt an overwhelming warmth. Despite the bitterness and hardships of life, Chu Xiao clung to hope. Each morning, he gazed at the faint light outside and silently wished for a future where suffering would yield to sweetness. He dreamed of providing his parents with a home free from leaks, where warm meals were a daily certainty. Even amidst the bullying at school, he would gaze up at the night sky and vow to himself that one day he would grow strong enough to earn the respect of those who mocked him. Yet, fate dealt a cruel blow without warning on the day of Chu Xiao's 10th birthday. Everything took an unexpected turn. Chapter 2. The Jade Pendant of the Spirit Realm. The morning sun cast its warm glow once more, marking the 10th birthday of Chu Xiao. Filled with anticipation, he looked forward to spending this special day with his parents. In secret, he had gathered exquisite little stones by the river, intending to present them as gifts. However, as he hummed a cheerful tune and skipped home, he overheard a troubling conversation. "What should we do? They have already sensed it, Xiao and Apos, or may be in danger." His mother replied, her voice thick with tears. "Should we give him the jade pendant and reveal the truth?" His father sighed heavily. "It is too soon. He is not ready. Once entangled in the affairs of the spirit realm, there is no turning back. Yet, the people from the spirit realm have already arrived. If we do not speak to him now, we may never have another chance." Confusion engulfed Chu Xiao as he was about to enter the house when he heard a cacophony of footsteps approaching. He hastily concealed himself, witnessing several figures clad in black making their way toward his home. Their eyes glinted menacingly, and they radiated an ominous darkness akin to malevolence itself. The black-clad intruders stormed inside, and soon the air was filled with his father's furious shouts, his mother's cries, and the sounds of a fierce struggle. Anxious and terrified, Chu Xiao dared not rush in. Instead, he pressed his hand against his mouth, hiding behind a pile of firewood, trembling uncontrollably, fighting to stifle any sound. Moments later, the clamor subsided, and the black figures emerged, swaggering away with an air of triumph. Chu Xiao, shaking with dread, dashed into the house, only to find his parents lying in a pool of blood, their breaths faint. With his final strength, his father pressed a softly glowing jade pendant into Chu Xiao's hand. Whispering, "Shower, this, is connected to the spirit realm on your 18th birthday. Before he could finish, his eyes closed forever. Frozen beside his parents, tears cascaded down Chu Xiao's cheeks, his vision blurred by the flood of sorrow. His body trembled violently, and his legs buckled beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. Through choked sobs, he lamented, "Father, Mother, we promised to celebrate my birthday together. Why have you broken your vow?" The echoes of their cries during the struggle pierced his heart like sharp needles, overwhelming him with guilt and anguish. As he chastised his own cowardice time and again. For several days, Chu Xiao remained beside his parents' bodies, his eyes bloodshot and his face haggard. On the day of their burial, dark clouds loomed overhead, and the biting wind sliced across his face. Gripping a shovel, he mechanically swung it, each strike laden with profound grief. The hard earth seemed to resist him. Each blow yielded only shallow marks, yet he refused to relent, sweat mingling with tears as they streamed down his face. When the grave was finally prepared, he cradled his mother's lifeless form and staggered toward the pit, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world, gently laying her down. He then placed his father's body with equal care, his fingers brushing over their faces, longing to etch their features deep within his memory. "Father, Mother, do not worry. I shall uncover the truth and ensure those wicked souls pay for their sins." His voice was hoarse, imbued with unwavering hatred and resolve. He began to fill the grave, shoveling dirt after dirt, as if burying his past and his happiness along with them. With each handful of soil, his heart grew heavier, yet the conviction for vengeance intensified. As the mound rose, he knelt there, his gaze fixed upon the fresh grave, determined to engrave this moment into his very soul, drawing strength to embark on a treacherous path of retribution. Chu Xiao clutched the jade pendant tightly, as if it were the last connection to his parents. Upon returning to the dim, cramped room, he placed the pendant on the table, squinting in the flickering candlelight, meticulously examining it inch by inch. His trembling fingers caressed the pendant's surface, searching for hidden mechanisms or unique markings, but it felt smooth and unremarkable. He held the pendant up to the light, scrutinizing it repeatedly, hoping to glimpse a clue within the gentle glow of the jade. Yet, apart from its soft radiance, there was nothing. He experimented with various methods, placing the pendant on different materials, striking it with varying degrees of force, and even softly calling out his parents' names, but the pendant remained unresponsive. Countless days and nights passed, and Chu Xiao's once bright gaze dulled into despondency. Yet, he refused to surrender. He kept the pendant close, convinced that, despite its seeming ineffectiveness, it was the key his parents had bestowed upon him to unravel the mystery. Chapter 3: The Dawn of the Spirit Realm. The anguish of his parents' passing lingered like a haunting shadow, yet Chu Xiao understood the necessity of rising anew. He buried his yearning for his parents and the fervor for revenge deep within, embarking on a journey back to normalcy. Each day, before the dawn broke, Chu Xiao would stealthily rise from his slumber. After a brief morning ritual, he hurried to the nearby breakfast shop to work. Within the bustling establishment, he deftly assisted in preparing ingredients, arranging tables and chairs, and welcoming the first wave of customers. Once the hectic breakfast rush concluded, he scarcely found a moment to rest before shouldering his tattered yet meticulously organized backpack and dashing off to school. In class, despite the frequent waves of fatigue that assailed him, he summoned his resolve, immersing himself in the lectures and diligently taking notes, determined not to overlook a single morsel of knowledge. After school, while his peers frolicked in joyous camaraderie, he made his way directly to a part-time job at a convenience store. There, he meticulously organized the shelves, processed transactions, and patiently addressed every query posed by customers. Only when the silence of night enveloped the world did he return home, exhausted. Beneath the dim glow of a lamp, he reviewed his studies while pondering the mysteries surrounding his parents' demise and the spirit realm. Though life was arduous and relentless, Chu Xiao never uttered a word of complaint, for he recognized that only by fortifying himself could he unveil the truth. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and before he knew it, the day of his 18th birthday arrived. On that morning, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the tattered curtains, casting a warm glow upon Chu Xiao's face. He awoke slowly, devoid of any joy typically associated with such a milestone. As per his routine, he rose, washed up, and prepared to leave for work. Pausing before his parents' portrait, he lit 3 incense sticks, his gaze tender yet tinged with sorrow, softly murmuring, "Father, Mother, today I turn 18. After a day filled with toil, Chu Xiao raised his eyes to the classroom window. The moon outside appeared unusually crimson, as if imbued with a sanguine hue. Gazing at the blood-red orb, a sense of unease rippled through him, yet exhaustion compelled him to suppress this unsettling feeling. Following a day of study and labor, he approached a quaint little shop, its window displaying cakes that radiated an irresistible allure. The warm, golden light within enveloped him as he selected a modest cake adorned with simple cream flowers, the gentle scent of milk seemingly offering solace for his solitary journey. With the cake in hand, Chu Xiao embarked on his return home. The streets bustled with the ceaseless flow of vehicles and hurried pedestrians. As he passed through an intersection, A piercing screech of brakes and a little girl's terrified scream abruptly shattered the din instinctively. Chu Xiao turned to see a car barreling toward the girl, who stood frozen in fear, her wide eyes reflecting sheer terror. In that split second, the cake slipped from his grasp, the cream splattering onto the pavement. Like an arrow released from its bow, he surged forward, the wind roaring in his ears, his heart pounding fiercely in his chest. Just as the car was about to collide with the girl, he extended his arms, pulling her into his embrace and rolling to the side with all his might. The impact was tremendous. Chu Xiao felt himself being violently hurled through the air, tracing an arc before crashing down. He shielded the girl tightly, the wind howling and the gasps of onlookers echoing around him. Soon after, he landed heavily, pain radiating through his shoulder and back, the world blurring before him as consciousness began to fade. In the distance, he could hear the girl calling out for her brother, mingled with the frantic shouts of those around them, while the car that had caused the chaos vanished into the shadows. Visions began to surface in his mind, cherished moments spent with his parents, the struggles faced alone in adulthood, and the truth he had long yearned to uncover. Must this be the end of my journey? Chu Xiao pondered bitterly, a wave of regret washing over him. He had yet to unravel the mysteries surrounding his parents' deaths and had so much left undone. He fought to remain conscious, but his eyelids grew heavier, and his breaths became shallower. Just before oblivion claimed him, he gazed upon the crimson moon overhead, silently lamenting, "Perhaps this is my fate." As Chu Xiao's awareness slipped away, the jade pendant he had worn around his neck began to absorb the blood trickling from his lips. In that instant, the pendant emitted a brilliant azure light, which swiftly radiated outward, enveloping him in its glow. The once icy grip of pain vanished without a trace. Chu Xiao abruptly opened his eyes, only to find the chaotic street had vanished, replaced by an unfamiliar and surreal realm. Surrounding him was a shroud of mist, ethereal and enigmatic, with distant peaks floating in the air, shimmering with an extraordinary luminosity. Beneath him lay a surface as soft as clouds, emanating a gentle radiance. Chapter 4. Arrival in the Spirit Realm. Chu Xiao gazed down at his unscathed body, his heart brimming with astonishment and confusion. He reached for the jade pendant around his neck, which had now regained its tranquility, warm and smooth as ever. Yet, the events that had just transpired felt all too real, and he knew that his life might be irrevocably altered. Still immersed in the shock of his new surroundings, the jade pendant unexpectedly radiated a brilliant light once more. The intense glow compelled him to squint, and as his eyes adjusted, the familiar figures of his parents gradually materialized before him. "Shower." The voice was warm and familiar, causing tears to well in Chu Xiao's eyes. His lips trembling yet silent. His parents' faces were as gentle as he remembered, but their gazes held an unspoken complexity. His mother looked at him with tenderness, tears glistening in her eyes. "By the time you read this, you should have arrived in the spirit realm." His father nodded slightly, his expression grave. "Please forgive our departure. These years have forced you to bear too much alone." A bittersweet ache filled Chu Xiao's heart, and a torrent of questions surged within him as he murmured, "Why? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" His mother seemed to hear his silent plea, letting out a gentle sigh. "This is the spirit realm. We have not perished, but are bound by the intricate web of causality. You will come to understand when your cultivation reaches a certain level." His father continued, "Shower. The path in the spirit realm is fraught with thorns. You must be strong and diligently cultivate." The image of his parents exchanged a knowing glance, then spoke in unison, their voices filled with profound affection. "Above all, we love you." As their words faded, the light gradually dimmed, and their figures vanished. Chu Xiao stood frozen, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him, filled with new questions and a sense of uncertainty about the future. He stared blankly at the spot where his parents had appeared, struggling to regain his composure. Once he finally steadied himself and surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in an ethereal realm, a breathtaking new world. The sky was a deep blue, akin to a sapphire, yet imbued with a crystalline clarity, as if it had been purified by spirit energy countless times. Tendrils of spirit energy, like silvery wisps, danced through the air, intertwining and coalescing into dreamlike halos that rippled gently, whispering the secrets of this extraordinary world. In the distance, mountains rose and fell, their peaks shrouded in rich spirit energy, appearing almost otherworldly. Waterfalls cascaded between the mountains, their waters sparkling with vibrant hues. And as they plunged into deep pools, the splashes carried the fragrance of spirit energy, fresh and enchanting. The pools were crystal clear, revealing fish that glimmered with a soft light, darting gracefully among the aquatic plants, each flick of their tails seeming to dance with the spirit energy. Across the land, unknown exotic flowers and herbs bloomed in abundance, their petals as light as feathers, adorned with myriad colors. Each petal held a droplet of spirit dew, refracting a mesmerizing sheen in the sunlight. As the breeze swept through, the flowers swayed, and the dew droplets collided and mingled, releasing a series of intoxicating fragrances that dissipated fatigue and worries with a single breath. Chu Xiao inhaled deeply, the abundant spirit energy flooding into his lungs, coursing through his entire being. He felt an unprecedented lightness, as if every cell in his body rejoiced with vitality and vigor. A sensation of unparalleled ease and joy enveloped him. In this moment, he was filled with anticipation yet tinged with nervousness, ready to explore the miraculous and unknown spirit realm. With questions swirling in his mind and a sense of bewilderment, Chu Xiao ventured forward. His father had mentioned diligent cultivation. How might one embark on such a journey? Clutching his myriad inquiries, he followed an almost imperceptible path beneath his feet. The ethereal mists of the spirit realm enveloped him, sometimes brushing softly against his cheeks, other times shifting shape in a whimsical manner. As he continued, the floating peculiar rocks and the softly glowing spirit plants constantly challenged his understanding of reality. He lost track of time, his legs feeling as though they were weighed down by lead, just when he felt he could no longer endure. An ancient little town emerged before him. At the town's entrance, a weathered stone tablet bore 3 bold characters, their strokes blurred by the passage of time, barely discernible, yet hinting at their former clarity. At that moment, an untimely grumble from his stomach echoed loudly in the still air, making him acutely aware of his hunger. With a mix of curiosity and anticipation, he stepped into the town. As he crossed the threshold, a rich aroma of meat wafted into his nostrils. His gaze was instantly drawn to an inn, its entrance adorned with a gently swaying red lantern that cast a warm, golden glow. He approached the doorway with hurried steps, a sense of nervous excitement propelling him inside. Chapter 5. Lingsue Prefecture. Within the quaint establishment, a few patrons sat around wooden tables, savoring their meals with evident delight. Chu Xiao approached the counter, where the proprietor was diligently occupied. Summoning his courage, he said, "Sir, I am truly famished. Could you spare me a morsel to eat? I would gladly wash dishes in return." His voice bore a hint of weariness and earnestness, yet his eyes radiated determination. The shopkeeper paused his work, scrutinizing Chu Xiao from head to toe, noticing that although his clothing was somewhat tattered, it was nonetheless clean and tidy, and that his expression exuded sincerity and honesty. The proprietor nodded and replied, "Very well. You seem like a genuine young man. I shall prepare something for you." Before long, the shopkeeper brought forth a steaming bowl of noodles, adorned with several enticing pieces of braised meat. Chu Xiao expressed his gratitude and ravenously devoured the meal. In mere moments, the bowl was cleared. Content. He wiped his mouth and recalled his lingering curiosity. "Sir, may I inquire where exactly this place is?" Raising an eyebrow in surprise, the shopkeeper replied, "This is the spirit realm. Are you not from around here?" Chu Xiao shook his head, honestly responding, "This is my first visit." The proprietor, seemingly deep in thought, then remarked, "Ah, you must hail from Yanzhou. This is Lingsue Prefecture, renowned for its abundant spiritual energy." Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Chu Xiao's face flushed slightly, and he nervously tugged at the hem of his clothing, hastily explaining, "Sir, I assure you, I am not jesting. I have truly just arrived in the spirit realm, having never been here before, and I am utterly bewildered by it all." His urgency was palpable, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, his gaze filled with sincerity and innocence. The shopkeeper's initially jovial demeanor faltered, his expression stiffening as he scrutinized Chu Xiao intently, as if attempting to pierce through his facade. Moments later, he burst into hearty laughter, the sound so robust it caused the lanterns by the door to sway. "Haha, young man, you are quite amusing. I have lived in this spirit realm for the better part of my life. Is there truly a place I am unaware of? But looking at your vitality, could it be that you are a novice cultivator, perhaps a spirit practitioner?" While laughing, the shopkeeper wiped away the tears of mirth from his eyes, curiosity etched across his face. With a resigned sigh, Chu Xiao shook his head once more, his voice tinged with urgency. "No, sir, I truly know nothing of cultivation. I have just arrived here, utterly in the dark about everything." "Is that so?" The shopkeeper's smile faded, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. Squinting slightly, a sense of nostalgia washed over him as he sighed. "Very well. Given your kind and earnest demeanor, I shall share something with you. Outside the city lies the Haolang sect, a prestigious and well-known sect in Lingsue Prefecture, brimming with formidable experts and an abundance of techniques and scriptures. In 3 days, they will publicly recruit disciples. If you wish to embark on a path of cultivation and alter your destiny, it would not hurt to try your luck there." "Oh, in my youthful days, my greatest aspiration was to join the Haolang sect and become a revered spirit practitioner. Alas, fortune did not favor me, and I now find myself running this humble shop, left with unfulfilled dreams." As he spoke, a wistful look clouded the shopkeeper's eyes, as though he were transported back to his fervent youth. Chu Xiao, contemplative, recognized that in his search for his parents and answers to his own questions, this could be a fortuitous opportunity to seek out the Haolang sect. After finishing his meal, filled with gratitude towards the shopkeeper, he approached the counter, inclined his body slightly, and respectfully clasped his hands together. "Sir, I am deeply grateful for your kindness. I shall remember this meal and your advice. Time is fleeting, and I must take my leave." Observing the humble and courteous youth before him, The shopkeeper rummaged behind the counter for a moment before producing a package and a weathered map, which he handed to Chu Xiao. Child, the journey ahead can be arduous. Here are some provisions to ensure you do not go hungry on the road. This map, while not exceptionally detailed, marks the general locations and major towns of the spirit realm. Take it. It may prove useful. A flicker of surprise and gratitude shone in Chu Xiao's eyes as he accepted the package and map, bowing deeply once more. Nodding vigorously, he secured the package on his back and carefully tucked the map into his clothing before turning and stepping out of the shop, heading towards the direction of the Haoling sect. Chapter 6. Spiritual Root Test. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Xiao journeyed through wind and rain, relying on the map provided by an innkeeper, finally arriving at the Haoling sect. Even from a distance, one could perceive the ethereal aura enveloping the place. The mountains peeked through the mist, and pavilions and towers were artistically scattered throughout, resembling an otherworldly sect that had stepped out of a dream. At the foot of Haoling's sect, throngs of people had already gathered. Among the crowd were wealthy youths clad in luxurious silks and brocades, their every gesture exuding an air of arrogance. There were also impoverished boys, tattered and gaunt yet possessing resolute eyes, their hearts brimming with the desire to change their fates, and a larger number of ordinary young individuals dressed simply, their faces alight with hope for the future. Standing amidst the crowd, Chu Xiao curiously surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, a robust young man approached him with a friendly smile. "Hey there, I'm Shen Yichen. What's your name?" Shen Yichen stood tall, with sharp brows and bright eyes, radiating warmth. Chu Xiao politely returned the smile and replied, "I'm Chu Xiao." Shen Yichen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued. "Are you here to participate in the Haoling sect's recruitment of disciples as well?" "Yes," Chu Xiao nodded. "What a coincidence. So am I. My father has always hoped I could join the Haoling sect, so here I am to give it a try. If we both make it in, we must find time to hang out." Shen Yichen exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chu Xiao was touched by his enthusiasm and nodded in agreement. "Sure. If that day ever comes, we will definitely do that." The two engaged in lively conversation. Just as their dialogue reached a peak, a sudden, resonant bell toll echoed through the valley, abruptly interrupting them. Chu Xiao and Shen Yichen turned towards the sound, spotting an elder clad in a blue robe steadily ascending the platform. The elder, with his snow-white hair and beard, exuded a gentle yet commanding presence, radiating an aura of transcendence with every gesture. "Young talents who have traveled from afar," the elder began, his deep voice resonating throughout the gathering. "Welcome to Haoling sect. Today, the disciple recruitment ceremony is officially underway." The crowd erupted in excitement. All eyes turned eagerly towards the stage. "This test will consist of 3 parts," the elder continued. "The first, the spiritual root test. The second, the character test. And the third, the strength test. Only those who pass all 3 will become official disciples of the Haoling sect." Upon hearing this, some in the crowd swallowed nervously, while others rolled up their sleeves, eager to participate. The first test, the spiritual root test, was about to commence. As the elder's words faded, the collective gaze of the crowd shifted to the center of the grand stage. There stood a massive stone tablet, its ancient dark brown surface smooth as a mirror, adorned with peculiar diamond-shaped patterns that emanated an air of mystery. You will take turns approaching the platform, concentrating your inner spiritual energy, and placing your hand upon the stone tablet. It will display your corresponding level based on your spiritual power. The elder elaborated, "The spiritual root is the foundation of cultivation. The higher the level, the broader the path of future cultivation." With that, he gestured for the first youth to step forward. Amidst the crowd's anticipation and tension, the test proceeded in an orderly fashion. One by one, the youths approached the stone tablet, placing their hands upon it. Most displayed a glow ranging from 1 to 5 markings, with the occasional 6 or 7 eliciting gasps of awe from the onlookers. Just as everyone thought the tests would continue smoothly, the stone tablet suddenly erupted in blinding light, its brilliance forcing the crowd to squint. The elder presiding over the test, usually composed, was now visibly shaken, his voice rising almost to a shout. 9 marked spiritualist. A rare occurrence in a century for our sect. With this announcement, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, their eager gazes fixated on the stone tablet. A figure gradually emerged, a man, surrounded by a tumultuous aura of spiritual energy, the powerful vibrations causing the air around him to tremble. As the crowd remained entranced by this revelation, 2 elders approached the figure with utmost reverence, exclaiming in unison, "Sectmaster." It was then that Chu Xiao's attention was drawn to a woman in the crowd. She was dressed in a flowing white garment, resembling a snow lotus blooming amidst winter's chill, exquisite and otherworldly, her demeanor exuding an icy elegance. Chu Xiao's heart raced, a singular thought echoing in his mind. So beautiful. Meanwhile, upon hearing the sect master's inquiry, the woman remained aloof, her expression cool as she softly uttered 3 words, "Yi Qingwan." Her voice, crisp like a mountain spring, carried an air of frosty detachment. Chapter 7. The Voidwalker. The sect leader gazed at Yi Qingwan with admiration and yearning, and spoke, "Yi Qingwan, with your exceptional talent, Should you become my direct disciple, you are destined to achieve great accomplishments in the spirit realm. I am willing to personally guide your cultivation and impart all my lifelong knowledge of spells to you. Would you consent? Yi Qingwan maintained her aloof demeanor, without a hint of hesitation, and responded in a calm, yet resolute tone. I cannot. I am sorry, but I already have a master. Her words were concise and unequivocal. This drew a wave of astonishment from the onlookers. To receive the sect leader's guidance is akin to a gilded opportunity, yet someone would dare to refuse such an honor. They could only imagine how elated they would be if such fortune were to befall them. Hearing her response, the sect leader was momentarily taken aback, then fell into a brief contemplation. After a moment, a look of enlightenment crossed his face, and he murmured to himself, "Indeed, to cultivate such an extraordinarily gifted disciple. Her master must be an extraordinary individual." Upon finishing his thought, the sect leader showed no sign of anger. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter, his voice resonating with warmth and grandeur. Once his laughter subsided, he turned his gaze back to Yi Qingwan, the admiration in his eyes undiminished, and gently said, "Since you already have a master, I shall not impose. However, I cannot bear to let go of such a promising talent. I will take you as my registered disciple, and should you ever require assistance in the future, my sect shall provide unwavering support. Would you agree?" Yi Qingwan nodded slightly, a flicker of emotion passing through her eyes, and softly replied, "Yes, thank you, sect leader." Her tone remained cool, yet this brief acknowledgement signified her acceptance of the sect leader's olive branch. Witnessing this exchange, the surrounding crowd cast envious glances, some marveling at Yi Qingwan's talent, while others expressed admiration for the sect leader's appreciation of gifted individuals. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao silently observed the scene, resolutely deciding to strive in his own cultivation, aspiring to one day be recognized like Yi Qingwan and secure his place in the spirit realm. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was Shen Yichen's turn. Chu Xiao patted him on the shoulder, his eyes filled with encouragement, saying, "Brother Shen, give it your all." Shen Yichen nodded in affirmation. Approaching the spirit stele, he respectfully bowed to the elder in the green robe, his movements precise and solemn. The elder nodded slightly, a gentle smile flickering in his eyes, and softly inquired, "You are the child of Shun Lingzuan, are you not?" Shen Yichen promptly replied, "Indeed, he is my father." His voice was resonant yet humble. The elder nodded again, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "I am an old acquaintance of your father and look forward to your spirit value." Shen Yichen took a deep breath to calm his nerves, gradually extending his hand to press firmly against the spirit stele. In an instant, the stele erupted with brilliance, a radiant beam of light swiftly ascending from its base. The glow intensified, nearly blinding, as the audience held their breath, fixated on the stele as if time itself had frozen. As the light continued to rise, it ultimately stabilized at the 8th pattern. The crowd erupted into cheers and gasps, animated discussions igniting among them. Shen Yichen possesses such talent, an 8th pattern spirit practitioner. The future is promising. Truly the son of Shun Lingzuan, a tiger begets no dog. The accolades flowed incessantly, and a proud smile graced Shen Yichen's face as he bowed to the audience before descending the platform. Finally, it was Chu Xiao's turn. Heart racing with trepidation, he ascended the platform step by step. Upon reaching the top, he suppressed his anxiety and respectfully bowed to the elders, then slowly extended his hand to gently place it on the spirit stele. At the moment his hand made contact, the ancient jade pendant he wore around his neck suddenly flickered, a faint yet peculiar light flashing briefly, as though a dragon's roar resonated within. Chu Xiao was startled. Before he could ponder further, his gaze was fixed intently on the stele. Yet, as seconds ticked by, the stele remained utterly still, like a cold stone, devoid of any radiance. The audience began to murmur among themselves, their faces etched with confusion. What is happening? Why is there no reaction at all? This is unprecedented. Whispers of curiosity and bewilderment filled the air as all eyes turned towards Chu Xiao. The elder overseeing the test furrowed his brow. A look of uncertainty etched across his face as he shook his head, seemingly unable to explain the phenomenon. Just then, the sect leader approached with measured steps, his gaze penetrating as he examined both Chu Xiao and the spirit stele. Subsequently, the sect leader raised a hand and gently placed it upon Chu Xiao's head. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, a hint of melancholy on his face as he spoke slowly. "Avoid Walker. I never expected to encounter such a constitution in this era. It has been long since such a rarity has appeared." His voice was deep and resonant, echoing in the ears of the crowd. The Void Walker, born without spiritual roots, is unable to harness spiritual energy. Such a constitution is exceedingly rare, known to have existed only in ancient times among a handful of individuals. Upon hearing the sect leader's words, the crowd was initially stunned, followed by an uproar. Chu Xiao, standing on the platform, felt his complexion grow pale, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He had never anticipated being identified as this unique Void Walker, and a sense of loss and confusion washed over him. Chapter 8. The unwritten fate of calamity. Chu Xiao's countenance was shrouded in despondency, the term wushu lingering ominously in his heart like a dark cloud that refused to dissipate. His eyes brimmed with confusion and reluctance as he murmured, "Is my path to immortality truly at an end?" Shen Yiqian stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Chu Xiao's shoulder. "Do not lose heart, my brother. There is always a way, even when the heavens seem unyielding." His tone was resolute, attempting to instill a flicker of hope within Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao lifted his gaze, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes as he implored, "Shun, do you truly believe there is another way?" His expression resembled that of a drowning man clutching desperately at a final straw. At that moment, the sect leader spoke slowly, his voice steady yet tinged with a hint of resignation. "A Wushu is one who is born without spiritual roots, devoid of any spiritual energy within, unable to channel it. Much like a tree without roots that cannot cultivate its powers. To transcend this predicament, one must fill their body with spiritual energy, allowing their roots to sprout anew. The spiritual root is akin to the very essence of cultivation." With a gentle wave of his hand, the leader summoned forth a radiant golden light that coalesced within his palm. In an instant, a vast and boundless sea of golden suffering materialized before all. This sea shimmered under the sun, its golden waves surging with vibrant spiritual energy, as if every droplet contained boundless vitality. At the heart of this golden sea, a towering tree ascended into the sky, its robust trunk twisted upward like a mighty dragon, adorned with ancient golden patterns that exuded an air of mystery and authority. Its lush canopy obscured the sun, each leaf shimmering with spiritual brilliance, rustling softly to create a melodious sound, as if whispering the ancient teachings of cultivation. Upon closer inspection, one could discern strange symbols faintly glowing upon the trunk, shifting and transforming in harmony with the flow of spiritual energy, creating an awe-inspiring aura. This was the manifestation of the leader's spiritual roots, radiating immense waves of spiritual power that seemed to unveil the secrets of cultivation. Chu Xiao gazed, spellbound, at this manifestation, his eyes filled with envy. Yet, upon introspection, he found himself hollow and devoid of substance. A tremor coursed through his shoulders as despair surged anew within him. However, he gritted his teeth and vowed silently, "I shall not resign myself to this fate. Even if the road ahead is fraught with thorns, I will carve out my own path in cultivation." The leader's expression turned grave, his piercing gaze fixed upon Chu Xiao as he intoned solemnly, "Child, you must understand that for a Wushu to cultivate spiritual roots is no easy feat. The greatest obstacle is the calamity." He paused, lifting his eyes to the horizon as if reminiscing about long-buried memories. "This calamity is enigmatic and unpredictable, like a hidden predator lurking in the shadows. On the day you attempt to forge your roots anew, it will manifest, relentless and powerful, seeking to obliterate you. Its existence is elusive, lacking a fixed form or discernible pattern, as if a punishment from the heavens for those who dare to defy their destiny." Chu Xiao listened intently, his brow furrowed. Yet within his eyes burned an unwavering determination, a light that grew ever more resolute. The leader continued, "Throughout the ages, few have triumphed over calamity. Yet, those who have are invariably extraordinary individuals, often ascending to become revered beings, standing atop the pinnacle of this world of cultivation, looking down upon all living beings." Chu Xiao inhaled deeply, his chest heaving with intensity as he declared, "Calamity is not fated. It can be shattered by strength. I will become one of the rare victors, breaking the shackles of my lack of roots and proving that a Wushu can also embark upon the path of cultivation." His voice rang with fervor, echoing through the vast hall with a sense of resolute determination. Chu Xiao's gaze remained fixed on the leader, his eyes brimming with urgency and anticipation as he inquired, "Master, what means do I have to enter the Haolang sect?" His hands clenched involuntarily, as though grasping at a final glimmer of hope. At that moment, an elder spoke up, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Child, without spiritual energy, traditional cultivation is indeed unattainable. However, there remains a path. You could become a named disciple of the alchemy sect. By aiding them in herb gathering and assisting in alchemy, you may find a foothold within the sect. Yet, this comes with a condition. You must pass 2 out of the 3 tests and enter." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao's eyes ignited with fervent enthusiasm, his chest rising and falling with excitement. He nodded vigorously, his voice resolute. "Thank you, Elder, for your guidance. I will surely pass the tests. As long as I can enter the Haolang sect, even as a named disciple, I will devote myself to intense cultivation. One day, I shall shatter this barrier of being rootless." His tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, a manifestation of his aspirations for the future, a defiance against his fate. In that moment, he made an unbreakable vow. No matter how thorny the path ahead, he would forge a road of his own in cultivation, allowing all to witness his determination and perseverance. Chapter 9. Soul Illusions. As all participants completed the test, an air of silence enveloped the venue. Everyone held their breath, their gazes fixated upon the elder. With a solemn demeanor, the elder stepped forward, his voice resonant and clear, announcing, "Those whose spiritual roots achieve a minimum of 3 patterns, as well as those who have registered to join the alchemy sect, shall immediately follow me to the second stage for the character assessment. Upon hearing this, a wave of commotion rippled through the crowd. Those spiritualists who met the criteria bore expressions of confidence and anticipation, while the aspiring alchemy disciples exhibited a mix of anxiety and self-encouragement. Among them stood Chu Xiao, a member of the Wuxiu, who, despite his status, had gained this opportunity by choosing to become an alchemy disciple. His eyes brimmed with determination as he focused intently on the elder, eager not to miss any detail. With a sweeping gesture, the elder conjured a portal emanating a gentle blue glow, which materialized before the crowd. Within the portal, flickering lights danced, shrouded in mystery, suggesting a passage to an unknown realm. The elder pointed to the portal and elucidated, "This stage may appear simple. As long as you can emerge from within in the span of a single incense stick's burn, you shall pass." Upon this revelation, the crowd erupted into discussions. Some spiritualists wore relaxed expressions, believing that simply exiting a space within a stipulated time posed no challenge. Others, more astute and like Chu Xiao, sensed that the task would not be so straightforward. Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, contemplating, if it were truly this easy, it would hardly merit being the second stage of the test. There must be hidden complexities. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, silently motivating himself, whatever lay ahead. He was prepared to face it without retreat. Shen Yiqian vigorously waved to Chu Xiao, his expression resolute, shouting, "Brother Chu, stay strong. We will surely succeed." With that, he joined the throng and stepped into the softly glowing portal. Chu Xiao took a deep breath to quell his rising tension and resolutely followed suit. As he stepped into the portal of uncertainty, he felt a dizzying whirl, enveloped by an icy chill. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a dim, deep canyon, shrouded in thick black mist, threatening to engulf him. While Chu Xiao vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, the mist ahead began to shift, revealing two familiar figures, his deceased parents. Their faces were pale as parchment, their eyes filled with sorrow and longing, silently gazing at Chu Xiao. "Xiao, why do you persist in your cultivation?" His father's voice echoed, weary and resigned. "We only hope for your safety and a life of simplicity and happiness." His mother's voice trembled as she wept softly. "Child, come back. Do not take further risks. We miss you dearly." Tears welled in Chu Xiao's eyes as he stepped forward, his voice quaking. "Father, mother, I miss you so much, but I cannot give up. I wish to grow stronger and uncover the truth behind your departure." The apparitions of his parents seemed pierced by his words, their expressions contorting in anguish as their forms wavered. Without hesitation, Chu Xiao rushed towards them. Yet, just as he reached out, their figures dissipated like smoke. The surroundings morphed once more, and he found himself atop the grand hall of the Halang sect, where the sect leader and elders regarded him with fury, denouncing him as a disgrace unworthy of being an alchemy disciple, threatening to expel him from the sect. Confronted with this relentless barrage of illusions, Chu Xiao's heart ached profoundly. Nevertheless, he clenched his teeth, repeatedly reminding himself, "These are mere illusions, all fabricated. I must not be deceived." He tightly shut his eyes, inhaling deeply, striving to regain his composure and seek a way to unravel this deception. Outside the portal, the elders gazed gravely at the softly glowing entrance, their expressions laden with scrutiny and judgment. Observing several young individuals who had entered only to stand frozen like statues, their faces betraying either obsession or terror, evidently ensnared by the illusions. One elder could not help but sigh, his voice tinged with regret and reproach. "Alas, these youths are so easily tempted, lacking even a semblance of self-control. They are indeed unfit for great responsibilities." The other elders nodded in agreement, their faces etched with disappointment. At that moment, the portal flashed with brilliance, and a graceful figure emerged, clad in a flowing white robe, akin to a blooming lily in the mountains. She was Yi Qingwan. With delicate steps, her hair shimmered with ethereal light, her demeanor exuding tranquility and confidence. The elders were instantly captivated by her presence, their previously stern expressions softening into admiration. One elder could not restrain himself from praising her. Truly, a nine-pattern spiritualist, her mind so resolute, emerging from the illusion so swiftly. Her future is boundless. Another elder concurred. Indeed, this young lady possesses extraordinary talent and such composure. She is destined to shine brightly on her path of cultivation. Yi Qingwan offered a modest bow, humbly responding to the elder's accolades, yet her gaze inadvertently drifted towards the portal, as though anticipating something. Chapter 10. Soul Phantom Beast. In the depths of chaos, Chu Xiao's consciousness drifted, stepping into an ethereal and dreamlike realm. The surroundings were shrouded in swirling mist, indistinct and nebulous. Suddenly, the scene before him transformed dramatically, as a figure, indistinguishable from himself, slowly emerged from the thick fog. This doppelganger of Chu Xiao bore a grim expression, his eyes glimmering with a cold light, and his face contorted with disdain and loathing. "Stop your futile fantasies," he exclaimed, his voice slicing through the silence like a sharp blade. "Do you truly believe you can transcend this endless void? Do you think you can conquer that which is ever present like a shadow?" This is nothing but a pipe dream. It would be wise to abandon it at once. Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, yet his gaze remained steadfast as a mountain, devoid of any intent to retreat. How can one know without trying? He replied, his tone steady, as if each word carried boundless strength. I shall not yield so easily. This is simply impossible. Seeing Chu Xiao's unwavering resolve, the malevolent counterpart's expression twisted further into a grotesque mask of rage, his aura shifting to something sinister. In a sudden movement, he lunged forward like a wraith, his hands reaching out to grasp Chu Xiao's throat with a vice-like grip. At this juncture, you still refuse to turn back? He hissed through clenched teeth. Chu Xiao felt his breath catch, an agonizing pain coursing through his neck as he struggled for air, each inhalation becoming a monumental effort. Yet, even amid this torment, he mustered the strength to utter 2 words through gritted teeth: delusional. The grip of the doppelganger tightened further, and Chu Xiao's complexion shifted from red to purple, his consciousness beginning to blur as the signs of life ebbed away. Just as he was on the brink of eternal darkness, the jade pendant that hung silently at his chest suddenly trembled violently. It broke free from its tether, floating gently into the air, radiating a soft, yet commanding light. The malevolent counterpart recoiled as if confronted by the most terrifying of entities, fear spreading across his face, his hands instinctively releasing Chu Xiao, his body retreating uncontrollably. Amidst the brilliance, the figure of the doppelganger dissipated like smoke, shattering the illusion. Gasping for breath, Chu Xiao slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the softly glowing jade pendant in his hand, filled with confusion and contemplation. Suddenly, the soul phantom beast, which had been languidly resting in a corner, jolted as if struck by an invisible current. Its once smooth, satin-like fur stood on end, each bristle seemingly narrating a tale of terror. Its powerful limbs, now as limp as noodles, could no longer support its massive form, and with a thud, it collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Its body trembled violently like a leaf caught in a tempest, emitting faint, quivering whimpers. The once indomitable aura of a king utterly vanished. This phantom beast possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of unleashing its own domain, plunging anyone who entered into a realm of illusion. This illusion emanated from the depths of the soul, materializing the innermost fears and secrets of the heart. The elder regained his composure, rising abruptly, astonishment etched on his face. This beast is an immensely noble imperial-grade spirit beast. Known for its haughty demeanor, even the sect leader treats it with great respect. What malevolent force could have frightened it to such a state today? The sect leader stood with his hands clasped behind him, the luxurious robe billowing gently in the wind. His countenance was stern, the depth and resolve in his eyes now replaced with gravity. He scrutinized the soul phantom beast, attempting to glean any hint of information from its every subtle reaction. Yet the beast continued to tremble, whimpering, unable to convey anything. The sect leader pondered silently, equally at a loss. Chu Xiao, with little time for reflection, moved quickly, aware that he was still within the examination period. He advanced through the dim and winding passage, surrounded by an unknown tranquility, the sound of his heavy footsteps echoing in the emptiness. Time seemed to stretch as he walked, until a sudden clearing appeared before him, revealing a cliff that jutted out unexpectedly. Gazing into the unfathomable depths below, where thick mist churned ominously, hiding untold dangers, Chu Xiao's heart raced. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a spark of insight ignited in his mind. Perhaps this seemingly insurmountable cliff was the pathway to the next challenge. He understood well that the best way to disrupt the status quo within this bizarre illusion was to confront his deepest fears. Thus, taking a deep breath, he felt his chest rise and fall violently, striving to suppress the trepidation within. His hands trembled slightly, his jaw clenched instinctively, yet his gaze grew resolute. No longer hesitating, he summoned his strength and leapt into the abyss. In that moment of free fall, the wind whipped around him, roaring in his ears. Chu Xiao felt as though his breath would cease, his heart threatening to burst forth from his throat. With eyes tightly shut, his hands flailed in the air, cold sweat cascading down his forehead, dampening his hair. Just as he believed he was destined to be shattered upon impact, the scene before him twisted violently. A powerful force yanked at him, rendering everything around him a blur. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself standing firmly atop the great hall. Simultaneously, a nearby incense stick had burned down to its end, the last spark extinguished, wisps of smoke rising gently into the air. Chapter 11. The tide of spiritual energy. As Chu Xiao's figure emerged on the platform, Shun Yi's eyes sparkled with the excitement of discovering a rare treasure. His face broke into a radiant smile as he exuberantly exclaimed, "I knew you would pass." Ha! His hearty laughter echoed through the air, filled with joy and pride, as if he himself had triumphed over the challenge. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwan, standing a short distance away, instinctively turned her gaze toward Chu Xiao, her previously calm demeanor betraying a flicker of emotion before she regained her customary coolness. That fleeting glance seemed to conceal a myriad of unspoken feelings. With the conclusion of the second test, the elder approached with a grave countenance, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect. He gently waved his sleeve, and in an instant, those who had failed the second round were enveloped in a soft, yet irresistible light. As the glow flickered, their forms gradually became ethereal, and in the blink of an eye, they were returned to the foot of the mountain. Once the commotion settled, the elder cleared his throat and proclaimed in a resounding voice, "Next, we shall commence the third test, the strength assessment." As his words resonated, the onlookers felt the very fabric of reality warp before their eyes, a powerful and enigmatic force encasing them. When they regained their senses, they found themselves transported to the domain of the spiritual tide. The tumultuous waves crashed against the rocky shore with relentless ferocity, sending forth plumes of frothy white spray. The air was thick with a palpable essence of spiritual energy, enveloping them in a heavy mist that imbued each breath with a sense of formidable power. The spiritual tide loomed like a slumbering giant awakening, exuding an aura that sent shivers down their spines. Chu Shao inhaled deeply, attuning himself to the surging energy around him, his fists clenched with resolve and anticipation, ready to face this new challenge. Gathered at the shoreline of the spiritual tide, Chu Shao and the other candidates were buffeted by the briny sea breeze as the relentless waves pounded the coast. The air was saturated with spiritual energy, thick enough to grasp with one's hands. The elder in green garments, holding an ancient wooden box, stepped forward with purpose. His gaze pierced through the crowd as he announced in a voice that resonated like a thunderclap, "This third test will assess both your strength and your will." With that, the elder opened the wooden box, revealing a neat array of jade vials that shimmered with a soft glow. He continued, "These vials can collect spiritual energy. Your task is to gather as much as possible from the spiritual tide. The more you collect, the stronger your capabilities will be. However, beware, the energy within the tide is tumultuous and can easily overwhelm the unprepared. Yet, the greater your own strength, the more you will be able to withstand its onslaught." Taking a deep breath, Chu Shao accepted a jade vial. Lacking a spiritual root, he was at an inherent disadvantage in this trial, yet his eyes burned with determination, showing no signs of retreat. As the spiritual tide roared like a ferocious beast, the other candidates eagerly plunged into the sea, striving to seize the advantage. Chu Shao, however, remained steadfast, furrowing his brow as he intently scrutinized the churning waters, seeking to discern a pattern. At last, he observed that when the spiritual energy surged, it created brief zones of tranquility near the rocky outcrops. Although the energy in these areas was slightly less concentrated, it was relatively stable and easier to collect. Meanwhile, the candidates endowed with spiritual roots, such as Shunichen, focused intently, their spiritual energy flowing like a lively stream. This energy coursed through their bodies along established pathways, gradually coalescing at the surface. In an instant, a translucent barrier of spiritual energy, radiating a gentle glow, formed around them. This barrier resembled a flowing veil of light, effectively isolating them from the tumultuous tide while casting a soft halo that enveloped them. The brilliance of the barrier flickered and shifted in harmony with the flowing energy, illuminating their confident and composed faces, as if proclaiming their absolute mastery over the spiritual forces. Protected by this barrier, they effortlessly gathered energy, guiding it into their jade vials with ease, exhibiting a remarkable finesse. Chapter 12. What happened at the opportune moment? Chu Shao surged toward the cluster of rocks like an arrow released from its bowstring. He swiftly opened the jade jar, attempting to gather spiritual energy. However, upon contact, a formidable recoil force violently hurled him back, sending him crashing onto the sandy shore, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Chu Shao rose quickly and charged toward the rocky formation once more. As he approached, an overwhelming force surged forth, akin to countless sharp steel needles relentlessly piercing his skin. In an instant, his skin erupted in a multitude of red spots, as if besieged by a swarm of venomous ants. Soon after, an excruciating pain radiated from the surface of his skin, swiftly spreading throughout his body, causing every muscle to spasm in agony. As if subjected to the whims of an invisible giant hand, Chu Shao gritted his teeth, the sound of grinding echoing in the air, enduring the agonizing assault of the spiritual energy as he reopened the jade jar. The energy poured in like a summoned beast, wildly flooding the jar. As the energy within the jar increased, the corrosive force became even more ferocious. Chu Shao felt as though his internal organs were ablaze, his throat parched to the point of smoke rising, each breath accompanied by a tearing pain, as if molten lava coursed through his trachea. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. His vision blurred, the scene before him distorting and warping. Nevertheless, driven by an indomitable will, Chu Shao continuously adjusted his breathing, channeling his inner strength, laboriously erecting a defensive line within himself to withstand the frenzied invasion of the spiritual energy. Again and again, he was flung back by the energy, his body staggering uncontrollably, his garments caked in mud, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. The spiritual energy he had painstakingly gathered in the jade jar scattered like startled birds with each impact. Observing from a distance, Su Ran and the other 5 spirit markers took in the entire scene. With a derisive smirk, Su Ran let out a piercing laugh, mocking it. How foolish to attempt to gather spiritual energy without a root. Truly, a pitiful clown. The laughter of his companions echoed around him, their jeers amplified by the sound of the crashing waves. Chu Shao clenched his jaw, his fists tightening until his knuckles turned white, his chest rising and falling violently. A raging fire of anger igniting within him. He had grown accustomed to such derision, as it had accompanied him since he embarked on this path of cultivation without a spiritual root. In his heart, he roared defiantly, "What of having no spiritual root? What can the formless ones do? I shall never resign to fate." Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed the tumult of anger and humiliation within, his gaze growing ever more resolute. Ignoring the mockery, he redirected his focus entirely on the surging tide of spiritual energy before him. Replaying the details of his previous attempts to gather energy in his mind, searching for a breakthrough method, fixating on the tides, Chu Shao discerned that the spiritual energy surged in waves, with significant variations in intensity and stability between the crests and troughs. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. He resolved to collect the energy during the troughs. As the next wave approached, Chu Shao keenly observed the sea surface. When the trough emerged, he dashed toward the rocks, opening the jade jar. This time, a relatively gentle flow of spiritual energy trickled into the jar, devoid of the violent impact he had previously endured. However, the respite was fleeting. As the crest drew near, the energy within the jar began to stir, the sense of erosion intensifying. Chu Shao mobilized his inner strength to resist, hastening his collection efforts, striving to store as much spiritual energy as possible during the brief interlude of the trough. When the trough arrived, he seized the opportunity to gather the energy. Initially, the docile flow brought a refreshing coolness, but soon, as the collected energy increased, a piercing pain radiated from his palm. It felt as though his hand was seared by a branding iron, a strange red hue spreading over it, his veins bulging from the force of the energy. Chu Shao gritted his teeth, the sound of grinding resonating, attempting to counter the pain with sheer willpower. Yet the agony intensified, creeping up his arm, each muscle feeling as though it were being struck repeatedly by a hammer, a wave of soreness crashing over him. His breaths grew rapid and labored, each inhalation akin to drawing in icy air. As the crest approached, the spiritual energy began to surge wildly. Chu Shao felt every bone in his body creaking, as if on the verge of being crushed by this tumultuous force. His internal organs felt as though they were being mercilessly stirred by an invisible hand. Acid rising in his stomach, inducing a wave of nausea. His throat was dry to the point of smoke, yet it felt constricted, each swallow of saliva accompanied by excruciating pain. His legs trembled uncontrollably, his knees threatening to buckle beneath him. Sweat poured down like rain, soaking his clothes, and the world before him began to blur. Yet the stubbornness within propelled him to continue gathering spiritual energy, bracing for each wave of the tide. Gradually, Chu Shao discovered that by cleverly utilizing the push of the waves while retreating, he could stabilize his stance. When the energy momentarily subsided, he surged forward once more, seizing the opportunity presented by the trough to continue his collection. Through this relentless cycle, Chu Shao gradually mastered the rhythm of the tides, the jade jar filling increasingly with spiritual energy, its brilliance growing ever more resplendent. Through his unwavering perseverance, the jar was finally filled to capacity with spiritual energy. However, just as he was about to withdraw in triumph, he found himself blocked. Chapter 13. The first encounter with the Haoleing sect. Suddenly, several figures darted forward, and at the forefront stood Su Ran, his face adorned with a sneer, flanked by a few intimidating lackeys who thoroughly obstructed Chu Xiao's path. With a disdainful glance, Su Ran shouted, "You, a mere wanderer, dare to attempt to pass? If you know what's good for you, hand over the jar, and perhaps I might spare your life." Upon hearing this, the long-suppressed rage within Chu Shao ignited instantly, his eyes turning crimson as he glared fiercely, roaring, "Why should I give it to you? If you want it, come and take it yourself. You think you can rob me just because I'm alone? That is a delusion." Su Ran, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter as if he had heard the most absurd joke. His lackeys joined in, cackling with mockery. Once he regained his composure, his expression darkened, and he menacingly declared, "A dream? Today, I shall show you the consequences of offending me." As he spoke, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, tendrils of ghostly light swirling around his fingertips, clearly indicating he was ready to strike. Feeling a tightening in his chest, Chu Shao gritted his teeth, fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He understood that things were likely to end poorly today and steeled himself for a desperate fight. At that critical moment, a clear voice rang out from the distance, "You lot, get lost." The crowd turned to see Shunyi Chen, clad in black, striding forward with an imposing presence. His expression was stern, radiating undeniable authority as he approached Chu Shao and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, stating, "Chu Shao is my brother. If you wish to rob him, you might as well take me along. If you dare not, then scram. Do you really think I fear you?" Su Ran's face shifted between shades of green and white, He had not anticipated Shun Yichen's sudden appearance. Although he felt a twinge of apprehension, he was unwilling to lose face. Gritting his teeth, he feigned calmness and retorted, "Shun Yichen, this matter has nothing to do with you. If you insist on meddling, don't blame me for being impolite." A faint smirk graced Shun Yichen's lips as he replied, "Impolite? I would love to see how you intend to be impolite with just you and your ragtag crew." As he spoke, a ripple of spiritual energy emanated from him, subtly suppressing Su Ran's presence. The lackeys behind Su Ran began to waver, exchanging glances and unconsciously retreating a step. One timid lackey tugged on Su Ran's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, this Shun Yichen seems formidable, perhaps." Su Ran shook off the lackey's hand, glaring at him as he hissed, "You spineless coward." Yet, despite his bravado, Su Ran knew that should a confrontation arise, they stood no chance. After a moment of tense standoff, Su Ran retreated in defeat. Chu Xiao let out a long sigh of relief, gazing gratefully at Shun Yichen, clasping his hands together as he earnestly expressed, "Brother Shun, I am truly grateful for your timely intervention. Had it not been for you, I would have surely lost the jar. This kindness, I, Chu Xiao, shall remember." Shun Yichen waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor relaxed as if he had merely shooed away a few insignificant flies. "What are you saying? Between brothers, there is no need for such formality." Warmth surged within Chu Xiao, his eyes glistening as he stepped closer and firmly grasped Shun Yichen's hand. "With your unwavering support, should you ever need my assistance, I will not hesitate to plunge into any danger." Without a second thought, Shun Yichen patted Chu Xiao on the back of his hand, his gaze resolute. "If they trouble you again, do not hesitate to come to me. I shall see who dares to challenge you." Having passed this trial, an elder beamed with joy and announced, "Congratulations on successfully overcoming the third trial of our sect. Welcome to our ranks." With that, he led the two into the majestic and solemn main hall. Upon entering the hall, they were met with an awe-inspiring atmosphere, adorned with intricate carvings and a sense of solemnity. Numerous elders awaited them, their expressions ranging from amiable to profound, each exuding an air of respect. An elder cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "Those of 6 patterns or above may choose their desired master. Those below 6 patterns will be assigned accordingly." As soon as he finished, a distinguished elder stepped forward, introducing a woman clad in elegant attire, her demeanor ethereal. "This is our vice sect leader, Mistress Wuchen. Her prowess is extraordinary, second only to the sect leader, and her unique skill, Clouds and Rain, wields immense power, commanding respect from all. She will only take one direct disciple, and to be chosen by her is an unparalleled opportunity." Upon hearing this, the crowd cast envious and respectful glances. Next, the elder gestured toward a venerable old man with a head of white hair, yet a vigorous spirit. "This is the Grand Elder, whose depth of power is unfathomable and whose reputation within the sect is unparalleled. He has nurtured countless outstanding disciples over the years." As the introductions continued, Chu Xiao and Shun Yichen felt increasingly awed by the profound heritage of the sect. Once the introductions concluded, individuals began to self-recommend or await assignments. Shun Yichen stood tall, exuding an aura of confidence that captured the attention of many elders, particularly Mistress Wuchen, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. Ultimately, Mistress Wuchen spoke. "This Shun Yichen possesses exceptional talent and composure. I shall take him as my disciple." The hall erupted in astonishment, filled with envy and admiration. Shun Yichen hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully as he formally accepted her mentorship. As it came time for Chu Xiao, the elder approached him, gesturing toward a woman with a warm smile, introducing, "This is the head of our alchemy division. Her mastery of alchemical arts is unparalleled. Given your potential, it would be wise to start as her named disciple. And with diligence, you will surely achieve great success." Following the elder's gesture, Chu Xiao beheld a woman clad in a delicate lavender dress, impeccably tailored with exquisite embroidery, the silver floral patterns shimmering softly in the hall's gentle light. Her hair was elegantly styled, secured by a jade hairpin, with a few tendrils framing her fair visage, enhancing her gentle demeanor. She stood gracefully, radiating a subtle fragrance that was both refreshing and elegant, enveloping the surroundings in a soothing aura that seemed to lift away all fatigue and troubles. Regaining his composure, Chu Xiao stepped forward respectfully, bowing deeply as he declared, "I am Chu Xiao, here to pay my respects to the sect leader. I shall heed your teachings and strive diligently in my studies." The head of the alchemy division smiled gently, nodding in acknowledgement. "Now that you have joined my tutelage, apply yourself well and do not squander this precious opportunity." Chapter 14. Entering the Huling Sect. 2. As dawn broke, soft morning light streamed through the window panes, casting a gentle glow upon Chu Xiao's bed. Awakened from his slumber, he hastened his steps towards the alchemy sect. Upon arriving at the appointed place, he beheld a woman of extraordinary grace standing there, clad in a flowing, cloud-like robe of subtle hues. Delicate spiritual patterns embroidered on her attire shimmered softly in the morning light. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, casually gathered, with a few stray strands framing her face, enhancing her ethereal beauty. This woman was none other than the leader of the alchemy sect of Haolang, appearing as if she had descended from the mists, exuding an aura of chilling elegance that discouraged any casual approach. Chu Xiao promptly adjusted his attire and respectfully approached to pay his respects. Disciple Chu Xiao, greetings to the sect leader. The sect leader inclined her head slightly, her enchanting gaze appraising him, a hint of a warm smile gracing her lips. There is no need for excessive formalities. As you are new to the Haolang sect and may be unfamiliar with many matters, you may simply address me as Sect Leader Duan. Today, I will explain to you the rank divisions within the realm of spiritual cultivation, so listen attentively. With that, Sect Leader Duan gracefully moved to a nearby stone bench and took a seat. With a gentle wave of her delicate hand, wisps of spiritual energy transformed into a radiant screen, upon which mysterious runes began to materialize. Spiritual cultivation commences with the spiritualist, she declared, pointing towards the illuminated screen. One rune glowed intensely, representing the spiritualist levels from 1 to 9. These markings illustrated the capacity for spiritual power contained within one's spiritual roots. The more markings, the higher the initial spiritual power, and thus, the more remarkable the innate talent. With a slight flick of her wrist, the screen shifted to depict a scene of a spiritualist absorbing spiritual energy, illustrating the fundamental process of cultivation, which involves continuously drawing in the spiritual energies of the universe to refine one's spiritual roots. Yet, this seemingly basic stage has confounded countless individuals. Many spend their entire lives only to remain as low-level spiritualists. Chu Xiao listened intently, his eyes shimmering with a thirst for knowledge. He furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his curiosity. Sect leader, what mysteries lie beyond the realm of the spiritualist? Duan's gaze met his, a flash of admiration crossing her features. Before she continued, beyond the spiritualist is the spiritual body realm. As she spoke, the screen transitioned once more, revealing a spiritualist enveloped in spiritual energy, their body contorting in apparent agony. Entering the spiritual body realm signifies a qualitative transformation of the body through the continual refinement of spiritual power. Not only does physical prowess significantly enhance, but one also acquires unique abilities. Concurrently, the soul is nourished by spiritual energy, fortifying one's mental resilience. On the arduous journey of spiritual cultivation, upon reaching the spiritual soul realm, a new opportunity unfolds. At that juncture, one can forge a covenant with spiritual beasts, taming these sentient beings to become loyal companions. They not only fight alongside you in battle, but also assist in your cultivation endeavors. Imagining such wondrous transformations ignited a fervor within Chu Xiao, and he felt an overwhelming eagerness to embark on the path of cultivation. Observing his enthusiasm, Sect Leader Duan smiled gently and continued. Once you attain perfection in the spiritual body realm, you will enter the spiritual soul realm. The screen then displayed a scene of a soul separating from the body, ethereal yet pulsing with powerful energy. Within the spiritual soul realm, the potency of the soul is further amplified. One can detach the soul from the body and imbue objects with spiritual essence, enhancing their sensitivity to spiritual power. Chu Xiao was entranced by these revelations, yet the sect leader's next words brought him back to a state of composure. As for the spiritual deity realm and the primal unity realm, it is still too early for you to concern yourself with these stages. These realms represent the pinnacle of spiritual cultivation, and their intricacies are beyond your current comprehension. As Sect Leader Duan withdrew her spiritual energy, the screen gradually faded, and she stood, her gaze softening as she regarded Chu Xiao. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. You must tread with diligence, taking each step firmly. Chu Xiao nodded earnestly, his eyes filled with determination. Thank you for your guidance, Sect Leader. I shall not disappoint your expectations. She gracefully rose and approached a nearby spiritual crystal platform, tapping her fingertip to illuminate a crystal that projected an image of a bustling medicinal field. This is the alchemy sect, the foundation of our sect. The disciples here diligently care for various spiritual herbs, intimately familiar with the characteristics and maturation cycles of each plant. From harvesting and drying to refining and finally forming elixirs, every step is intricately observed. A high-quality elixir not only aids in healing but also assists practitioners in breaking through critical cultivation bottlenecks. Gazing at the busy disciples and the elixirs radiating otherworldly light, Chu Xiao couldn't help but express his astonishment. Subsequently, Sect Leader Duan manipulated the crystal once more, the scene shifting to a bustling forge. This is the equipment sect, the skilled artisans who craft formidable weapons. Whether it be small spiritual orbs that aid in cultivation or powerful flying artifacts, they all originate from their hands. They possess profound knowledge of various spiritual materials, skillfully merging different attributes and inscribing unique spiritual patterns to endow the artifacts with immense power. A fine spiritual weapon can significantly enhance a practitioner's prowess in battle. Chu Xiao gazed at the luminous artifacts displayed in the image, his heart brimming with aspiration. Finally, the crystal revealed scenes of disciples from the spiritual cultivation sect, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, some casting spells while others engaged in deep meditation. The Spiritual Cultivation sect focuses entirely on the mastery of spiritual energy. Sect leader Duan's expression turned solemn as she stated, they pursue the ultimate control over spiritual energy, beginning from the absorption of the world's spiritual energy into their bodies, to the refinement of that energy, and ultimately communicating with the laws of the universe through spiritual power. Each elevation in rank is accompanied by a significant leap in strength. Chapter 15. Entering the Huling Sect. 3. The gaze of Sect Master Duan scrutinized Chu Xiao, and suddenly, she spoke. Her voice, though gentle, struck like a thunderbolt. You are a Wushu, are you not? Chu Xiao's body trembled violently. His hands instinctively clenched the corners of his robe, knuckles turning white. After a moment of silence, he responded softly, yes. That voice carried a hint of uncontainable desolation and self-doubt. Sect Master Duan let out a faint sigh, her beautiful eyes gazing out at the mist beyond the hall. Her thoughts drifting far away. To be born without a spiritual root is an exceedingly rare constitution, and my knowledge on the matter is quite limited. I once perused ancient texts that recorded that if a Wushu could defy the heavens and reforge their spiritual root, perhaps they could harness the power of spiritual beasts. Yet, how to achieve this remains unspecified in those ancient tomes. Chu Xiao raised his gaze, a flicker of faint hope igniting in his eyes, only to dim again as he softly asked, Sect Master, is there truly a way to cultivate a spiritual root? Sect Master Duan withdrew her gaze and looked at Chu Xiao, her eyes filled with reassurance. Though the path ahead is uncertain, it is not devoid of possibility. In this world, there exist many hidden opportunities. As she spoke, she took a couple of steps forward and gently patted Chu Xiao's shoulder, adding, but do not be overly anxious. Even if the path of spiritual cultivation is obstructed, I see that you possess a meticulous mind and some innate talent for pharmacology. Dedicate yourself to the alchemical arts, and you shall surely shine brightly in the future. Chu Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions within him, and bowed deeply to Sect Master Duan, his voice firm and resolute. Thank you for your guidance, Sect Master. I shall not disappoint your expectations. No matter which path I take, I will devote myself wholeheartedly. Sect Master Duan called out, Decheng, come here. No sooner had her voice faded than a tall young man swiftly entered the grand hall. His handsome features were marked by a respectful demeanor as he knelt on one knee. Disciple at your service, Master. What is your command? Sect Master Duan pointed towards Chu Xiao, saying, this is the newcomer, Chu Xiao. He will be your junior brother from now on. Please arrange his training and take care to guide him well. Brother Decheng quickly rose, his gaze gentle as he looked at Chu Xiao, responding, yes, Master. Junior brother. Please follow me. The two walked side by side out of the grand hall. Brother Yichun, wearing a warm smile, broke the silence first. Junior brother. As you have just arrived, you may be unfamiliar with our alchemical sect. We are primarily divided into the Herb Hall and the Pill Hall. The Herb Hall is responsible for storing and cultivating spiritual herbs, while the Pill Hall is where elixirs are refined. Since you seem less acquainted with alchemy, I will first take you to the Herb Hall for a familiarization. Chu Xiao nodded eagerly, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, brother. As they walked, Chu Xiao curiously gazed around. The air within the sect was suffused with spiritual energy, and the disciples passing by either carried herb baskets or held alchemical furnaces. Their expressions hurried, yet imbued with focus. Soon, they arrived at a spacious courtyard surrounded by lush medicinal fields, the air fragrant with a fresh and complex aroma of herbs. Junior brother, this is the Herb Hall, Brother Decheng gestured proudly. Upon entering the herb garden, the first sight that greeted them was the neatly arranged medicinal fields. Each row had been meticulously watered with spiritual energy, and spirit crystals, which emitted a faint glow, adorned the edges of the fields to regulate the spiritual energy concentration and humidity of the soil. The herbs within displayed various forms. Some had broad leaves like fans, gently swaying in the breeze, shimmering with a warm luster. Others were compact and low, bursting with vibrant flowers. Their petals adorned with glistening dewdrops. Those were spirit dew containing spiritual energy, emitting a soft halo with the slightest movement. As Chu Xiao approached a spiritual herb that glimmered faintly, he noticed the clear veins on its leaves displaying peculiar patterns, seemingly with spiritual energy coursing through them like a tiny spiritual spring. Brother, what kind of spiritual herb is this? He could not help but inquire. Brother Yang Decheng leaned in to take a closer look and smiled as he explained, this is star pattern grass, a key material for refining gathering chi pills. It has extremely high requirements for its growing environment. Not only does it need nourishment from specific frequencies of spiritual energy, but it must also receive the blessing of spirit dew at specific times each day for the star patterns to manifest and exhibit optimal medicinal effects. You see, the intricate patterns on its leaves are the star patterns. The clearer and more complex they are, the higher the quality of this star pattern grass. As they continued further, Chu Xiao beheld a cluster of towering medicinal trees, their branches intertwining like a green canopy overhead. The trunks of these trees were adorned with mysterious runes. Brother Yichun explained, these are spirit protection runes, which prevent the medicinal trees from pest infestations and malevolent spirits. Beneath the trees, some climbing medicinal vines entwined with one another, their tips adorned with delicate fruits that jingled softly, as if performing a unique symphony. In a quiet corner of the herb garden, there lay a tranquil body of water, its surface dotted with blue glowing lotus flowers. These were cold jade lotuses, essential materials for refining ice spirit pills. The waters where they grew were encompassed by a special spiritual energy array, maintaining a constant low temperature, ensuring that the cold jade lotuses thrived in their ideal growing conditions. Following a winding pebble path, obscured by dense herbs, Brother Yichun guided Chu Xiao closer to a small cottage enveloped in a hazy glow. The surroundings were eerily quiet, the only sound being the soft rustling of the herbs as the gentle breeze passed through. The cottage was wrapped in layers of peculiar blue vines, unlike ordinary plants. They emitted a soft blue light, with fine silver hairs shimmering under the sunlight. As they approached, one could hear a faint murmur, as if the vines were whispering to themselves. The wooden door stood half open, a strange colorful light seeping through the gap, reminiscent of a trapped spirit struggling to break free. Beside the door hung a string of dried, unknown fruits, their twisted shapes producing a crisp yet bizarre sound when the wind blew, as if both warning and beckoning. Brother Decheng hesitated for a moment before gently knocking on the door, respectfully stating, "Elder Yao, how have you been lately?" Chapter 16. The Elder of Medicine. After a considerable time, the door creaked open, its sound sharp and jarring, reminiscent of a dilapidated bellows gasping for breath. An elderly man appeared at the threshold. His figure was stooped, yet his back stood straight, exuding an inherent resilience. The wrinkles on his face resembled interwoven ravines, concealing countless untold stories. His eyes were like profound, still waters, calm, yet seemingly capable of perceiving all, making it difficult for one to meet his gaze. His hair, a cascade of silver, was carelessly tied back, while a few wisps of beard swayed gently in the breeze. He wore a coarse, faded robe that, though washed and somewhat bleached, remained tidy, with the hem dusted with traces of earth, a clear indication of his long companionship with medicinal fields. Strangely, mysterious runes flickered faintly around his wrists, appearing and disappearing with his movements, exuding an inexplicable aura of enigma. "Ah, it is Decheng. Come in, come in." The elder's voice resonated, deep and rich, shattering the momentary silence. His gaze fell upon Chu Xiao, his eyes seeming to penetrate the very soul, causing a shiver to run through Chu Xiao. Decheng, the senior brother, promptly stepped aside, allowing Chu Xiao to step forward, saying, "Elder, this is our new junior brother, Chu Xiao, who has just arrived at our alchemy sect. I brought him here to familiarize himself, and our first stop is your esteemed presence. Elder, how have you been of late?" The corners of the elder's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a knowing smile. "I am well indeed. Each day spent tending to these precious herbs brings me a sense of fulfillment." Chu Xiao cast a casual glance around the room. The air was thick with a pungent, almost overwhelming scent of medicinal herbs, mingled with the musty odor of decay. Against the wall stood several rows of bookshelves, laden with various ancient texts and herbal compendiums. Some corners worn and pages yellowed and brittle, clearly having been perused countless times. The shelves also displayed an array of peculiar containers, each teeming with bizarrely shaped herbs, some emitting an eerie glow, others moving sluggishly. On the table lay several freshly harvested herbs alongside intricate tools, such as a stone mortar for grinding, slender tweezers, and sharp knives. In one corner rested an ancient wooden box, adorned with strange carvings, its lid tightly shut, concealing secrets within. "Greetings, Elder. I am Chu Xiao, of the Cloud Sky, here specifically to cultivate my skills at the alchemy sect," Chu Xiao said with utmost respect. The elder's expression shifted, momentarily taken aback. "The alchemy hall is a place of cultivation? Who informed you of this? Why not seek the spiritual cultivation sect? What brings you to our alchemy sect?" "We are not a place for cultivation." Chu Xiao's demeanor faltered, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. "Well, I am a wushu, lacking spiritual roots, hence unable to cultivate." "What?" The elder's reaction was akin to a thunderclap, his body jolting, as if struck. His eyes, previously wide, now expanded further in shock and disbelief. His jaw nearly dropped, mouth agape, momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, the elder regained his voice. "A wushu? You claim to be a wushu?" he exclaimed, instinctively taking a large step forward, hands bracing against the table's edge, leaning closer as if drawn to Chu Xiao, his gaze fixed intently upon him. "I have traversed this world for much of my life, and I have only heard tales of wuxes through fragmented ancient texts and oral traditions of my ancestors. I always believed them to be mere ethereal myths, unworthy of credence." He continued, pacing slowly around Chu Xiao, his eyes unwaveringly locked onto him. "To think, in my lifetime, I would encounter a genuine wushu." The elder grasped Chu Xiao's wrist, his gnarled fingers resembling an eagle's talon, imbued with an irresistible force. He summoned spiritual energy to meticulously probe Chu Xiao's meridians, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. After a lengthy pause, he released his grip, an expression of complexity washing over his face as he sighed. Indeed, you possess no spiritual roots. It seems the legend of the Wushu holds truth. At that moment, the jade pendant around Chu Shao's neck slipped out, radiating a soft luster in the sunlight. The elder's attention was instantly captured, his pupils constricting as if witnessing a marvel. The mysterious patterns etched upon the pendant seemed familiar, yet eluded his memory. He stared intently at the pendant, lips parted as if to inquire, yet he refrained. After a considerable time, the elder shifted his gaze, his expression returning to calm, though his heart was tumultuous. Come, child, take a seat. The elder beckoned Chu Shao to a nearby wooden stool, while he leisurely approached the bookshelf, his eyes scanning the shelves as though searching for something significant. Moments later, he retrieved a somewhat yellowed herbal compendium from among the many ancient tomes. The cover bore no inscriptions, appearing utterly unremarkable. The elder handed the compendium to Chu Shao, saying, "Since you have arrived at the alchemy sect, you must first familiarize yourself with these treasures. Although this compendium is not an extraordinary tome, it contains the characteristics and effects of our commonly used herbs. Take it and study it well." As Chu Shao accepted the compendium, he immediately sensed a faint pulse of spiritual energy, startling him. He looked up at the elder, who merely smiled, offering no further explanation. The elder then gestured toward the herb fields outside, a flicker of unusual light passing through his eyes. Merely reading is insufficient. Practical experience is essential. These herbs possess their own spirits. You must strive to feel and understand their natures to effectively utilize them in alchemy. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek my counsel, though some answers you must pursue independently. With that, the elder cast a meaningful glance at Chu Shao, as if implying something deeper. De Chung, standing nearby, added with a grin, "Elder is a living dictionary of our alchemy sect, possessing unparalleled knowledge of herbs. With his guidance, you shall acquire substantial skills." Chu Shao nodded earnestly, his mind swirling with questions and anticipation. He realized that his journey of cultivation at the alchemy sect had truly commenced from that very moment. And this enigmatic elder before him might become the most significant variable on his path. Chapter 17. The first encounter with Lu Yao. After a brief moment, the elder healer slowly began to speak. The art of alchemy is by no means a simple endeavor. It requires not only a profound understanding of the properties of various herbs, but also an extraordinary level of patience and insight. Even those with spiritual roots must exert considerable effort to learn the craft. Are you certain you can endure this? Indeed, Grandfather Yao, the youth replied, his voice clear yet imbued with an unwavering determination. I fear not the hardships. His fists clenched slightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. Acknowledging the loss of his former talents, he nonetheless yearned for a fresh start. The fervent light in his dark eyes reflected both his aspirations for the future and his resilience in the face of adversity. Grandfather Yao raised his gaze, his weathered face softened by a gentle smile, yet his eyes remained as sharp as an eagle's, seemingly piercing through the boy's resolve. After a long pause, he nodded slightly, his aged voice breaking the silence, then commenced with the most fundamental tasks. Begin as a humble apprentice in the pharmacy. However, do not underestimate this role. The duties are laborious, from organizing herbs to maintaining the cleanliness of the premises. Should you persist for a month, I will consider formally imparting the art of alchemy to you. Upon hearing this, Chu Shao felt a surge of joy and quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Grandfather Yao. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Suddenly, a cheerful voice, as melodious as silver bells, rang out. Grandfather Yao, I've come to see you. Following this, a flurry of light footsteps approached, and a girl dressed in a delicate pink gown flitted into the room like a butterfly in spring. Her high ponytail was tied with playful precision, her hair dark and lustrous, akin to fine silk, swaying gently with her movements, while a few loose strands framed her porcelain face, accentuating her youthful beauty. Grandfather Yao, upon noticing the unexpected guest, did not display anger. Instead, a warm smile spread across his face as he greeted her. Ah, it's you again, my dear. The girl playfully stuck out her pink tongue, resembling a mischievous little fox, before her curious gaze landed on Chu Shao. Who is this, Grandfather Yao? She inquired. The elder healer stroked his beard lightly, smiling as he introduced. He is new, having just joined the pharmacy today. His name is Chu Shao. You may call him Brother Shao. From now on, he will be your companion. The girl blinked her large, sparkling eyes, scrutinizing Chu Shao from head to toe. After a considerable pause, she furrowed her delicate brows, filled with confusion. Why do you carry the scent of a spirit beast? You wouldn't happen to be a transformed spirit beast, would you? Chu Shao felt his face flush, embarrassment washing over him as he quickly waved his hands in denial. Ah, no, I am not a spirit beast. Tilting her head, she circled around him while muttering to herself. No, if you have no spiritual power or roots, then you certainly cannot be a spirit beast. How peculiar. Chu Shao felt utterly flustered by the girl's barrage of questions, his expression a blend of amusement and exasperation, standing there unsure of how to respond. Observing this scene, Grandfather Yao chuckled. All right, My dear, enough of the playfulness. Why don't you show him to his accommodations? Upon hearing this, the girl instantly perked up, grabbing Chu Xiao's arm with enthusiasm. Brother Xiao, come with me. I'll take you to a wonderful place. Without waiting for his consent, she tugged him along toward the back of the pharmacy. They traversed a winding corridor adorned with lush green vines, dotted with small flowers peeking through the leaves. Soon, they arrived at a serene little courtyard. Here we are, she exclaimed, releasing his arm and bouncing toward the gate. This will be your residence from now on. Do not be fooled by its unassuming appearance. It is tranquil and comfortable. As Chu Xiao stepped into the courtyard, he beheld a flourishing osmanthus tree at its center. Dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting golden patches upon the ground. In one corner stood a stone table and bench, accompanied by a small flower bed brimming with unknown blooms, exuding a faint fragrance. Thank you, Chu Xiao expressed, warmth blossoming in his heart. The girl waved her hand, her large eyes sparkling mischievously. Brother Xiao, you haven't told me why you lack spiritual power and roots, yet carry the scent of a spirit beast. With a resigned smile, Chu Xiao replied, I am a Wuxiu, inherently devoid of spiritual roots. As for the spirit beast scent, I cannot say. Perhaps it is because I do not belong to this realm. By the way, I do not yet know your name. I am Li Yao. You can call me Yao Yao, she replied, flashing a smile that revealed her little tiger teeth. Those sharp little incisors added an innocent charm to her already lively face, hinting at her playful nature. Seeing her pure smile, Chu Xiao could not help but smile back, responding, All right, Yao Yao. Yao Yao led Chu Xiao around the courtyard, enthusiastically detailing every delightful aspect. From the most vibrant flower in the flower bed to the unique patterns on the stone bench. After her detailed tour, she suddenly slapped her forehead, exclaiming, Oh dear. I almost forgot. I have a treasure to show you. With that, she darted back to her room. Moments later, Yao Yao returned, carefully cradling an ancient wooden box in her hands. She gently placed it on the stone table, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she said, Brother Xiao, do not underestimate this box. It contains something truly precious. Curious, Chu Xiao leaned in closer as Yao Yao cautiously opened the box, revealing a crystalline little herb that glimmered softly, with droplets of dew resembling pearls resting on its leaves, refracting a spectrum of colors in the sunlight. This is the Qiling herb. It can aid one in condensing spiritual power. Since you lack spiritual energy, perhaps consuming this herb will be of assistance, Yao Yao said earnestly, concern evident in her eyes. Chu Xiao, taken aback, shook his head vehemently, his face reflecting astonishment and refusal. No, this is far too precious. I cannot accept this. Such a rare spiritual herb must have been hard to acquire. And how could he accept such a generous gift? His tone was resolute as he stepped back, as if the Qiling herb were a searing flame, not to be touched lightly. Oh, just take it, Yao Yao insisted, stamping her foot in frustration. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she grinned. I have plenty of these spiritual herbs. Each time I visit Grandfather Yao, I gather a large handful to use as potted plants. It's not that special to me. As she spoke, she gestured dramatically, attempting to convince Chu Xiao that the herb was not of great significance to her. Seeing Yao Yao's earnest, yet whimsical demeanor, Chu Xiao felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, shaking his head in resignation while his heart brimmed with gratitude for her unexpected kindness. You are truly insistent. Aren't you? Very well, I shall accept it, and should the opportunity arise, I promise to repay your kindness in the future. He extended his hands, solemnly accepting the wooden box from Yao Yao, as if receiving a heavy token of trust. Upon seeing Chu Xiao accept her gift, Yao Yao's face lit up with a radiant smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons. All right. No need to mention repayment. As long as I can help Brother Xiao, that is enough. Quickly consume it and see if it works. With that, she urged Chu Xiao to open the box, her heart brimming with eager anticipation. Chapter 18. The Art of Alchemy. Chu Xiao slowly opened the ancient box, and in an instant, a gentle glow emanated from within. There floated a spirit herb, its entire body glistening, with star-like patterns flickering through its veins, suspended in midair. Surrounding the herb, tendrils of spiritual energy coiled like playful serpents, exuding an intoxicating aura. Hurry and eat it, Brother Xiao. Let us see if it can help you, Yao Yao urged eagerly, her eyes filled with anticipation and concern. Chu Xiao took a deep breath, nodded heavily, and steadied himself as he grasped the spirit herb, tilting his head back to swallow it whole. In that moment, a surge of warmth coursed down his throat, swiftly spreading through his limbs. He felt a comforting heat enveloping his entire being, every inch of skin and every single cell rejoicing in an indescribable sense of bliss. Simultaneously, the once tranquil spiritual energy in the medicinal field seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, surging towards Chu Xiao like a tidal wave from all directions. He sensed a wisp of ethereal energy quietly penetrating his dantian, slowly swirling within the long-abandoned sea of qi, gathering momentum. His heart raced with hope as he gazed at this wisp of energy, as if it were a glimmer of light shattering the shackles of the formless. However, just as quickly as it came, the gathered energy vanished like a fleeting dream, leaving no trace behind. The Dantian returned to its former stillness, devoid of any signs of spiritual roots forming. Chu Xiao wavered slightly, the light in his eyes dimming, disappointment flooding over him like a tidal wave. He slowly raised his head to gaze at the azure sky, his heart a tumult of emotions. It seems that the formless really struggle to begin their cultivation. He murmured, his voice laced with bitterness and helplessness. Brother Xiao, don't lose heart. There will surely be a way. The girl stepped forward, grasping Chu Xiao's arm tightly, her eyes sparkling with determination, attempting to offer him warmth and encouragement through her own strength. Chu Xiao forced a smile, gently ruffling Linger's hair. It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it. One day, I will cultivate my own spiritual roots. Yes, I believe in you, Brother Xiao. You will definitely cultivate your roots. Thus began Chu Xiao's formal tenure as a menial worker in the apothecary. Each day, he traversed between rows of shelves and spirit herb gardens. Though the tasks were mundane and tedious, he remained unperturbed. Throughout this extended period, Yao Yao was like a warm ray of light, always by Chu Xiao's side. In his leisure moments, Chu Xiao would regale Yao Yao with tales of life on Earth. The towering skyscrapers, bustling streets, and diverse array of people and marvelous inventions captivated her. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and yearning as she tugged at Chu Xiao's sleeve, exclaiming, Brother Xiao, when the opportunity arises, you must take me to Earth. I long to see those wondrous things you speak of. Seeing her innocent and lively demeanor, Chu Xiao couldn't help but smile and nod. With this delightful companion, what was once a monotonous existence became vibrant and full of charm. As the days passed in the company of spirit herbs, Chu Xiao gradually discerned a remarkable pattern. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight gently illuminated the apothecary, the spirit herbs awakened like ethereal sprites, their spiritual energy radiating abundantly, reaching their peak state. Immersed in this atmosphere, Chu Xiao felt enveloped by a soothing force. As time went on, he joyfully noticed subtle changes in his body. His bones grew stronger, his muscles filled with vigor, and his physical resilience steadily improved without him even realizing it. Even more exhilarating was a moment during one dawn's meditation when he faintly sensed the flow of spiritual energy within him. That wisp of energy, like a spark in the dark, ignited a glimmer of hope in his heart. He understood that this could be the key to liberating himself from his formless predicament. From that day forth, regardless of the biting cold or scorching heat, at the break of dawn, Chu Xiao could always be found diligently practicing in the apothecary. He immersed himself in this hard-won cultivation experience, eagerly awaiting the day he would emerge transformed. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. This morning, as usual, Chu Xiao focused intently on his practice in the small courtyard behind the apothecary. The warm light of dawn filtered through the mottled leaves, casting a gentle glow on his resolute face. His aura was calm as he delved into the profound realm of meditation, striving to recapture the elusive flow of energy within him. Suddenly, a sweet, bell-like voice shattered the tranquility. Brother Xiao, are you practicing again? Chu Xiao slowly opened his eyes, and the focus instantly transformed into a gentle smile as he looked at the newcomer. There stood Lu Yao, bounding towards him like a lively fawn, her cheeks slightly flushed, strands of hair damp with sweat playfully sticking to her fair skin. Brother Xiao, today the elder wants us to learn alchemy. Hurry and get ready. We must go to Grandpa Yao now, she exclaimed, grabbing Chu Xiao's arm and gently shaking it, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chu Xiao's lips curled into a smile as he nodded indulgently, brushing off the dust from his clothes. All right, let's go. We can't keep the elder and Grandpa Yao waiting. The two walked side by side towards the main hall of the apothecary, with Lu Yao chattering excitedly about her expectations for the alchemy session, while Chu Xiao patiently listened, occasionally responding with a few words. Upon entering the grand hall of the apothecary, they were greeted by a serene and dignified atmosphere, permeated with a subtle fragrance of herbs. Elder Yao and the elder had been waiting for them. Upon seeing their arrival, Elder Yao nodded slightly. A glimmer of expectation nestled within the wrinkles of his face. Elder Yao raised his hand, gripping his cane, and addressed the elder. Today, please impart the art of alchemy to these two. His voice, though tinged with age, was steady and powerful. Turning to Chu Xiao, he spoke earnestly. Child, ensure that you learn diligently. Mastering the art of alchemy will greatly benefit you. Not only will you gain the support of powerful allies, but a high-level alchemist is a rare treasure. And what about me, Grandpa Yao? Lu Yao chimed in, her big, watery eyes sparkling playfully as she teased. Elder Yao chuckled at her mischievousness, gently tapping her forehead. You little imp, always trying to jest with me. If you wish to learn, then learn. How could I possibly exclude you? Chu Xiao was taken aback. What status did this girl hold to speak so freely with Elder Yao? Before he could ponder further, the elder stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over Chu Xiao and Lu Yao, his expression serious. The path of alchemy is arduous and lengthy. It requires ample patience and insight. Are you two prepared? Chu Xiao's demeanor turned solemn, and with clasped hands, he respectfully replied, I am prepared and will give it my all. Lu Yao also shed her playful demeanor, nodding earnestly. I am ready too. Chapter 19. The beast flame. The elder's expression turned solemn as he spoke with a resonant voice. Listen carefully. The division of alchemists is rigorous, classified from low to high as mortal, spirit, saint, emperor, and celestial. A mortal alchemist possesses merely a rudimentary understanding of common spiritual materials and can concoct basic elixirs. In contrast, a spirit alchemist delves deeper into the characteristics and interactions of various spiritual materials, skillfully selecting compatible ingredients for alchemy, and even unearthing the latent potential of rare materials. They can produce elixirs with unique effects, whose potency is greater and longer lasting, and may bestow distinctive attributes, such as concealing one's aura or temporarily enhancing specific talents. Additionally, their control over the temperature and timing during the concoction process is precise, effectively preventing flaws in the elixirs. Their soul power reaches the spirit realm, granting them heightened flexibility and perceptiveness, enabling them to better control the fusion of medicinal properties and to detect subtle changes during the preparation, allowing for necessary adjustments. And they may even begin to grasp some simple soul techniques. Furthermore, beyond foundational alchemical knowledge, they possess a profound understanding of the growth environments of spiritual materials, the opportune moments for harvesting, and the variances among materials from different regions. As for the saint alchemists, they are nearly omniscient concerning the properties of all spiritual materials, capable of perfectly merging various rare ingredients and performing deep modifications to enhance their quality. They can concoct rare and powerful elixirs, often possessing miraculous effects that can alter a practitioner's constitution or help them break through cultivation bottlenecks. Their mastery over the quality and grade of elixirs is exceedingly high, allowing them to produce elixirs approaching or even reaching the 8th tier. Their soul power is formidable, hovering around the heavenly realm, enabling them to precisely control medicinal effects and significantly influence the quality of elixirs. They can adeptly wield advanced soul techniques, playing a pivotal role in both alchemy and combat. Within the alchemical community, saint alchemists command immense respect, often participating in high-level exchanges, establishing industry standards, or mentoring promising junior alchemists. The emperor alchemists possess the ability to perceive the spiritual essence of the world, crafting elixirs infused with mysterious powers. The celestial alchemists, however, are legendary figures, said to resonate with the cosmos, able to concoct miraculous medicines that can reverse life and death and reshape the very fabric of existence. Upon concluding his exposition, the elder raised his hand, and a dazzling saint badge appeared in his palm. The badge, circular in form, was crafted from a mysterious metal exuding a lustrous sheen, its texture hard and imbued with a subtle chill. The front bore an intricately carved image of a lively alchemical furnace, surrounded by swirling patterns of vibrant flames, their golden hue suggesting they were poised to leap forth at any moment. Above the furnace hovered 3 radiant stars, symbolizing the elevated status of a saint alchemist. The edges of the badge were meticulously adorned with a ring of fine runes, glowing with a pale blue light, emanating an ancient and powerful aura. Chu Xiao and Lu Yao gazed at the badge with envy in their eyes. The elder smiled slightly, stowed the badge away, and began imparting fundamental alchemical knowledge. After securing the badge, he waved his hand gently, and several luminescent spiritual materials along with an ancient, hefty alchemical furnace settled firmly upon the table. The furnace was covered in peculiar runes, its lid quivering slightly, as if imbued with a mysterious force, exuding an air of antiquity and profundity. The lesson then transitioned into the practical application of alchemy. The elder's expression grew focused as he picked up a verdant spiritual herb, its leaf edges shimmering with minute glimmers, and stated, "The first step in alchemy is purifying the spiritual materials. Most materials contain impurities that can adversely affect the quality of the elixirs. You must envelop the materials with your spiritual power and gently strip away the impurities." As he spoke, a rich aura of spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips, wrapping around the herb like fine threads. The impurities hidden within the herb's veins seemed to be drawn away by an invisible force, and soon, black fragments began to fall away, leaving the herb more lustrous and translucent than before. Next came the fusion of materials. Different spiritual materials possess unique properties, making the order of integration and the control of fire crucial. The primary material is placed into the furnace first, where it is heated using the gentle fire technique until it transforms into a spiritual liquid, followed by the sequential addition of auxiliary materials. The elder demonstrated as he spoke, quickly forming hand seals, causing a pale blue flame to rise within the furnace, accompanied by a low, rumbling sound. As the temperature escalated, the primary material gradually softened and liquefied, ultimately becoming a vibrant green liquid, with shimmering bubbles occasionally breaking the surface. The elder then took another spiritual material, exuding a chilling aura. As it approached the furnace, a thin layer of frost formed around its edges. He carefully placed it into the furnace, continuously adjusting the size of the flames and the output of spiritual energy with intricate hand gestures. During this fusion process, one must utilize their soul power to perceive the changes in the spiritual liquid. Upon reaching the saint tier, one's soul power becomes potent, allowing for a heightened sensitivity to the subtle responses of the liquid. If any conflicts arise, immediate adjustments to the flow of spiritual energy and temperature can be made. For instance, this wind spirit leaf will produce a repulsion when added, necessitating the use of soul power to soothe it, guiding it to harmonize with the primary liquid. The elder explained. With his eyes slightly closed, a mysterious rune began to materialize on his forehead, and a faint wisp of soul energy emanated from the rune, gently enveloping the wind spirit leaf. The once tumultuous leaf began to settle, slowly merging with the primary liquid. The final step is the formation of the elixir. Once the spiritual liquids are perfectly fused, one must compress the spiritual energy and lower the temperature to consolidate the liquid into pill form. At this stage, maintaining the stability of the spiritual energy within the furnace through one's soul power is paramount. A single misstep could result in the destruction of the elixir. The elder's voice was deep and commanding as his hands moved rapidly, executing complex seals. The flames within the furnace gradually diminished, and the liquid began to swirl and coalesce, slowly forming a rounded elixir, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of hues. Chu Xiao and Lu Yao were completely engrossed in the elder's every action, their eyes brimming with aspiration for the art of alchemy. The elder, observing them, remarked, "The theory is easy to comprehend, yet practice is challenging. You must practice diligently to master the intricacies." In the spiritual realm, flames symbolize the power and status of an alchemist, serving as the key to concocting high-tier elixirs. When an alchemist attains the spirit tier, they embark on the quest for fire, a journey fraught with challenges and opportunities. As the elder spoke, his expression shifted slightly, and he raised his right hand, revealing a swirling orb of orange-red flames, his beast flame. This flame danced and surged, its surface adorned with peculiar patterns, exuding an aura of ferocity, a gift from a formidable blazing maned beast, obtained through perilous trials. This flame has accompanied me for many years, aiding me in the creation of numerous high-tier elixirs. The elder mused gently, his gaze softened as he regarded the flame. As you embark on your journey for fire, exercise utmost caution. This flame is not only a powerful ally in alchemy, but also a formidable support on your path of cultivation. Chapter 20. Tranquil Heart Pill. In the bustling marketplace of the spirit realm, a vibrant hub of trade, rare flames occasionally surface for sale. These flames are encased within specially designed jade vials or spirit crystals, inscribed with runes to suppress their volatile power. Among them is the Nightshade Flame, which emits a faint glow and burns silently, stealthily elevating temperatures and refining spiritual materials without notice. Another is the Illusory Flame, which dazzles with a spectrum of colors, ensnaring the mind and disrupting alchemical processes. Yet its unique properties can endow pills with wondrous transformative effects, enhancing their concealment and deception attributes. However, the prices of these extraordinary flames are exorbitant, requiring not only vast amounts of spirit crystals, but also connections and fortuity, often preemptively claimed by formidable factions, making them unattainable for ordinary spirit-grade alchemists. Many powerful beasts harbor beast flames within them, rivaling the potency of naturally occurring extraordinary flames. For instance, the Crimson Scale Fire Python, dwelling in the fiery wastelands, is adorned with fiery red scales concealing the intense crimson flame, capable of instantly melting boulders. Harvesting beast flames is perilous. One must comprehend the beast's behavior, set traps, and weaken its power. In battle, alchemists must evade the beast's attacks while deftly channeling their spirit and soul power, extracting the beast flame with precision as the creature resists, ensnaring it within specially crafted spiritual tools for taming and refinement. A moment's carelessness may lead to being consumed by the beast flame, resulting in failure. Legendary spiritual flames lie concealed in the enigmatic corners of the spirit realm, possessing unimaginable power. The chaotic spirit flame, born from the primordial chaos, dwells within the interstices of time and space, where the surrounding area is tumultuous, and those who enter may be torn apart by the forces of time and space. The primordial purple flame is hidden at the heart of ancient ruins, guarded by formidable prohibitions. Within the ruins, traps abound and toxins are rampant, requiring the collection of specific treasures and the deciphering of ancient runes to dismantle the barriers. A single misstep may trigger lethal mechanisms, rendering all efforts futile. Should one succeed in acquiring a spiritual flame, the alchemist's prowess would undergo a monumental transformation, and the pills crafted would possess extraordinary efficacy, potentially altering the very trajectory of a practitioner's fate. Hence, flames are of utmost significance to alchemists, often determining the heights they may achieve in their craft. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao and Lu Yao were deeply moved. A fervent light flickered in Chu Xiao's eyes, his heart racing with excitement, his chest heaving as he clenched his fists, silently vowing to one day discover his own flame, shining brilliantly on the path of alchemy. In contrast, Lu Yao's lips curled into a playful smile as she waved her hand nonchalantly, her voice ringing like silver bells. "Don't worry, Brother Xiao. I'll gift you a super powerful flame someday, hee hee." Lu Yao tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with confidence. as if bestowing a mighty flame upon Chu Xiao were a trivial matter. Chu Xiao chuckled at Lu Yao's words, affectionately reaching out to gently ruffle her hair, her silky strands slipping through his fingers as he replied kindly, "Let's focus on cultivating spirit energy first. This is still a bit premature for me." The afternoon sun bathed them in warmth, outlining the youthful contours of their figures. After the elder's teachings concluded, Chu Xiao's gaze brimmed with a thirst for knowledge and eager anticipation. He cautiously received dozens of beginner medicinal materials from the elder, each exuding a delicate fragrance, embodying his expectations for his initial foray into alchemy. The elder regarded the spirited pair with concern and gradually entrusted them with a task to refine a basic tranquil heart pill within 3 days. Although it is a fundamental pill, it encompasses many intricacies. If you ponder deeply, you shall undoubtedly reap rewards. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao's chest swelled with confidence, a smile lighting up his face as he vigorously nodded, as if declaring his determination to the elder. Yet, in an instant, a flicker of worry crept into his heart. Instinctively, he tightened his fists, realizing he currently lacked spirit energy. How could he possibly refine pills? Nevertheless, the indomitable spirit within him blazed fiercely, and he resolutely gritted his teeth, determined to overcome the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, Lu Yao blinked her lively eyes, curiously examining the medicinal materials in her hands, occasionally bringing them to her nose for a sniff, her vivacious demeanor contrasting sharply with Chu Xiao's seriousness. She turned to Chu Xiao, gently patting his shoulder, her tone light. "Brother Xiao, don't be afraid. We'll figure it out together, and we will succeed." Thus, they returned to the alchemy hall side by side. The hall was suffused with a unique aroma, a blend of herbal scents and the warmth of fire, with rows of neatly arranged cabinets against the walls, housing various medicinal materials that seemed to whisper the tales of time in the dim light. Chu Xiao took a deep breath, calming his anxious heart, and began preparing to refine the tranquil heart pill alongside Lu Yao. Chu Xiao meticulously arranged the materials on the table, his gaze fixed on these embodiments of hope, striving to derive inspiration for alchemy from their textures and colors. Meanwhile, Lu Yao, like a nimble fairy, surrounded by swirling spirit energy, gently lifted a medicinal plant, her delicate fingertips emanating spirit energy that enveloped the material, effortlessly stripping away impurities. The entire process was fluid and unhurried. "Brother Xiao, purifying materials requires a steady hand and a keen eye. Ensure your spirit energy flows evenly," Lu Yao advised, her voice filled with concern. Chu Xiao inhaled deeply, attempting to channel his almost non-existent spirit energy, but upon contact with the materials, that feeble power flickered like a candle in the wind, nearly shattering the plant. His brows furrowed tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Noticing this, Lu Yao immediately set aside her own tasks and approached him, speaking softly, "Don't rush. Try to calm your mind and guide your spirit energy slowly." Under Lu Yao's patient guidance, Chu Xiao focused his breath and attempted repeatedly, finally succeeding in purifying several plants. As they reached the critical stage of merging the materials, Lu Yao moved gracefully, placing the purified ingredients into the alchemical furnace one by one. As spirit energy surged forth, the flames within the furnace behaved like a tamed beast, gently licking the materials and transforming them into spirit liquid, merging together and exuding an enticing fragrance. In contrast, Chu Xiao, devoid of spirit energy, could only utilize the ordinary flames from the furnace, striving to mimic Lu Yao's movements. Yet, the flames danced unpredictably, sometimes raging too fiercely or too weakly. The materials either burned or melted insufficiently, and the spirit liquid began to exhibit signs of solidifying. Anxious, Chu Xiao's hands trembled slightly. Feeling utterly at a loss, Lu Yao quickly extended her assistance, stabilizing the flames within Chu Xiao's furnace with her spirit energy while patiently instructing, "Brother Xiao, you must ensure the flames evenly envelop the materials and control the temperature." With Lu Yao's help, Chu Xiao gradually grasped some techniques, and the spirit liquid finally began to merge smoothly. As the pill coalesced, Lu Yao was wholly focused, her fingers flying through intricate gestures. The spirit liquid within the furnace swirled and condensed under the guidance of her spirit energy, ultimately forming a plump and luminous tranquil heart pill, its surface radiating a gentle sheen, unmistakably of superior quality. Chapter 21. Step by step. Upon witnessing Yao Yao's successful alchemical endeavor, Chu Xiao was utterly astounded by her fluid techniques and precise control, pondering in his heart how remarkably proficient this woman was in the art of alchemy. Following the observation, a desire to experiment ignited within him, fueling a quest to uncover the mysteries of alchemy. Yao Yao, perceiving his intentions, generously offered him the remaining medicinal materials. Smiling as she encouraged, "Give it a try. Who knows, you might be pleasantly surprised." Chu Xiao solemnly accepted the materials, meticulously purifying them before inhaling deeply, a blend of tension and anticipation coursing through him as he cast the ingredients into the alchemical furnace, uncertain of the outcome of this inaugural attempt. As he placed the purified materials into the furnace, he steadied his mind, channeling his inner spiritual energy and cautiously controlling the flames beneath the cauldron. The flames danced under his guidance, sometimes roaring fiercely, other times flickering weakly, illuminating his focused visage. As time passed, a peculiar fragrance began to emanate from the furnace. Chu Xiao felt a surge of joy, believing all was proceeding smoothly. However, at that moment, the furnace suddenly trembled violently, and the flames began to spiral out of control. Alarmed, he quickly steadied his nerves and endeavored to adjust the output of his spiritual energy. Yet, the furnace seemed bewitched, quaking more violently, threatening to explode at any moment. Ultimately, with a resounding boom, the alchemical attempt was thwarted. Undeterred, Chu Xiao resolved to try again, this time exercising greater care and precision in managing the flames. Yet, after a brief period, the furnace began to tremble once more, reminiscent of the previous failure. Observing from the sidelines, Yao Yao furrowed her brow but refrained from intervening, instead keeping a keen watch on Chu Xiao to ascertain how he would respond. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, recalling every detail of Yao Yao's alchemical process, striving to identify the source of the problem. Suddenly, he realized that his impatience during the transition of heat had led to an imbalance in the medicinal properties. With swift determination, Chu Xiao gradually diminished the flames while infusing the furnace with a gentle stream of spiritual energy, attempting to stabilize the potency of the materials. In that tense moment, every second felt interminably long. At last, the tremors of the furnace subsided, and the flames returned to normalcy. Chu Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief, a weary smile gracing his face. After a considerable time had passed, a series of crisp sounds emerged from the furnace, indicating that the elixir was complete. Excitedly, he opened the cauldron to reveal several pills radiating a soft glow, though they paled in comparison to Yao Yao's flawless creations. They were nonetheless a commendable achievement for his first attempt. Yao Yao approached him, her eyes sparkling with approval. "Brother Xiao, you are remarkable. To succeed in crafting an elixir on your first try speaks volumes of your talent." Gazing at the pills in his hand, Chu Xiao was filled with a profound sense of accomplishment and silently resolved to delve deeper into the art of alchemy in the future. In the days that followed, Chu Xiao immersed himself entirely in the realm of alchemical practice. Each morning before dawn, he would arrive at the apothecary, meticulously selecting herbs and diligently grinding and mixing them. Li Yao was always there, patiently accompanying him and sharing her insights and experiences in alchemy, both of them exploring the secrets of the craft within that modest apothecary. A month swiftly passed amidst countless attempts and adjustments. Now, when faced with the alchemical furnace, Chu Xiao's gaze bore a newfound confidence and composure. He had acquired the ability to independently concoct some basic elixirs, with each step, from purifying the herbs to precise temperature control, flowing as seamlessly as water. To onlookers, it appeared that Chu Xiao had become deeply captivated by the art of alchemy, transforming into an indefatigable alchemical enthusiast. The apothecary often echoed with the explosive sounds of failed concoctions, and amidst the swirling smoke, Chu Xiao's figure flickered in and out of view. The aftermath of explosions left his clothing disheveled and his hair slightly charred, yet he calmly brushed off the soot without a hint of discouragement, immediately preparing for the next round of alchemy, as if the previous failures had never occurred. The following day, sunlight bathed the path of the alchemical sect in warmth as Shen Yichen hurriedly made his way through. He eagerly inquired of everyone he met, "Is Chu Xiao here?" Most of those questioned would look up, offering gentle smiles before replying, "Oh, he is in the apothecary crafting elixirs." After expressing his gratitude, Shen Yichen quickened his pace toward the apothecary. Before even entering, a faint herbal aroma and occasional soft sounds wafted into his nostrils and ears. Stepping into the apothecary, he beheld Chu Xiao bent over the alchemical furnace, deftly manipulating his spiritual energy to adjust the flames' size and temperature. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and several strands of hair, dampened by perspiration, clung to his cheek, yet he remained oblivious, his gaze fixated on the furnace as if it contained the entirety of the world. Shen Yichen exclaimed with excitement, "At last, I found you. I was nearly bored to death." His voice echoed throughout the apothecary. Hearing the commotion, Chu Xiao turned his head slightly, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, and smiled, raising a hand to signal Shen Yichen to wait a moment. After some time, once he completed his current task, he straightened up, exhaling a long breath. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he approached Shen Yichen, who immediately leaned in, his face a mask of complaint. "The deputy sect leader leaves me to figure everything out on my own. She appears and vanishes like a phantom, only occasionally offering guidance. Most of the time, I'm left without anyone to converse with." Chu Xiao chuckled teasingly, "Brother Shen, why not come and train with us at the alchemical sect? There is so much more enjoyment to be had here." Shen Yichen quickly shook his head vigorously, his features scrunching up in a rueful smile as he replied, "Not a chance. With my intellect, I'd likely drive myself mad before I even manage to concoct an elixir." Chu Xiao couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, his jovial voice resonating within the apothecary. As the laughter subsided, Shen Yichen suddenly leaned closer to Chu Xiao, a mysterious expression on his face, lowering his voice to say, "Hey, let me tell you something. Do you know about Yi Qingwan?" Without waiting for Chu Xiao's response, he continued, She came here and defeated the previous champion of our spirit cultivation sect right off the bat. Now she is the top among the newcomers. And she is the only disciple of the sect leader. As he spoke, admiration gleamed in Shen-Yichen's eyes, and he tilted his head slightly, as if lost in a delightful reverie. What is more, not only is she powerful, but she is also extraordinarily beautiful, like a celestial being stepped out of a painting, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. I feel as if I've fallen for her at first sight. Chu Xiao listened intently, the image of this celestial being becoming increasingly vivid in his mind, and he curiously asked, what is her personality like? Is she truly as aloof as you say? Shen-Yichen nodded vigorously, his eyes wide. Absolutely. After the competition, everyone gathered to congratulate her, and she merely nodded in acknowledgement, scarcely uttering a word. Her gaze radiated a sense of distance, making her seem all the more mysterious and enchanting. As he spoke, Shen-Yichen suddenly grasped Chu Xiao's arm, his face alight with anticipation. You must find a chance to visit our spirit cultivation sect. Experience it for yourself. I guarantee you will be captivated by her. Chu Xiao shook his head with a smile, exclaiming, I hardly have the leisure. I'm too busy with alchemy. Shen-Yichen pouted, persistently insisting. Just consider it a chance to accompany me. Who knows, you might gain some insights into your training. Chapter 22. The Fiery Kylan. After pondering for a moment, Chu Xiao resolved to accompany Shen-Yichen to visit the spirit cultivation sect, hoping to gain some inspiration for his own practice. As they conversed, the sound of footsteps approached from outside the apothecary hall. It was Lu Yao, who entered carrying freshly gathered herbs. Upon seeing Shen-Yichen, she paused briefly, then smiled politely and nodded. Shen-Yichen quickly greeted her, his gaze flitting back and forth between Lu Yao and Chu Xiao, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he seemed to speculate on the nature of their relationship. Lu Yao approached Chu Xiao, handing him the herbs with a soft voice. These were just picked. Their quality is excellent. See if they suit your needs. Chu Xiao accepted them, meticulously examining the herbs and engaging in a discussion with Lu Yao about their properties and applications in alchemy, leaving Shen-Yichen momentarily sidelined. After a brief wait, seeing their engrossed conversation, Shen-Yichen couldn't help but clear his throat and jest. Ah, it seems I've become an unwelcome third wheel. Only then did Chu Xiao realize, quickly smiling as he introduced them to each other. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao exclaimed, I want to go too. You mustn't, Apos. Leave me behind. Shen-Yichen chuckled and nodded. Let's all go together. It will be more lively. The three then set off towards the spirit cultivation sect. As they approached, they beheld ancient buildings shrouded in swirling mist. Upon reaching the entrance, they were halted by guards clad in spirit-patterned attire. Shen-Yichen stepped forward and presented a spirit token, and after verification, the guards respectfully allowed them entry. Once inside the sect, an array of peculiar spirit plants emitted a soft glow, while disciples of the sect moved about, focused on their respective practices. Lu Yao, filled with curiosity, glanced around, while Chu Xiao subtly absorbed the rich spiritual energy in the air, feeling an awakening sensation within himself. On the misty mountain path of the spirit cultivation sect, Lu Yao pranced like a joyful fawn, her eyes sparkling with wonder and excitement as she explored her surroundings. Chu Xiao, equally awestruck, gazed at the ethereal, glowing spirit plants floating in the distance, overwhelmed by the palpable spiritual energy surrounding them. As they walked steadily forward, Shen-Yichen patiently explained, this spirit cultivation sect has a rich heritage spanning 1,000 years. It is protected by an ancient spirit beast known as the Fiery Kylan. Born from the inferno at the dawn of creation, despite having but a single foot, it moves with the swiftness of a gale. Surrounded by raging flames capable of reducing all to ashes, it has long safeguarded our sect, serving as its guardian deity. The arena we are headed to is where the Fiery Kylan usually resides, and is also a vital venue for disciples to spar and hone their skills. Lu Yao's eyes widened with excitement as she grasped Chu Xiao's arm and shook it vigorously. Brother Xiao, we must witness this divine beast and the arena. It sounds absolutely magnificent. Chu Xiao smiled, a spark of anticipation lighting his features. Indeed, hearing Shen's description makes one eager to see it for oneself. As they ventured deeper, a grand structure loomed before them. The immense stone doors stood ajar, adorned with intricate, mysterious runes that pulsed with a gentle spiritual aura. Stepping inside the arena, they found a vast expanse of thick green stones, each meticulously polished, yet bearing faint traces of past battles. Surrounding them were circular stands that could accommodate many disciples as spectators. The railings of the stands were similarly engraved with spirit patterns, enhancing both their sturdiness and their ability to gather and protect spiritual energy during combat. At the center, upon a towering stone platform, the Fiery Kylan stood majestically. Its massive form was enveloped in blazing red flames. Each breath it took released a wave of scorching heat, causing the stone beneath it to glow faintly red, as if the very rock were warping under the heat. As they cautiously approached, seeking to observe more closely, the Fiery Kylan seemed to sense their unfamiliar presence and became agitated, its previously relaxed posture tensing instantly, the mane on its neck standing on end in anger. It whipped its head around, its blood-red eyes locking onto Chu Xiao, before unleashing a deafening roar filled with warning and menace. With a powerful stomp of its single foot, the stone platform cracked beneath it, and like a blazing meteor, it charged towards Chu Xiao, the air sizzling with heat as it surged forward. At that critical moment, the Vice Sect Master, donned in a flowing dark robe that shimmered faintly, appeared like a streak of light. His expression remained calm, yet his presence exuded undeniable authority. Grasping the ethereal blue spirit dust, he gracefully waved it, and in an instant, spiritual energy surged and coalesced to form a transparent barrier, dissipating the fiery assault as if it had struck an invisible wall, turning into mere sparks that vanished into the air. Once the immediate danger had passed, the Vice Sect Master turned slowly, his brow furrowed slightly, concern evident in his deep-set eyes. He spoke in a steady yet slightly urgent tone. "Are you all right? Is everyone unharmed?" As the tension eased, Shen Yiqian and the others shook their heads in response. "We're fine." However, the fiery Kylan seemed unusually agitated, as if provoked. Yet within our sect, discipline is strictly upheld. It is hard to fathom who would dare to provoke such a formidable beast. The group exchanged puzzled glances. Uncertainty etched on their faces. Just then, a lively figure among the crowd caught the Vice Sect Master's eye. Surprised, he blinked, a hint of astonishment flashing across his features as he remarked, "What brings you here, my dear girl?" Lu Yao blinked her large, watery eyes, her face brightening with a sweet smile as she affectionately linked her arm with the Vice Sect Master's, resembling a playful kitten leaning against her. "Aunt Wuchen, I've missed you. I came to the Spirit Cultivation Sect to have some fun and to see you." A gentle smile graced the Vice Sect Master's lips as she playfully tapped Lu Yao's nose, feigning reproach. "You little rascal, your words are as sweet as honey. I suspect you came here for the spirit fruits, didn't you?" Lu Yao's eyes sparkled as she playfully swayed the Vice Sect Master's arm, pouting, "Aunt Wuchen, you always tease me. Even if I wanted to eat the spirit fruits, it's only because I miss you so much that I found an excuse to come." With that, the Vice Sect Master turned her gaze to Shen Yiqian, concern evident in her eyes as she inquired, "Yiqian, are you also here?" Shen Yiqian immediately straightened, his demeanor respectful as he clasped his hands together in greeting, proclaiming, "Yes, Master. I heard that Chu Xiao is passionate about spirit cultivation, so I thought to bring him to our sect to experience the rich atmosphere of our practices." The Vice Sect Master nodded slightly, her gaze assessing Chu Xiao with appreciation, though she refrained from further comment, simply acknowledging with a soft "oh." Then, her expression shifted to one of urgency and anticipation as she turned back to Shen Yiqian. "By the way, I was just looking for you. In 3 months, our sect will host a very important martial arts tournament, a cherished tradition that we take very seriously. You must not slack off in the coming months. You must seize the opportunity to reach the spirit body realm." Upon hearing this, Shen Yiqian's expression became serious as he nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, Master. I have been training diligently day and night, and I feel that I am only a step away from the spirit body realm." The Vice Sect Master furrowed her brows slightly, speaking with earnest gravity. "Even a step away is not enough. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. A minor deviation can lead to a significant misstep. You are aware that Yi Qingwan has already entered the spirit body realm. She is a 9-pattern spirit user, while you are an 8-pattern spirit user. The gap in talent between you two is not insurmountable. I hold great expectations for you. Quickly, step into the realm of spiritual beings. Once you achieve success in your advancement, I shall impart to you formidable spiritual techniques that will enable you to shine brilliantly at the martial arts tournament." Shen Yiqian clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. "Master, I will give my utmost effort and not betray your expectations." Chapter 23. The Beauty and the Disaster. The leader of the Wuchenzong waved his hand with a hint of anticipation on his face and said, "Well, I shall not disturb you any longer. Shen Yiqian, do hurry and engage in your cultivation. Do not let me down." As soon as the words left his lips, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped her, transforming into a delicate white cloud that gracefully lifted her body, slowly soaring into the distance, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers in the blink of an eye. Shen Yiqian turned to Chu Xiao and Lu Yao, offering an apologetic smile, clasping his hands in salute. "Chu Xiao, Lu Yao, I sincerely apologize. I cannot delay my master's instructions. I must hasten to cultivate. Please take your time exploring the Lingxiu sect, and should you have any inquiries, do seek me out upon my return." With that, he pivoted and strode purposefully towards the cultivation chamber, his steps resolute and swift. Lu Yao watched Shen Yiqian's receding figure, her large, expressive eyes blinking in curiosity. She then turned to Chu Xiao, affectionately linking her arm with his, and said in a soft voice, "Brother Xiao, since Shen Yiqian has gone to cultivate, shall we explore the arena? Perhaps there are others engaged in sparring at this moment. It would surely be fascinating." Chu Xiao nodded with a smile, replying, "Indeed. Your suggestion has piqued my interest." The two walked side by side, passing numerous disciples of the Lingxiu sect, some focused on transporting spiritual plants, while others engaged in quiet discussions about their cultivation insights. Before long, they arrived at the arena. As they stepped inside, a powerful wave of spiritual energy greeted them, revealing two individuals locked in an intense battle at the center. Chu Xiao, captivated by the fierce scene, approached quickly and was astonished to find Yi Qingwan among them. At that moment, Yi Qingwan appeared ethereal, clad in flowing white garments that danced with the wind, resembling a celestial being. In her hand, a gleaming sword shimmered with cold light, its blade adorned with ancient runes that exuded an air of mystery. As the battle commenced, Yi Qingwan took the initiative, her brows furrowing as her striking eyes glinted with determination. With a commanding shout, she unleashed a flurry of sword flowers, her moves as fluid as a serpent emerging from its lair. Each thrust was sharp and unpredictable, accompanied by the howling wind. As the spiritual energy around her coalesced into tangible, cutting sword chi that relentlessly assailed her opponent. Her adversary, a robust male disciple, was no ordinary foe. His spiritual energy surged powerfully, forming a protective barrier before him that absorbed Yi Qingwan's sword chi. With a thunderous roar, he stomped the ground, propelling himself towards her like a cannonball, his right fist enveloped in overwhelming spiritual force, the wind of his punch roaring as if it were tearing the air itself. Yi Qingwan remained unperturbed, gracefully retreating like a willow in the breeze. Simultaneously, she positioned her sword horizontally, slicing through the air to counter his punch. The collision produced a thunderous roar, with a shockwave of spiritual energy radiating outward, causing spectators to instinctively step back. After a brief exchange, both combatants gauged each other's strength. Yi Qingwan's resolve intensified as she inhaled deeply, channeling her spiritual energy vigorously, causing her sword to glow brilliantly. Suddenly, she unleashed her sect's ultimate technique, the Qingfeng sword art, moving with remarkable speed as her sword transformed into countless beams of light, striking from all directions, creating a dazzling display of sword chi that mesmerized onlookers. Her opponent, overwhelmed by the tempest of attacks, found himself faltering. The protective barrier began to show cracks under the relentless onslaught of her sword chi. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to withstand her fierce assault, but ultimately, he could not withstand the power of Yi Qingwan's final strike. The barrier shattered completely, and a sword chi struck his shoulder, causing him to stagger and ultimately succumb to defeat. The arena was densely packed with spectators, all eager to witness the duel, their cheers and gasps creating a vibrant atmosphere. Among the crowd were many fervent admirers of Yi Qingwan, their gazes magnetically drawn to her, their eyes sparkling with admiration, unable to tear themselves away. Yi Qingwan, adorned in a moonlight-hued gown, exuded an ethereal elegance, her sword yet to be sheathed, glimmering in the light, complementing her icy demeanor. Her skin was fair as snow, her features exquisitely delicate, and her eyes resembled cold stars, radiating an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. The moment she triumphed over her opponent, her admirers erupted into a frenzy, akin to sharks sensing blood. They clamored to approach her, eager to offer their flattery. Among them, a man dressed in opulent attire, quick of foot, managed to break through the crowd and stepped before Yi Qingwan. His face was adorned with a sycophantic smile, his tone laced with feigned concern. "Junior sister, you must be weary. Would you care to rest for a while?" While speaking, he produced a delicately embroidered handkerchief, exuding a faint fragrance, offering it to her with both hands. The other suitors, though filled with envy, instinctively recoiled at the sight of this man, their expressions a mixture of admiration and helplessness, merely watching from a distance. However, Yi Qingwan regarded him with indifference, offering not even a fleeting glance. Her long, curled eyelashes fluttered slightly, a subtle frown crossing her brow, a hint of annoyance flashing across her features. Standing tall and poised, like a proud swan, she turned away without further ado. In that fleeting moment, her gaze inadvertently swept towards Chu Xiao, her eyes shimmering like cold stars in the night, imbued with a hint of curiosity and an elusive meaning that eluded comprehension. With graceful steps, she glided through the crowd, her gown swaying gently with her movements, gradually fading from view. After a while, the arena returned to tranquility, the afternoon sun casting a soft glow upon the stone floor, creating dappled shadows. Lu Yao stood at the edge of the arena, clad in a delicate pink gown that fluttered like blossoms in spring. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her lively eyes sparkled like a clear lake, radiating charm and brightness that captivated all who beheld her, shining like the most brilliant star in the night sky. At that moment, a man of noble bearing approached, dressed in a robe intricately embroidered with gold thread, a jade pendant hanging gracefully at his waist, accompanied by a retinue of followers, his status unmistakable. Whispers circulated among the crowd. "Look over there, such a beautiful lady, yet she is accompanied by an unremarkable man." This man, named Lin Cheng, was a favored disciple of Elder Baishan, having reached the initial stage of the spiritual body realm, earning a modest reputation within the sect. Accustomed to being revered, he had developed a rather arrogant demeanor. As he followed the gazes of those around him, upon spotting Lu Yao, his eyes lit up, and he strode confidently towards her. Standing before Lu Yao, he tilted his head slightly, a hint of pride gleaming in his expression and with a self-satisfied smile he declared, "Greetings, I am Lin Cheng, a spiritual body realm practitioner and a disciple of Elder Baishan. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance, fair maiden?" While speaking, he nonchalantly flicked his sleeves, as if to showcase his exceptional status. Lu Yao, upon hearing this, instinctively tightened her grip on Chu Xiao's arm, her smile polite, yet resolute. "I apologize, but I have no desire to know you." Lin Cheng's smile faltered instantaneously, disbelief written across his face. He took a step closer, scrutinizing Chu Xiao with skepticism. "Why? I am a practitioner of the spiritual body realm. Is this man your boyfriend?" With a dismissive glance at Chu Xiao, he seemed unable to fathom why Lu Yao would reject him in favor of Chu Xiao. Chapter 24. The strength of Liao. Liao's cheeks flushed slightly, and a hint of displeasure flickered in her eyes as she spoke in a crisp voice. "Why should I choose you? I don't even know you. Hurry and leave. Do not disturb us." Upon hearing this, Lin Cheng felt humiliated as he noticed his followers stifling their laughter behind him, and he was consumed by anger and embarrassment. His eyes widened, veins pulsing on his forehead, and he bellowed, "There is nothing in this world that Lin Cheng cannot accomplish. You will agree today, whether you want to or not." His demeanor resembled that of an enraged bull, nostrils flaring as if to release a growl. Seeing this, Chu Xiao stepped forward without hesitation, arms outstretched to shield Liao. But Lin Cheng viciously barked, "Get lost. You think you can play the hero?" Following this, Lin Cheng unleashed his spiritual power, a formidable force surging towards Chu Xiao like a roaring tide. Chu Xiao had no time to react, and was flung away by the force, arcing through the air before crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The followers of Lin Cheng erupted into a cacophony of mocking laughter. "You think you can be a hero? You're utterly deluded. Just look at your own strength. How dare you compete with senior brother Lin for someone?" Their derisive words struck Chu Xiao like sharp knives. Liao's heart ached for him, her eyes instantly reddening. Anxious, she rushed over, crouching to carefully assist Chu Xiao to his feet, her voice filled with anger and concern. "What were you thinking?" Rising to her feet, her aura shifted dramatically. Her once sweet visage now bore the frost of determination, emanating a powerful presence. With graceful steps, Liao moved with an ethereal elegance, each footfall weaving an invisible web of spiritual energy, the air trembling around her with a faint sound of thunder. She extended one hand, and a sword radiating golden spiritual energy materialized before her, its blade inscribed with shimmering runes, mystical patterns interlacing time and power, each rune encapsulating cataclysmic force. Surrounding the sword, golden energy writhed as if alive, resembling small dragons emitting a low, resonant roar, proclaiming the sword's extraordinary nature. This was a profound manifestation of spiritual energy, indicative of her mastery over it. Lin Cheng's expression changed drastically at this sight, his arrogance replaced by sheer terror. No longer daring to underestimate her, he quickly summoned his spiritual power, forming a faint blue defensive barrier before him. The barrier shimmered like a water surface, every thread of spiritual energy flickering and pulsating, creating a sturdy line of defense. To bolster it further, he retrieved a glowing defensive spirit gem from his storage ring, embedding it into the barrier, merging its strength with his own to enhance its resilience. Without hesitation, Liao lunged forward, her sword slicing through the air as a sharp wave of sword energy surged towards Lin Cheng. This energy resembled a bolt of golden lightning, imbued with an endless sharpness and searing heat, rending the air with a piercing whistle. With a resounding crash, the sword energy collided with the barrier, sending ripples of spiritual energy cascading outward. The gem on the barrier flickered, absorbing much of the impact. Although the first assault was thwarted, Liao showed no signs of retreat. Taking a deep breath, she summoned every ounce of her spiritual power, the golden energy surrounding her intensifying like a blazing flame. Her gaze resolute, she lightly touched the ground, and in an instant, she appeared before Lin Cheng, moving with the swiftness of a lightning bolt, leaving behind only a golden afterimage in the air. With a flick of her delicate fingers, a surge of potent spiritual force shot forth, spiraling with immense rotational might, distorting the air around it. With a crack, Lin Cheng's proud defensive barrier shattered like fragile glass. The spirit gem disintegrated into dust, dissipating into the air. Before Lin Cheng could react, Liao followed through with a powerful slap across his face, a strike infused with her fury and strength, accompanied by a gust of wind. The sound echoed sharply as Lin Cheng was propelled backward, tumbling through the air before landing awkwardly, covered in dust, unable to rise for a long moment. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. His followers stood in shock, mouths agape, speechless at the revelation that the seemingly delicate Liao possessed such formidable power. Liao let out a cold humph, casting a disdainful glance at the sprawled Lin Cheng and his followers. She then turned to assist Chu Xiao, asking with genuine concern, "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Chu Xiao, blood trickling from his lip, slowly rose with Liao's support, his head bowed, biting his lip in frustration and humiliation. His hands clenched into fists, veins bulging, overwhelmed by feelings of inadequacy. Despite lacking spiritual power, he had wanted to protect Liao, but had instead been saved by her. This sense of helplessness weighed heavily on his heart. Lin Cheng, struggling to rise, brushed off the dust from his clothes, his face alternating between shades of red and blue. Consumed by rage yet fearful of Liao's strength, he dared not act recklessly. He shot a sidelong glance at Chu Xiao, a mocking smile creeping onto his face as he derisively quipped, "A grown man needing a woman to protect him? Is this the person you chose? Ha ha ha." His mocking laughter echoed in the air, laden with provocation and disdain. Liao's brows furrowed at his words, her beautiful eyes widening as her spiritual energy surged once again. She stepped forward, pointing at Lin Cheng and shouting, "Do you want another slap? Do you believe I can send you back to the ground?" With her furious declaration, the temperature around them seemed to drop, an invisible pressure enveloping Lin Cheng. Chu Xiao suddenly interposed himself, a solid barrier against Liao. His eyes locked onto Lin Cheng as he enunciated each word with resolve. "What right do you have to flaunt your power? Just because you've trained a few more years. You think you can behave so arrogantly? You are nothing but a despicable bully." His chest heaved with intensity. Though his voice remained weak, it carried an undeniable firmness. Lin Cheng's face flushed crimson upon hearing this, his eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets, bloodshot and veins protruding like twisted worms. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, muscles in his arms quivering. Yet, fearing Liao's might, he could only tremble in place, seething with rage. Through gritted teeth, he spat, "Humph. Just a coward sheltered by a woman, daring to shout in front of me. You are unworthy of my attention." The humiliation surged within Chu Xiao like a tsunami, nearly overwhelming him. Yet he restrained himself, his chest heaving as he forced a cold smile. "You can only spout empty words. What else can you do besides boast? The humiliation I suffered today will not be forgotten. I will make you pay in full." His eyes burned with a fierce desire for revenge, each word laced with a chilling resolve, as if declaring to Lin Cheng that he was not to be trifled with. Liao watched Chu Xiao with a mix of concern and admiration for his newfound courage and determination. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gently tugged at his sleeve. Her voice soft yet urgent, "Brother Xiao, do not stoop to his level. Let us leave and not let anger consume us." Chu Xiao took a deep breath. Chapter 25. The bet. Chu Xiao turned to Lin Cheng, his gaze filled with fearlessness. "Lin Cheng, at the martial arts tournament in 3 months. You shall pay for your words and actions today." Lin Cheng was initially taken aback, but soon erupted into a boisterous laugh, dripping with mockery. "Ha, just because of you? Fine, if you manage to defeat me, I, Lin Cheng, will publicly kneel and apologize. But if you lose, you must bow your head and admit your faults. Do you dare to accept?" Without hesitation, Chu Xiao replied, his voice resonant. "Very well, I, Chu Xiao, accept. We shall meet on the arena in 3 months." With that, he took Lu Yao's hand and strode away. Lu Yao, worry etched on her face, tugged at Chu Xiao's arm. "Brother Xiao, Lin Cheng is formidable." These 3 months, Chu Xiao clenched his fists, determination shining in his eyes. "Yaoer, do not fret. I will exert every ounce of effort. I shall not lose. And I will not allow you to endure such humiliation from him again." Upon returning, the thought of the bet consumed Chu Xiao, urgency coursing through him. He longed to begin his training, yet as he gazed at the empty room, confusion enveloped him, leaving him uncertain of where to start. Just as he was in distress, Lu Yao entered, cradling a stack of yellowed books in one arm and a delicate wooden box in the other. "Brother Xiao, I have brought you some books and herbs that will assist you in absorbing spiritual energy." She gently placed the books and box on the table, a flicker of guilt crossing her face. "But I do not know how to begin the training of the unbounded. I'm sorry, Brother Xiao." Chu Xiao smiled softly, raising a hand to stroke her hair, speaking gently. "This is not your fault. There is no need to apologize. Do not overthink it." Lu Yao felt somewhat reassured and proposed, "But do not worry. Tomorrow we shall seek out Grandpa Yao. He is knowledgeable and surely possesses a solution." Chu Xiao readily agreed. Seeing his furrowed brow ease, Lu Yao smiled. "I won't disturb your training any longer. I shall take my leave." With that, she turned to leave. At the door, she glanced back at Chu Xiao, her thoughts contemplative. Although I have methods to assist him, the path of training must be one he navigates himself. Only through his own understanding can he truly harness power and triumph in this bet. As night fell, the moonlight spilled into Chu Xiao's room. He sat at the table, the dim light casting a long shadow. His fingers brushed over the books Lu Yao had brought, the rough paper emitting a faint scent of ink. He opened one, the dense text overwhelming his senses. The esoteric terminology and intricate diagrams of spiritual energy seemed like a fog, clouding his understanding. Thus, for several days, Chu Xiao gradually explored this new knowledge, absorbing the energy from the medicinal fields each morning before immersing himself in training. More than a week slipped by swiftly, the atmosphere in Chu Xiao's training chamber heavy with oppression. His complexion was pale, dark circles under his eyes, fatigue etched into his features. Yet he mechanically repeated the motions of absorbing spiritual energy. With his eyes tightly shut and veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat rolled down his face. his muscles taut, his hands slowly rotating before him as he endeavored to guide the energy into his body. After much effort, he finally captured a wisp of spiritual energy. But the moment it entered his body, it dissipated like sand in a torrent, leaving his face ashen. No matter how he trained, the energy could not circulate within him. It vanished the instant it was absorbed. Chu Xiao collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with reluctance and despair. He struck his forehead with a dull thud, lamenting, "Why was I so impulsive? Had I known, I wouldn't have made that bet. Now, I can't even touch the threshold of being a spiritual practitioner, let alone defeat him, a master of the spirit-body realm. Losing means I must kneel and apologize. I truly overestimated myself. Since arriving in the spirit realm, I have lacked the means to train, enduring humiliation, yet I have never given up. Now, still unable to succeed. Were my parents' choices truly correct?" His eyes glistened with unshed tears, his heart heavy with grievance and helplessness. He cradled his head in despair, releasing muffled sobs. "Fool!" A grave and resonant voice suddenly thundered in Chu Xiao's mind. He shuddered violently, his heart racing, terror etched across his face. He stared wide-eyed, scanning the room in a frantic search, his gaze darting to every corner. The desk, chairs, bookshelf, and walls, leaving no possibility unexamined. Yet all he found was the emptiness of the room, devoid of any presence. Chu Xiao swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he called out, "Who are you? Who is speaking?" In response, only an eerie silence met him, the mysterious voice sinking into the depths of the abyss, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, Lu Yao entered, immediately noticing the terror on Chu Xiao's face. His forehead glistened with sweat, his eyes wide with fear and confusion, his body trembling uncontrollably. Lu Yao's heart tightened, rushing to Chu Xiao's side, concern lacing her voice. "Brother Xiao, what is wrong?" Chu Xiao grasped her hand, as if holding onto a lifeline. Speaking rapidly, "Yao Yao, did you hear someone speaking just now?" A strange voice. Lu Yao looked puzzled, shaking her head gently, her tone soft. "No, Brother Xiao. There is no one here but us." Chu Xiao's jaw dropped in shock, his brows knitting together in disbelief. Could it be that I misheard? That voice was so clear. Lu Yao gazed at him with compassion, gently patting his back to soothe him. Then, linking her arm with his, she smiled brightly. "Brother Xiao, you must be exhausted from training, perhaps experiencing auditory hallucinations. Do not dwell on it. Look, here is a surprise I brought you." With that, Lu Yao carefully opened an ancient jade scroll, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. This is the spirit summoning technique. It is said to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth for your use. You must practice it, perhaps it will yield great results. Chu Xiao gazed at the jade scroll, then at Lu Yao, warmth flooding through him. He spoke with gratitude. "Thank you, Yao Yao. You always help me when I feel most helpless." Lu Yao encouraged him, patting his shoulder. "Keep going, Brother Xiao. Do not place too much pressure on yourself. I believe you will succeed. And tomorrow, we can consult Grandpa Yao. He will surely have some ideas. Then I shall take my leave, Brother Xiao. Rest early," Lu Yao said playfully. Chu Xiao nodded in agreement. "This little girlfriend truly treats you well." Chapter 26. The origin of the jade pendant. "Your little girlfriend treats you quite well." That mysterious and teasing voice resounded once again, unannounced, in Chu Xiao's mind. Chu Xiao jolted, his eyes widening in shock, filled with anger and vigilance. His hands quickly clenched into fists, knuckles turning pale from the force. His body taut like a bowstring, poised for battle. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, scanned the surroundings as he bellowed. Who is speaking? If you have the courage, come out. Don't hide like a coward." However, apart from his heavy breathing, the surroundings remained eerily silent. Yet the mysterious voice reemerged at just the right moment, laced with mockery. "Who do you think you can defeat?" This voice pierced through Chu Xiao's nerves like a needle, causing his face to flush red, veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted in rage. "If you have the capability, show yourself." At that moment, he fully comprehended that this was no mere auditory hallucination. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. Look at your jade pendant." The voice seemed to be in a slightly better mood, its tone softening. Chu Xiao was taken aback, instinctively lowering his gaze to the jade pendant gleaming softly against his chest. The pendant radiated a gentle glow, not blinding, yet distinctly peculiar. Confused, Chu Xiao murmured, "What does this have to do with the jade pendant? So foolish, just close your eyes." The voice carried a hint of exasperation. Despite his doubts, Chu Xiao complied, slowly shutting his eyes. In an instant, he felt his consciousness blur, as if pulled by an invisible force into an entirely new realm. When he opened his eyes again, he was utterly astonished by the scene before him. He found himself in a vast, extraordinary space, standing upon a crystalline blue water surface that rippled gently without disturbing the stillness, as if frozen in an eternal moment. The water shimmered with flickering lights, merging with the ethereal pale blue mist surrounding him, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Looking up, there was no sun or sky, only a hazy glow enveloping the entire expanse, adding an endless sense of mystery. Before him loomed a colossal door, crafted from an unknown black stone, intricately etched with complex and enigmatic patterns, each line exuding an ancient, weathered aura, as if narrating tales of time. Thick ancient vines coiled around the door, adorned with peculiar fruits emitting a soft luminescence, imbuing the door with a touch of life and enigma. Curiously, Chu Xiao glanced around, his mind brimming with questions, and asked, "Who are you? Look behind you." The voice echoed mysteriously in the stillness. Chu Xiao quickly turned around, only to find emptiness behind him. Just as he was about to inquire further, suddenly, a small dragon, shimmering in silver and gold, appeared before him as if conjured from thin air. This little dragon stood about his height, its slender body agile, with scales resembling meticulously crafted jewels, each shimmering softly, the silver and gold intertwining, making it exceptionally striking against the blue backdrop. Its eyes sparkled like two brilliant rubies, radiating an intelligent and lively light, curiously observing Chu Xiao. The dragon's whiskers were long and flowing, swaying gently with its movements as if alive. A pair of translucent wings adorned its back, marked with golden veins, resembling exquisite art. Particularly captivating were its claws, strong and sharp, each tip gleaming menacingly, capable of effortlessly tearing apart anything. The claws, golden in hue, were covered in fine scales, providing robust protection while exuding an air of majesty. When the little dragon gently waved its claws, a faint sound of tearing filled the air, as if the very fabric of space struggled to withstand its power. Startled, Chu Xiao instinctively took a step back, but soon found himself captivated by the dragon's peculiar appearance. Eyes filled with curiosity as he asked, "Were you the one speaking to me earlier? Who exactly are you?" The little dragon twisted its body, its scales producing a soft rustle, as if playing a mysterious melody. It spoke, its voice crisp yet imbued with inherent authority. "Who else could it be but me? As for my identity." With that, the little dragon stretched its form, as if warming up, each movement fluid and powerful. It raised its head proudly, declaring, "I hail from the ancient epoch, born at the dawn of chaos." At that time, the heavens and earth had just separated from the endless void, where spiritual energy was wild and pure, filled with untamed forces. I was conceived in the boundless sea of spirits, the source of spiritual energy, the cradle of all life. Pausing to reminisce, its radiance intensified. My parents are the most powerful beings in existence, the dragon gods. Their colossal forms could obscure the sun and moon when soaring through the skies, and each flap of their wings could stir a tempest of spiritual energy. They safeguarded the order of the cosmos with unparalleled strength, protecting countless beings. Under their grace, all things flourished, whether towering mountains or vast lands, peace reigned. The little dragon's voice grew somber for a moment, tinged with undeniable sorrow. However, a cataclysmic disaster struck without warning. Dark forces surged from the cracks of the world, bringing with them the intent to annihilate all. Many powerful deities rose to confront this calamity, with my parents at the forefront. It was a devastating battle that dimmed the heavens and shattered the earth. Ultimately, my parents exhausted all their strength to protect this realm, tragically vanishing into the void. Subsequently, this epic was breached by malevolent spirits, and I became a spirit beast of this realm, rising to the title of the foremost among beasts, known as Zhu Zhao. Chu Xiao gazed at the tiny dragon, barely a meter long and glowing faintly, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "The foremost among beasts? Just you? Look at your petite stature, you're hardly half my size. If this word gets out, who would believe it?" Chu Xiao laughed heartily, eyes twinkling with mockery. Zhu Zhao's already faint glow flickered violently, evidently enraged by Chu Zhao's words. "Ignorant child," Zhu Zhao exclaimed in anger. "Do you think this is my true form? If it weren't for those despicable beings who conspired against me, causing my body to shatter and my soul to scatter, would I be trapped within this tiny jade pendant?" Hearing this, Chu Zhao's curiosity was piqued, his earlier mirth replaced by seriousness as he leaned in closer, asking, "How did you end up in this jade pendant?" Zhu Zhao fell silent for a moment, its light dimming slightly as it began to speak. "Your parents saved me. Years ago, gravely injured and on the brink of death, they expended their own spiritual energy to guide my damaged soul into this pendant, nurturing my spirit to prevent my essence from dissipating. However, my power regressed to that of infancy, requiring time to cultivate." Upon hearing this, Chu Zhao's heart trembled, memories of his parents' hazy faces surfacing in his mind. He had never imagined that the jade pendant he wore so closely concealed such a profound secret, nor that his parents had such a deep connection with this mysterious ruler of beasts. Chapter 27. Zhu Zhao. In an instant, Chu Zhao's world appeared to shatter completely. Memories of time spent with his parents surged through his mind like a revolving lantern. Those once joyful sounds of laughter now pierced his heart like sharp arrows. His eyes reddened, tears welling up, and his shoulders trembled uncontrollably as he desperately suppressed the overwhelming sorrow threatening to break free. "What about my parents?" Chu Xiao finally spoke, his voice hoarse and tinged with a cry, urgently demanding an answer. He stepped forward, suddenly standing before Zhu Zhao. At that moment, Zhu Zhao had reverted to its original form, exuding an air of majesty, its colossal dragon body coiling, scales glinting with a cold light, and whiskers gently swaying with each breath. Ignoring the intimidation posed by the magnificent dragon, Chu Xiao grasped Zhu Zhao's sturdy claws tightly, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the dragon's enormous gaze, as if attempting to penetrate it in search of his parents' whereabouts. Zhu Zhao gently shook its massive head, a hint of helplessness flashing in its eyes as it spoke in a deep, echoing voice. I do not know. They may reside in another epoch. With that, the dragon's tail gestured towards an ancient door emanating a primal aura. When your strength is sufficient, open this door, and all will be revealed. Chu Zhao's gaze was instantly drawn to the door, its ancient and mysterious presence enveloping him, as if the vicissitudes of time permeated the air. He approached unsteadily, raising a hand to lightly touch the door, his fingertips trembling as the rough texture seemed to etch the passage of time upon his skin. This is left by your parents. As for what lies beyond the door, I am also unaware. Zhu Zhao's voice resonated in the vast space. When you reach the divine origin realm, you will qualify to open it. Chu Zhao's shoulders slumped, his expression forlorn as he murmured, to enhance my strength. But I lack a spiritual root. No matter how hard I try, I cannot embark on the path of cultivation. His voice was laden with despair and helplessness, each word squeezed out as if from between clenched teeth, his body slightly hunched as if crushed by the burdens of life. Foolishness. Zhu Zhao's voice suddenly rose, shaking the air around them. Who told you that the rootless cannot cultivate? The dragon's eyes bore a hint of disappointment. However, remember this, with each advancement, tribulations will descend. These trials cannot be overcome without great willpower and courage. Chu Xiao abruptly lifted his head, hope igniting once more within his eyes as he resolutely declared, I am not afraid. As long as I can find my parents, I will brave any hardship. With that, he clenched his fists tightly, nails digging into his palms. Crimson blood seeping through his fingers, yet he remained oblivious, consumed by one singular belief, finding his parents. With eyes slightly reddened, the shadows in Chu Zhao's heart began to dissipate due to Zhu Zhao's words. A somewhat awkward smile appeared on his face as he scratched his head, a mix of eagerness and anticipation as he asked, So, Brother Zhu Zhao, how should I begin my cultivation? Zhu Zhao let out a huff, a faint glow enveloping its form, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed back into its diminutive, exquisite dragon shape. Floating before Chu Xiao, its shimmering scales glimmered with a subtle light, and its tiny horns gave off an air of playfulness, yet its tone was undeniably proud. Humph, if you wish to cultivate, you must sign a soul contract with me. Zhu Zhao tilted its head, almost arrogantly. I have observed you for quite some time within the Jade Pendant. I must admit, you have shown considerable effort and resilience, rising before dawn to practice, failing countless times without retreating, and facing difficulties without yielding. Yet, your strength is woefully inadequate. It is simply pathetic. That last spirit beast chased you through the woods. Had I not secretly assisted you, you would have become its meal. As it spoke, Zhu Zhao circled Chu Xiao slowly, shaking its head in disdain. With your current physique and strength, you hardly qualify to be my master. I am a descendant of the ancient dragon god. My lineage is of the highest nobility. It is nearly impossible for ordinary folk to meet me. Suddenly halting before Chu Xiao, it stroked its chin with a small paw. However, seeing you so pitiful and lonely, lost without knowledge of your parents' fate, and faced with a treacherous cultivation path, I shall show mercy and seal my power to form a soul contract with you. Once the contract is established, my spiritual power will reside within you, granting you the ability to cultivate a spiritual root and embark on the path of cultivation. Do not betray my kindness. Eagerly, Chu Xiao focused intently on Zhu Zhao, pressing, How do I sign the contract? I am anxious to begin my cultivation journey. Zhu Zhao circled in the air again, tapping a paw thoughtfully on its chin, teasingly remarking, Your little girlfriend is quite good to you. The 2 herbs she gifted you are immensely valuable. They are exceedingly rare spiritual plants, difficult for ordinary people to even encounter. They contain rich spiritual energy, which can not only cleanse your marrow but also stabilize your spirit, laying a solid foundation for the contract. Chu Xiao paused, recalling Lu Yao's playful visage, a warm current surging through his heart. Zhu Zhao continued, Consume them, and I will instruct you on how to sign the contract. This process is not easy. Prepare yourself. Without hesitation, Chu Xiao retrieved the 2 herbs. As he held them, a refreshing fragrance enveloped him. Taking a deep breath, he placed the herbs in his mouth. Instantly, a surge of warmth flowed down his throat, spreading throughout his limbs. Chu Xiao felt every pore rejoicing, each muscle and bone greedily absorbing this newfound power. Sit cross-legged, clear your thoughts, and channel your spiritual energy as I instructed, echoed Zhu Zhao's voice in his mind. Chu Xiao complied, slowly closing his eyes and guiding the turbulent energy within him according to Zhu Zhao's directions. Zhu Zhao hovered before Chu Xiao, and a circle of intricate golden symbols erupted around it, intertwining and colliding, emitting faint hums. With its small head raised, it opened its mouth, chanting ancient and obscure incantations that reverberated in the stillness. As the incantations resonated, the golden symbols came to life, transforming into radiant streams of light that surged toward Chu Xiao. He felt a powerful yet gentle force enveloping him, and as the first symbol entered his brow, Zhu Zhao's urgent voice rang in his mind. Concentrate, clear your thoughts, cast aside all distractions, and do not resist. Chu Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing the rising tension and anticipation within him, and followed the instructions. In an instant, he felt the world spin, as if pulled by an unseen force, plunging into an endless realm of chaos. Surrounding him was an abyss of darkness, thick as ink, with fleeting shadows of light darting by like lightning. Just as Chu Xiao was engulfed in confusion and unease, a faintly glowing dragon figure emerged, radiating a soft golden light. It was Zhu Zhao. Though a mere apparition, it exuded an imposing aura, its eyes wide open, the golden vertical pupils shimmering with an enthralling light. Each scale, layered and glimmering, cast a soft glow, dispelling some of the surrounding darkness. With a flick of its tail, the symbols around it brightened, resembling small suns, merging gently with Chu Zhao's consciousness. Chapter 28. The signing of the contract. In the fleeting moment of fusion, Chu Xiao felt an intense tingling deep within his soul, followed by an overwhelming surge of power akin to a flood breaking through a dam, as if it were about to burst his very essence apart. Sweat beads instantly covered his forehead, rolling down his cheeks in torrents. His body trembled uncontrollably, and every fiber of his muscles was taut to its utmost limit. Quickly, bite your finger and let your blood fall upon the runes of the contract. The urgent voice of Zhu Zhao echoed in Chu Xiao's mind. Without hesitation, Chu Xiao bit into his index finger, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall onto the golden contract rune hovering before him. As the blood made contact, it was instantly absorbed, and the runes blazed with brilliance, merging with Chu Zhao's soul at an accelerated pace. Time became a blur as that violent force gradually calmed, behaving like a tamed beast, slowly melding with Chu Zhao's spirit. At the moment of completion, a deafening dragon's roar abruptly erupted, resonating with a long and powerful timbre. Imbued with infinite majesty and strength, the sound waves spread outward, causing the chaotic space itself to tremble violently. As Chu Xiao slowly opened his eyes, a brilliant golden light flickered within them, radiating the power of rebirth and unwavering conviction. In that instant, he sensed a wondrous and intimate connection with Zhu Zhao, allowing him to perceive Zhu Zhao's emotions and thoughts, as well as the surging power coursing through his being. A warm current enveloped Chu Xiao, surging through his limbs and bones, awakening the dormant energies within him. Every muscle was taut, yet brimming with strength, and each cell rejoiced in exuberance. A feeling of fulfillment unlike any he had ever known. His mind became as clear as crystal, and he was elated to discover that a stream of spiritual energy was slowly circulating within him, akin to a group of lively sprites dancing through his meridians. Zhu Zhao, with his head drooping and lacking vigor, floated nearby, his small form rising and falling with faint breaths, his voice as delicate as gossamer. Look upon your sea of suffering. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao eagerly closed his eyes, his consciousness swiftly descending to his dantian. As his inner vision encountered the once barren sea of suffering, a breathtaking scene unfolded before him. The previously desolate expanse was now transformed. Sprouts of tender green grass emerged densely from the soil, each blade adorned with glistening dewdrops that sparkled like fractured jewels under the gentle light. As a breeze passed, born from the natural flow of spiritual energy within Chu Xiao, the grass swayed lightly, producing a soft rustling sound, as if performing a symphony in praise of life. At the center of this verdant assembly stood a robust sapling, its roots firmly anchored in the ground. Though its branches appeared somewhat juvenile, they were resilient, and the tender green leaves unfurled, each vein distinct, exuding boundless vitality. The apex of the sapling reached toward the heavens, as if declaring its unyielding spirit to the world. In Chu Zhao's perception, this sapling seemed to serve as a bridge connecting the energies of heaven and earth, continuously drawing the external spiritual forces into his being. I have a spiritual root, Chu Xiao exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement, his eyes wide with disbelief as they shimmered with tears. Gazing upon his unique spiritual manifestation, a flood of gratitude and joy surged within him, nearly overwhelming his entire being. He abruptly lifted his gaze to Zhu Zhao, his lips quivering as he finally managed to speak. Brother Zhu Zhao, thank you so much. Without you, I fear I would have been forever estranged from cultivation. Rest assured, I will help you re-enter the spiritual realm, no matter the trials and tribulations. I shall not let you down. Zhu Zhao forced a weak smile, speaking with a feeble tone. Cultivate diligently. I must slumber for a while. During this time, practice the techniques inscribed on the jade scroll gifted by your girlfriend. That method is of the highest caliber, yet the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties. You must dedicate yourself wholeheartedly and not allow even the slightest lapse. Upon my awakening, I hope to see a transformed you. In the most profound and secretive depths of the spiritual realm, a darkness thick as ink surged freely, permeated by a chilling aura of decay. A tall yet grotesquely hunched malevolent spirit concealed itself within, surrounded by tendrils of black mist that twisted and coiled as though alive. Its visage was terrifying, skin cracked, and oozing dark liquid that exuded a nauseating stench. From its hollow eye sockets blazed two flickering green flames, casting an eerie glow that danced within the shadows, reminiscent of ghostly lights filled with endless malice and ferocity. Its lips were parched and thin, revealing sharp fangs when parted slightly. Zhu Zhao, have you ultimately reached this juncture? The spirit's voice was a raspy growl, as if emerging from the depths of the abyss, each word laden with deep-seated hatred, echoing through the darkness. This time, I shall not let you escape. With a sudden, jerking motion, it raised one skeletal arm, the veins bulging like twisted serpents, fingers clawing at the air as if to crush Zhu Zhao on the spot. As it moved, the surrounding darkness surged even more violently, the stench of decay intensifying, as if heralding the impending vengeance. Zhu Zhao nodded solemnly, extending his hands cautiously to grasp the jade scroll. His fingertips brushed against the ancient patterns etched upon it, trembling slightly as he slowly unfurled the scroll. In an instant, a soft yet radiant light burst forth from the scroll, akin to the dawn's first light, illuminating his youthful yet resolute visage. Within the brilliance, mysterious runes flickered in and out of view, as if whispering long-hidden ancient secrets. As the glow gradually subsided, the scroll revealed the title Ling Xiao Jiuzhuan. The characters were ancient and vigorous, seemingly imbued with boundless power, each stroke carved by the passage of time. Zhu Zhao focused intently, reading the inscriptions. This method is divided into two sections. The first section, Ling Hai Chu Kai, aims to guide spiritual energy into the body, opening the sea of spirit and establishing the foundation for cultivation. Practitioners must find a tranquil place, with their hearts directed towards the heavens, using their will to connect with the energies of heaven and earth, drawing them into the lower dantian to coalesce into a sea of spirit, thereby gaining a glimpse into the gates of cultivation. Mastering this section allows one to perceive the exquisite nature of the world's spiritual energies and wield them as their own. The second section, Xiao Ing Hua Long, may be cultivated when the sea of spirit is stable and abundant with spiritual power. It requires the refinement of all meridians and bones with spiritual energy, rendering them as resilient as steel. Upon reaching great success, the spiritual energy surrounding the body can transform into a dragon form, traversing the realms with boundless might. However, the path of cultivation is fraught with peril. Any misstep may lead to a backlash of spiritual energy, endangering one's life. Chapter 29. The Six-Pattern Spirit User. A surge of joy welled up within Zhu Zhao, his eyes shimmering with excitement. The Ling Xiao 9 transformations was undoubtedly the turning point of his destiny. Contemplating the commencement of his cultivation the following day, he was filled with anticipation for the formidable strength that awaited him, his lips involuntarily curving into a smile. Enveloped by such expectations, Zhu Zhao gradually drifted into a peaceful slumber, experiencing an unprecedented tranquility that night. At the break of dawn, as the sky began to blush with the first light of morning, Zhu Zhao could hardly contain his eagerness and sprang from his bed. After a brief wash, he clutched the Ling Xiao 9 transformations and hurried to a tranquil and secluded valley. The valley was shrouded in a gentle mist, with a clear spring flowing melodiously, and the only sounds were the occasional chirping of birds, an ideal locale for cultivation. Zhu Zhao found the most spiritually enriched spring within the valley, removed his shoes and socks, and submerged his feet in the cool, refreshing water. The icy sensation surged through him, invigorating every nerve and sharpening his focus like never before. Sitting cross-legged, with his heart directed towards the heavens, he slowly closed his eyes, using his will to attempt to connect with the celestial spirit energy, as outlined in the first chapter of the Ling Xiao 9 transformations. At first, the surroundings were silent, and a hint of anxiety crept into Zhu Zhao's heart. Yet he quickly composed himself, casting aside all distractions, clearing his mind, and concentrating entirely on his breath. He slowed his breathing, allowing it to flow long and steady, akin to the babbling brook in the valley. Time slipped away unnoticed until he finally sensed a faint wisp of spirit energy, like a gentle spring breeze, caressing his body. Zhu Zhao dared not let his guard down. He carefully guided this delicate energy towards his lower dantian. However, just as the energy was about to reach its destination, a sudden and formidable resistance surged forth, as if an invisible barrier obstructed its entry. Gritting his teeth, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. He understood this was his body and Apos' instinctive rejection of unfamiliar power, marking the first challenge on his path of cultivation. Rather than retreat, he took a deep breath and envisioned a mystical palace in his mind, its grand doors firmly shut, symbolizing the entrance to his lower dantian. He wielded his will as a key, attempting to unlock this barrier. As his determination intensified, the door began to tremble slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Zhao amplified his will and directed the spirit energy to strike against the barrier. Finally, through relentless effort, the obstruction shattered. and the spirit energy rushed into his lower dantian like a flood breaching a dam. A warm sensation blossomed in his lower dantian as a powerful force began to manifest. Elated, Chu Xiao continued to guide more spirit energy into his body, nurturing this burgeoning strength. With the continual accumulation of spirit energy, Chu Xiao's spiritual sea gradually expanded. Within this sea, countless tiny points of light flickered and danced, each encapsulating a fragment of the essence of celestial spirit energy. Chu Xiao endeavored to manipulate these points, directing them toward his spiritual root. In the serene valley, Chu Xiao immersed himself in the profound insights of the Ling Xiao 9 transformations. A subtle glow still enveloping him from the spirit energy he had just absorbed. Suddenly, a clear, cheerful voice shattered this tranquility. "Brother Xiao? Brother Xiao?" The voice echoed through the valley, tinged with urgency and affection. With a resigned smile, Chu Xiao instantly recognized it as Lu Yao. This girl was always brimming with vitality and exuberance. He quickly straightened his attire, rose from the stone he had been seated upon, and called out, "Coming." Stepping out of the small cave where he had been cultivating, he spotted Lu Yao standing nearby, breathless, her hair slightly disheveled, and beads of sweat adorning her forehead. "Brother Xiao, where have you been? I've been searching for you for ages," Lu Yao exclaimed, her chest heaving. Chu Xiao approached her, gently tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, and replied softly, "I was here cultivating and lost track of time. What's the rush? Grandpa Yao wants us to find him. He said there's something important," Lu Yao declared, reaching for Chu Xiao's arm, eager to pull him along. Amused by her urgency, Chu Xiao chuckled and reassured her, "No need to rush. Why the hurry? Let's go at a steady pace." The two walked side by side along the winding mountain path towards Grandpa Yao's abode. Along the way, Lu Yao chattered animatedly, sharing her experiences from the past half-day, while Chu Xiao smiled and responded occasionally. Before long, they arrived at Grandpa Yao's residence. There, they found him comfortably lounging in a deck chair, basking in the sun, engrossed in an ancient tome, exuding an air of leisure. Upon spotting Grandpa Yao, Lu Yao's eyes sparkled mischievously. She tiptoed over and gently tugged at his white beard. "Ah!" Grandpa Yao jolted in surprise, nearly dropping his book. Upon realizing it was Lu Yao, he feigned anger, saying, "You little rascal, I ought to teach you a lesson today." With a laugh, Lu Yao ducked behind Chu Xiao, peeking out with a playful tongue gesture. "Grandpa Yao, you wouldn't dare." Chu Xiao chimed in with a laugh. "Come now? Grandpa Yao, don't be so hard on her." After a spirited exchange of playful banter, Grandpa Yao's expression turned serious. Sitting upright, he invited Chu Xiao and Lu Yao to take a seat on the stone bench, and slowly said, "I called you both here for two important matters." Chu Xiao and Lu Yao exchanged glances, their smiles fading as they focused intently on Grandpa Yao. "The first matter is that our sect is organizing a grand martial arts tournament." He paused, scanning their faces. "Our alchemy sect is also eligible to participate, and anyone from the sect can register. However, there is a condition. One must be at least a 5-pattern spirit user to qualify." Grandpa Yao's gaze fixated on Chu Xiao as he prepared to continue, but suddenly his expression shifted to one of disbelief, exclaiming, "Wait, aren't you a Wushu user? How have you become a 6-pattern spirit user? What on earth happened?" In the realm of cultivation, being a Wushu user indicated an inability to absorb spirit energy, effectively severing one's path of cultivation. Chu Xiao's sudden elevation in status was indeed astonishing. Maintaining a calm demeanor, with a slight smile, he replied, "It's merely a fortunate encounter." He preferred not to delve into the details regarding his elder brother Zhu Zhao, as the latter was shrouded in mystery and had advised him against discussing it, and this experience was a precious secret to him. Grandpa Yao scrutinized Chu Xiao for a long moment before stroking his beard, slowly saying, "It seems your encounter is indeed remarkable. Since you choose not to elaborate, I shall refrain from pressing." He understood that cultivators often had undisclosed opportunities, and it was unwise to pry. "Let me see your spiritual root manifestation." Grandpa Yao changed the subject. Without hesitation, Chu Xiao extended his hands. In an instant, a unique wave of spiritual energy radiated from him, revealing a tender green sapling firmly rooted in his spiritual sea, shimmering with a gentle glow, embodying boundless vitality and potential. Grandpa Yao observed the sapling, nodding appreciatively, a smile of approval gracing his face as he repeatedly exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent. With such a spiritual root manifestation, your foundation is solid. Now you can participate in the tournament. Given your strength, if you can stand out in the competition, your future achievements will be limitless." Watching from the side, Lu Yao gazed at Chu Xiao enviously, tugging at his arm. "Brother Xiao, you're truly amazing. When the tournament begins, you must shine brightly and show everyone that our alchemy sect is not to be trifled with." Chu Xiao smiled and nodded, contemplating earnestly that he would give his all in the martial arts tournament, not only to prove himself, but also to uphold the honor of the alchemy sect. Chapter 30. The Spirit Sword's Acknowledgement. Elder Yao paused, his expression shifting to one of gravity and mystery. Before continuing, the second matter pertains to the exceedingly alluring reward for the champion of this martial arts tournament. The victor will not only receive an abundance of invaluable cultivation resources to aid in their rapid advancement, but also stand a chance to acquire a sword personally forged by the sect master of the artifact refining school. At this juncture, Elder Yao's voice involuntarily lowered, and awe glimmered in his gaze. This is no ordinary sword. It is said that to create this blade, the sect master employed an ancient and forbidden forging technique. In his quest for the rare materials required, he faced innumerable trials, with the most crucial component being the selfless sacrifice of a previous sect master. That master willingly offered his own spiritual essence and soul, which were integrated into the sword as a sacrificial spirit. Consequently, this sword possesses a consciousness of its own, remaining dormant until it senses its master in peril, at which point it will unsheath itself, unleashing cataclysmic power. Its spirit carries the previous master's will and memories, possessing profound knowledge of alchemy and cultivation methods, even able to provide unique guidance to its wielder in critical moments. It is not a mere artifact. It possesses independent and extraordinary intelligence. The blade is adorned with shimmering runes, mysterious marks from the dawn of creation that encapsulate the primordial laws of power in the universe. Though it typically conceals its brilliance, when it emerges, it is sure to alter the very fabric of reality. Once this sword recognizes a master, an unbreakable bond transcending life and death is forged, ensuring eternal companionship. Legend has it that it once accompanied its master into the realm of ancient demons, unleashing devastating power to seal a demon lord and save countless lives at a moment of dire need. Each champion of past tournaments has been bestowed the honor of attempting to claim it. However, since the passing of the last sect master, the sword seems to have entered a deep slumber, steadfastly guarding something. Every subsequent champion has returned empty-handed, regardless of their efforts, unable to gain the sword's acknowledgement. Some say that a unique soul contract was infused into the sword during its creation, and with the master's demise, the key to its recognition vanished. Others speculate that the sword awaits a destined individual, one whose soul frequency resonates with it, capable of awakening its full power. Liu listened, her eyes wide with disbelief, gripping Chu Xiao's arm tightly, exclaiming, "Brother Xiao, this is truly extraordinary. We must seize the championship. Perhaps you are the one it awaits." Eagerly, Liu Yao pressed on. "Grandpa Yao, why did the last sect master choose this sword as the tournament's prize, imposing such stringent conditions for acknowledgement?" Elder Yao sighed softly. The reasons behind this choice are likely known only to him. Some say he sought to find the rightful heir for the sword, allowing it to reach its fullest potential in the hands of the most suitable individual. Others speculate he wished to inspire the disciples of the sect to strive for excellence, as those who gain the sword's recognition are undoubtedly gifted and resolute. Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, deep in thought. If past champions have failed to gain its acknowledgement, then the criteria for recognition must extend beyond mere strength. Elder Yao nodded in agreement. "What you say is indeed true, Chu Xiao. Perhaps the individual the sword awaits must not only possess formidable power, but also embody a special quality or possess a unique connection with it." At that moment, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and a thunderous roar echoed faintly, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's cry. Elder Yao's expression shifted. "It seems the sword has sensed our discussion. Its power appears to be stirring. This may be an omen. The upcoming tournament is bound to unleash a tempest." Liu Yao, flushed with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Xiao, did you hear that? It might be waiting for you to claim it." Chu Xiao took a deep breath, silently vowing to give his all, regardless of how arduous the sword's criteria for acknowledgement might be, as he aimed for the championship title. Meanwhile, in another part of the sect, several mysterious figures engaged in hushed conversation, their focus equally drawn to the imminent tournament and the enigmatic sword. Elder Yao then turned his gaze to Liu Yao, a mixture of expectation and admonition in his expression, earnestly advising, "Yao girl, do not hold back this time. The martial arts tournament is a rare opportunity for growth. You must treat it with the seriousness it deserves." Upon hearing this, Liu Yao felt a tinge of embarrassment, quickly rubbing her hands together, like a child caught in a secret, hastily responding, "Oh, I know, Grandpa Yao. This time, I will give my all." With that, she clenched her small fists, exuding determination. Subsequently, Elder Yao looked at Chu Xiao, his eyes filled with warmth and concern, gently stating, "As for you, Chu Xiao, do your best without undue pressure. Do not concern yourself with rankings. You have just broken through to a 6-pattern spirit realm. Gaining experience is paramount. If you happen to win a prize, that would be splendid, showcasing the prowess of our alchemy sect to the other sections." Chu Xiao nodded earnestly, a resolute gleam in his eyes. "Rest assured, Grandpa Yao, I will exert every effort not to disappoint you or the alchemy sect." Beside him, Liu Yao chimed in, patting her chest in assurance, "Brother Xiao, with me by your side, we will surely succeed." The trio continued to discuss the details and important considerations regarding the tournament. After Chu Xiao and Liu Yao departed, Elder Yao gazed after them, murmuring to himself, "I hope this tournament becomes a catalyst for their growth. As for Chu Xiao, I cannot discern what lies within him. I remain uncertain whether it is a blessing or a curse. I shall observe for now. Walking side by side along the winding path, wildflowers blossomed vibrantly along the roadside. Yet Chu Xiao was too preoccupied with the enigma of Lu Yao's strength to appreciate their beauty. He gently nudged Lu Yao with his arm. Curiosity etched upon his face, and finally could not contain his question. Yao Yao, what is your true strength? Grandpa Yao speaks so highly of you, yet you have never revealed it to me. Lu Yao's lips curved into a mysterious smile, her bright eyes twinkling as she playfully replied, Oh, Brother Xiao, why not take a guess? She tilted her head, mischief gleaming in her eyes, clearly relishing Chu Xiao's curiosity. Feigning annoyance, Chu Xiao halted, furrowing his brow and adopting a mock-serious expression as he looked at Lu Yao. If you don't tell me soon, I might genuinely get angry. The tournament is approaching. We must understand each other's strengths to fight together effectively. His arms crossed, he gazed at her with urgency. Lu Yao giggled, playfully grasping Chu Xiao's arm and gently shaking it. Brother Xiao, discussing strength takes the fun out of it. Just wait until the tournament. You will see for yourself. I promise to impress you. She blinked her big, sparkling eyes, filled with anticipation. With a resigned sigh, Chu Xiao relented. All right. I can't argue with you. I will look forward to your brilliant performance in the tournament. Just don't hold back. He lightly tapped her nose. His eyes filled with affection. Don't worry, Brother Xiao. Lu Yao replied confidently. I will give it my all, and together we will bring glory to the alchemy sect. With that, she took his hand, skipping ahead with laughter echoing along the path. Watching Lu Yao's lively figure, Chu Xiao felt a surge of anticipation and newfound confidence regarding the upcoming tournament. Chapter 31. The Martial Arts Tournament in the Tranquil Valley. Chu Xiao devoted himself entirely to his training within his secluded abode, seizing every moment with unwavering focus. With the assistance of Zhu Zhao, the once arduous and obscure methods of cultivation became considerably more accessible, enabling him to master techniques that previously required immense effort with relative ease. Concurrently, he also diligently honed his alchemical skills. Each dawn, as the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, he would immerse himself in the spiritual herb garden behind his dwelling, channeling spiritual energy and absorbing the ethereal essence of the heavens and earth, enveloped in a gentle mist of spiritual vapor. As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, he retreated to the alchemy chamber, igniting the alchemical furnace and carefully selecting rare materials. The flickering flames illuminated his focused and resolute visage. Chu Zhao's relentless dedication to his practice quickly garnered admiration and reverence among the disciples of the Linghuan sect, who privately dubbed him a training fanatic. Lu Yao frequently visited. Yet each time she entered his abode, she either found him with his eyes shut, lost in the realm of cultivation, or at the furnace, meticulously regulating the flames. Observing his increasingly gaunt yet steadfast countenance filled her with concern, fearing he might succumb to the perils of overexertion. However, only Chu Xiao understood that, in comparison to the exceptionally gifted disciples within the sect, his innate abilities were rather ordinary. He lacked the comprehension to easily penetrate profound techniques and the talent to swiftly refine rare materials. He was acutely aware that to establish a foothold in this world teeming with formidable cultivators, he must exert several times the effort of others to grasp any semblance of opportunity. Unbeknownst to him, 3 months slipped away as swiftly as a fleeting shadow. The spiritual flowers in the valley bloomed and withered in succession, and the ethereal birds flitted in and out of the forest. Within his small sanctuary, Chu Xiao continually engaged in self-challenges, advancing toward an unknown yet hopeful future. After 2 months of arduous training, he was astonished to discover that he had ascended to the realm of the 8-pattern spiritualist. The spiritual energy within him surged like a mighty river, tumultuously flowing. And with each cycle of energy, he could distinctly feel that formidable power coursing through his meridians. On the day of the martial arts tournament, as dawn broke and golden rays cascaded down, Lu Yao arrived at Chu Zhao's residence early. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and concern, akin to a clear spring beneath the warm sun of spring. Her melodious voice resonated gently in the serene courtyard. Brother Chu Xiao, are you ready? The tournament is about to commence. Chu Xiao inhaled deeply, his chest brimming with spirited resolve, silently encouraging himself. Yes, I will give my all. But you must also muster your energy to showcase your talents. With that, they exchanged smiles and strode confidently toward the tournament grounds. This year, the martial arts tournament was once again grandly held at the Lingxiu sect. As they stepped through the imposing gates of the sect, the lively and bustling atmosphere enveloped them like a tidal wave. The throngs of people surged, disciples from various sects donned in diverse and colorful attire, all radiating excitement and eagerness. Some in the crowd boisterously discussed their coveted prizes, others demonstrated their martial skills, while a few seized the last moments to meditate and adjust their mindset. With keen eyes, Shinichen spotted Chu Xiao and Lu Yao, hurrying over with enthusiastic leaps and beaming smiles. You're here, Chu Xiao. This year's tournament is particularly grand, and the prizes are said to be exceptional treasures that will significantly aid in cultivation. It all depends on whether we have the true skills to claim them. Chu Xiao nodded slightly, his gaze traversing the bustling crowd toward the tightly packed competition stage, his expression resolute and determined, regardless of the allure of the prizes. The opportunity to engage with masters from various sects is an invaluable chance for me. As they conversed, Chu Xiao's attention was suddenly drawn to Lin Cheng, who stood nearby with a sinister smirk, glaring at him with malevolent intent, as if to say that he would be in for a surprise. Anger surged within Chu Xiao, who met Lin Cheng's gaze with defiance and scorn, silently challenging him. Bring it on, I'm not afraid. The tension between them crackled in the air. Shaking off Lin Cheng's contemptuous stare, Chu Xiao's focus shifted to another group approaching, the disciples of the refining sect. They were robust and towering, resembling small mountains, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Their well-defined muscles were a testament to the rigorous labor and diligent training they underwent daily. Each disciple bore weapons they had forged themselves, exuding an extraordinary aura. Some carried colossal hammers, inscribed with runes, while others wielded meteor hammers, their chains glinting ominously in the sunlight, producing a crisp sound with every movement, intimidating to behold. Their presence instantly heightened the atmosphere, drawing gazes filled with awe and envy. As Chu Xiao observed them, excitement and anticipation surged within him, yearning to test his strength against these formidable opponents in the forthcoming tournament. Just then, a resounding bell tolled, echoing throughout the venue, heralding the imminent commencement of the tournament. All eyes were magnetically drawn to the stage. An elderly elder, his hair silver, yet his spirit vibrant, ascended the platform with poise. He stood tall, radiating authority, and raised his hand to call for silence before clearing his throat. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, each word clear and powerful. Welcome, distinguished talents, to this martial arts tournament. I hope all of you will uphold the principles of fairness and integrity, showcasing your skills and talents. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, the sound swelling higher and higher, echoing endlessly. Flags fluttered vigorously in the wind, harmonizing with the shouts of the crowd, amplifying the fervent atmosphere to its peak. Chu Xiao, Liao, and Shen Yichen exchanged encouraging high-fives before heading to their respective waiting areas, readying themselves for the fierce challenges ahead. Elder Zichu announced the rules of the tournament. 1. Point challenge. As the competition commenced, participants would freely engage in duels of pairs, each duel limited to 20 minutes. The victorious party would earn 3 points. The defeated 1 point, and in the case of a draw, both would earn 2 points. During the matches, lethal techniques and highly toxic artifacts were prohibited. Accumulating 6 points would qualify them for the next round, with only 20 advancing. To ensure progression, participants must actively seek challenges to earn points. 2. Draw for duels. Participants would draw lots to determine their opponents, with the winners advancing to the finals, where a single match would determine the victor. Chapter 32. The initial battle. As Elder Zichu's words faded, the atmosphere below erupted into a cacophony of voices. Contestants engaged in hushed discussions of tactics with their companions or scrutinized their potential adversaries with intense gazes. Chu Xiao took a deep breath, his eyes brimming with resolve, fully aware that the key to the points challenge lay in taking the initiative and swiftly amassing points. Lu Yao, with a face full of concern, turned to Chu Xiao and said, Brother Chu Xiao, this competition is no trivial matter. You must be cautious in all things. Chu Xiao nodded slightly, offering Lu Yao a reassuring smile. Do not worry, I have a handle on it, and you should too. Do not let your guard down. As the gong of the competition resonated, Chu Xiao's gaze was firmly fixed on Lin Cheng, his mind made up to challenge this formidable opponent. The onlookers quickly sensed Chu Xiao's intentions, murmurs of surprise rippling through the crowd. Who is this kid? How dare he challenge Lin Cheng? Indeed, Lin Cheng was a powerhouse at the spirit-body realm, and the disparity in their strengths was considerable. The whispers surged like a tide, one after another. Chu Xiao was acutely aware that he faced a fierce battle. Lin Cheng's prowess at the spirit-body realm was undeniable, and he might very well face defeat. Yet, there was no hint of retreat in his heart. His eyes radiated tenacity and resolve. Even if he were to fall, he would stand on this stage and confront Lin Cheng, refusing to bow to a powerful adversary or concede easily. Lin Cheng caught sight of Chu Xiao's unwavering gaze, and a mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Kid, are you certain you wish to challenge me? My fists do not discriminate. He spoke while flexing his muscles, deliberately exuding a formidable aura of spiritual pressure, attempting to intimidate Chu Xiao. Unfazed by this overwhelming presence, Chu Xiao pressed his lips together, his gaze unyielding, firmly planted without taking a step back. The spiritual energy around him began to circulate slowly, the aura of an 8-patterned spiritual practitioner subtly revealing his determination to engage in battle. Soon, the highly anticipated duel commenced. A gentle breeze swept across the arena, stirring up dust as if the very air was tense with the anticipation of this unequal encounter. Chu Xiao and Lin Cheng stood opposed, both awaiting the optimal moment to strike. The surrounding clamor gradually faded, and all held their breath, eyes fixed intently upon them, eager for the first move in this fierce confrontation. Seeing Chu Zhao's steadfastness, a glimmer of ferocity flashed across Lin Cheng's face. This kid truly possesses a measure of courage. Let me teach him a lesson. With that, he launched the first attack. A fierce shout erupted from his chest, a resonant sound reverberating as his spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave. With a powerful stomp, the solid stone floor cracked like a spider's web beneath his feet. Utilizing this recoil, he shot toward Chu Zhao like an arrow released from its bow. His right fist enveloped in tumultuous spiritual energy, the brilliance at its core blindingly bright. The wind from his punch howled, aiming directly for Chu Zhao's chest, the air around it seemingly shrieking as if it were about to tear apart the very fabric of space. Chu Zhao's face grew solemn. He was acutely aware of the might of his opponent and dared not underestimate him. In an instant, his inner spiritual energy surged like a torrential river. The essence of an 8-pattern practitioner fully unleashed, a faint glow enveloping him. As Lin Cheng's fist neared, he steeled himself, swiftly sidestepping with the agility of a nimble monkey, his waist coiling with precision as he narrowly evaded Lin Cheng's devastating blow. Seizing the opportunity as Lin Cheng's attack missed, Chu Zhao condensed his spiritual energy into his right hand, the force swirling like a vortex within his palm. With a swift motion akin to a blade, he aimed a horizontal strike at Lin Cheng's neck, the gust of wind sharp enough to slice through the air. Lin Cheng reacted swiftly, tilting his head slightly, his chin grazing past Chu Zhao's hand, strands of hair lifted by the force. In the blink of an eye, his left leg shot upward, knee bent and muscles taut like steel, delivering a whip-like kick toward Chu Zhao's waist. The speed of this kick was blinding, leaving behind a blurry afterimage in the air. Chu Zhao hastily crossed his arms in defense, veins bulging as spiritual energy surged to form a protective barrier. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash as Lin Cheng's kick struck his arms, the force propelling Chu Zhao backward, leaving deep marks on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The audience below was left speechless, the arena enveloped in silence, all captivated by the fierce battle. Holding their breaths, eyes glued to the stage lest they miss a single moment of this thrilling spectacle. Suddenly, a voice broke through the hushed awe. Can you believe it? This Chu Zhao is actually holding his ground against Lin Cheng of the spirit body realm. Unbelievable. This remark sparked a chorus of agreement from those around, whispers echoing back and forth. After the brief exchange, Lin Cheng felt a surge of astonishment. He had anticipated an easy victory over Chu Zhao, yet the boy's strength surpassed his expectations. However, his murderous intent swelled, and he scoffed. You have some skill, but it ends here. With that, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, his fingers dancing with agility, chanting incantations at a rapid pace, the syllables imbued with a mysterious power. The spiritual energy surrounding him thickened, a visible vortex swirling at his side, gradually coalescing into a colossal spiritual tiger, radiating a ghostly blue aura, alive and menacing. Roaring as it lunged toward Chu Zhao, its roar reverberating through the air, raising clouds of dust from the ground in its wake. The spiritual tiger, imbued with a cataclysmic force, charged forth with such speed that Chu Zhao barely had time to react. With a resounding thud, he was violently hurled away, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the edge of the stage, sending dust flying. Chu Zhao felt his insides shift, a metallic taste of blood filling his mouth as he coughed, crimson trickling from the corner of his lips. Lin Cheng approached with confident strides, a triumphant smirk adorning his face as he loomed over Chu Zhao. Do you now see the disparity? Surrender, and you may suffer less. Chu Zhao, however, casually wiped the blood from his lips, the crimson staining his palms stark against the sunlight. Defiantly, he pushed himself up, legs trembling from pain, yet his gaze unwavering like solid rock. Dream on. You will have to kill me before I concede. Lin Cheng's eyes glinted with fury, his anger intensifying. He inhaled sharply, channeling his energy into his legs, the ground beneath him marked with shallow imprints as he charged at Chu Zhao like a tempest. His left leg rose high, tracing an arc in the air, propelled by the fierce wind, aimed directly at Chu Zhao's shoulder. Chu Zhao barely managed to sidestep, the kick grazing his garment and whipping up a fierce gust. Yet, Lin Cheng's onslaught was relentless, and as Chu Zhao struggled to regain his footing, Lin Cheng's right leg swept out in a follow-up attack. Chu Zhao was unable to evade in time, the powerful blow striking his waist and sending him flying once more, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Desperate to rise, he found his bones felt as if they were crumbling, every muscle in agony. But Chu Zhao harbored no intentions of retreating. Gritting his teeth, he pressed his hands against the ground, trembling as he rose to his feet. Lin Cheng, unyielding, surged forward again, this time his fists clenched tightly, spiritual energy coalescing into radiant orbs atop his knuckles as he unleashed a furious barrage aimed at Chu Zhao's head and chest. Chu Zhao raised his arms in defense, bruises blooming instantly upon his skin. As Lin Cheng's relentless assault continued, Chu Zhao's defenses crumbled, and he was once again sent crashing to the ground. Chapter 33. The awakening of Zhu Zhao. Tears streamed down Lu Yao's face, her eyes red and swollen, as she fixed her gaze on the battered Chu Zhao in the arena. Her body trembled slightly, hands instinctively clutching at her garment's hem. Each of Chu Zhao's strained defenses seemed to sap every ounce of his strength, and every blow he endured twisted her heart painfully. At last, unable to contain herself, she stumbled toward Chu Xiao, crying out, "Brother Xiao?" Her voice, sharp with fear and sorrow, pierced the noisy competition like a dagger. Reaching Chu Zhao's side, she grasped his arm with urgency, her voice choked and nearly pleading, "Brother Xiao, please stop fighting. Look at the state you're in." Her tear-streaked gaze swept over his bruises and wounds, and fresh tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Just concede, we can end this. I can't bear to see you hurt any longer, please." Her hand gently caressed Chu Zhao's cheek, filled with concern and heartache, her body trembling with sobs. Chu Xiao, however, remained unmoved by Lu Yao's words, trembling as he struggled to rise again. Suddenly, a familiar voice, tinged with mockery, echoed in his mind. After being beaten so badly, you still refuse to concede? A jolt ran through Chu Xiao. It was the voice of his elder brother, Zhu Zhao. In astonishment and joy, he responded inwardly, "Brother Zhu Zhao, you have finally awakened." Zhu Zhao scoffed lightly. "If I do not awaken now, you will be beaten into submission." A bitter smile tugged at Chu Zhao's lips, yet his resolve remained unyielding. "I shall never concede, even if I have but a single breath left." With curiosity, Zhu Zhao inquired, "Even at this juncture, you remain so stubborn. Why?" Chu Xiao inhaled deeply, fire igniting in his eyes. "If I surrender so easily, how can I challenge Jia? The pain he has inflicted upon me, I must repay in full." Zhu Zhao felt a surge of fervor rise within him, exclaiming, "Good lad, you are indeed worthy of my recognition." His voice brimmed with admiration and grandeur. "I shall lend you my strength to aid you this once." In an instant, a torrent of ancient power surged through Chu Zhao's veins, revitalizing him. He felt a tremor course through his body, and the weight of exhaustion lifted, his pain subsiding under this newfound vigor, enveloped in a resplendent glow. In that moment, a strange radiance enveloped Chu Xiao, as Zhu Zhao's essence coursed through him like a lively serpent. The power flowed through him, and the once agonizing wounds tingled, then gradually faded into nothingness. Chu Xiao sensed a colossal force surging through his limbs, every muscle taut with explosive energy, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. More wondrously, he felt an abundance of spiritual energy surging within him, filling his meridians without a hint of discomfort. Each inch of flesh rejoiced, as if parched earth welcomed the nourishing rain. Invigorated by the unending reservoir of energy, his fists clenched tightly, the joints cracking under pressure, as the blood surged through him, uncontrollable excitement bubbling within. He tilted his head back and let out a thunderous roar, the sound echoing through the air, startling birds into flight and drawing astonished gazes from the spectators in the nearby arena. At that moment, Lin Cheng had taken only a few steps when he halted abruptly, turning back to witness the transformation in Chu Xiao. The previous disarray and weakness vanished, replaced by an overwhelming aura of strength. Lin Cheng's brows knitted into a deep frown, his face darkening with unease, but his years of arrogance urged him to maintain composure. He scoffed, "Humph, a desperate struggle. Let us see what tricks you can still muster." Chu Xiao, pay close attention. When your spiritual energy condenses to a specific realm, your body will undergo a profound transformation. It is akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, a fundamental leap in essence. Zhu Zhao floated before Chu Xiao, radiating a mysterious glow, his demeanor serious, yet filled with anticipation. "Now, calm your mind, shed all distractions, and attempt to gather your spiritual energy into your hands. Do not rush, guide it gently, like channeling a mountain stream into a mighty river." Zhu Zhao's voice resonated deeply in the tranquil valley, imbued with a calming magic. Chu Xiao closed his eyes tightly, inhaling deeply, and began to mobilize his spiritual energy as instructed. At first, the energy felt as scattered as sand, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he furrowed his brow in concentration. Yet he persevered, adjusting his breathing and focusing his mind. Gradually, the energy began to coalesce, like summoned sprites gathering towards his palms. "Yes, just like that. Steady, keep guiding it," Zhu Zhao encouraged softly, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Zhao's every movement. As the energy accumulated in his palms, a faint light flickered, pulsating as if nurturing something yet to be born. Next, envision a tangible weapon in your mind, merging your intent with the energy, allowing it to manifest as you desire. Chu Xiao held his breath, immersing himself fully in the control of the energy, beads of sweat trickling down and soaking his garments. Under Zhu Zhao's guidance, the spiritual energy within him surged like an awakened torrent, each flow carrying immense power, roaring through his meridians with a muted thunder. As Chu Zhao's focus intensified, the light in his palms blazed brilliantly, illuminating the world around him. The air trembled under the weight of this formidable force, buzzing in protest as if the very space could not bear the pressure. In the blink of an eye, a colossal dragon began to take shape from the radiance in his hands, its form twisting and coiling as if it could span the heavens. This magnificent dragon's scales shimmered with breathtaking brilliance, silver and gold intertwined, the silver akin to radiant stars in the vast cosmos, pure and enigmatic. The gold reminiscent of the rising sun, radiant and majestic. The two colors intertwined like the most resplendent clouds in the sky. A sight so breathtaking it stole the breath away. As the dragon gently swayed, a mere flick of its form stirred a tempestuous wind. The gust howled around, lifting clouds of dust into the air, forming pillars of earth-colored debris. Nearby birds, daunted by this overwhelming presence, flapped their wings in panic, desperately fleeing with sharp cries. The creatures of the forest shrank back into their dens, holding their breath in fear. At this moment, the dragon stood as the unrivaled sovereign of this realm, exuding a chillingly powerful aura. Its eyes glowed like two blazing suns, radiating a bewitching light that seemed capable of piercing through all, unveiling the mysteries of the world. Chapter 34. Li Daniu Chu Zhao's aura surged like a tumultuous tsunami, constantly escalating. With a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, he swung his arm forward with an unwavering momentum. In that instant, the colossal dragon, in perfect harmony with his intent, let out a long and piercing cry. Its roar seemingly capable of rending the firmament. The reverberating sound waves radiated outward, causing the air to shimmer with visible ripples. The dragon radiated a blinding golden light, its scales glistening like flowing magma, embodying an apocalyptic force. Enveloped in immense spiritual energy, it surged towards Lin Sheng like a bolt of golden lightning. As it passed, the sand and stones on the ground were swept up by the powerful gust, forming small whirlwinds, while the surrounding trees were uprooted, their branches and leaves scattering in the tempest. Initially, Lin Sheng harbored a glimmer of hope, but as the dragon bore down upon him, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him in an instant. His eyes widened in terror, his face drained of color, his legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, his body trembling uncontrollably. He instinctively raised his hands, attempting to ward off the impending fatal blow, desperately shouting, "No! This cannot be happening." Fear washed over him like a tide. His breath came in rapid, heavy gasps, and his heart raced in his chest as if it were about to burst forth. Just as the dragon was about to strike Lin Sheng with cataclysmic force, a figure streaked across the sky like a meteor, appearing between the two in an instant. It was an elder from the sect, clad in a flowing robe, his white hair billowing in the wind, his gaze exuding authority and composure. The elder swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations, and a translucent barrier of spiritual energy materialized before him, emanating a gentle yet resilient glow. The dragon's attack collided forcefully with the barrier, producing a deafening roar akin to the violent collision of two celestial bodies. Spiritual energy surged, creating a powerful shockwave that sent nearby structures crashing down, reducing them to ruins. The elder staggered back a few steps under the impact, leaving deep footprints in the ground, yet he steadfastly absorbed the blow, thanks to his profound mastery. Upon witnessing the elder's arrival, Chu Zhao's eyes flickered with reluctance, yet he forcibly suppressed the surging energy within him, gradually retracting his attack. The dragon dissipated in accordance with his will, leaving behind a lingering wave of potent spiritual energy that bore witness to the earlier harrowing spectacle. The elder, incredulous, widened his eyes in shock as he stared intently at Chu Zhao, overwhelmed with astonishment. His lips quivered slightly as he struggled to articulate a response, momentarily at a loss for words. As a respected elder of the sect with extensive experience, he had encountered countless exceptionally gifted disciples. Yet it was rare to witness such a drastic transformation in power within a short span of time as displayed by Chu Zhao. The surrounding spectators were equally astonished, their chatter silenced in an instant, the once boisterous arena now so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. All eyes converged on Chu Zhao, filled with disbelief and awe. Some even rubbed their eyes, questioning their own perceptions. Among the crowd, Shinichun's reaction was the most pronounced. As an acquaintance of Chu Zhao, he was acutely aware that Chu Zhao had once been regarded as a talentless cultivator, subject to scorn and ridicule within the sect. Yet now, Chu Zhao had triumphed over a master of the spiritual body realm, a stark contrast that left him struggling to comprehend. His mind was a maelstrom of confusion, filled with questions and an unwillingness to accept this transformation. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwan, her previously aloof demeanor now focused intently on Chu Zhao, stood quietly with a furrowed brow, seemingly deep in thought. The elder raised his hand, signaling for silence among the crowd, and cleared his throat before announcing loudly, "In this match, Chu Zhao emerges victorious." His voice resonated through the stillness of the arena, each word crystal clear. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng sprang to his feet, his face flushed and his expression frantic. "No, no, no, I have not lost. This doesn't count," he cheated. "This match cannot end like this." His voice was sharp and urgent as he waved his hands in a futile attempt to reclaim the situation. The elder turned to him, his expression grave, eyes piercing as they fixed on Lin Sheng, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. "Had I not intervened just now, you would have perished. The truth is evident, you lost. And in defeat, one must accept their fate and refrain from further unreasonable protests." The elder's words struck like a hammer, each syllable resonating deeply within Lin Cheng's heart. Lin Cheng opened his mouth, ready to argue, but upon seeing the elder's stern visage and the curious gazes of those around him, he swallowed his retort. Biting his lip in frustration, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. On the other side, Lu Yao was flushed with excitement, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Ignoring the gazes of those around her, she dashed towards Chu Xiao, exclaiming, "Brother Xiao, you were amazing. I knew you could do it." Shen Yiqian approached Chu Xiao with a broad grin, playfully slinging an arm around his shoulder, half-jokingly remarking, "Brother Chu, that was rather unsporting of you. You've quietly stepped into the spiritual body realm while pretending to make no progress before me. You've hidden it well. Just lucky," Chu Xiao replied modestly. As the crowd conversed animatedly about Chu Xiao's victory, the atmosphere gradually lightened. At this moment, the next round of competitors took to the stage. And it was time for the disciples of the refining sect to showcase their skills. Chu Xiao's curiosity was piqued, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. As he had been so focused on his own cultivation that he had little knowledge of the combat styles employed by the refining sect disciples. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the arena, and raised his hand, urging everyone to pause. Let us take a moment to observe how the brothers of the refining sect engage in battle. It is bound to have its own unique qualities. As he spoke, he inched closer, eager for a better view, his face alight with uncontainable curiosity. Lu Yao mirrored Chu Xiao's movements, standing on her tiptoes to catch a glimpse, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Shen Yiqian, with a quirk of his brow and a slight smile, turned his attention to the stage, ready to witness this rare spectacle. The crowd quieted, their focus shifting to the arena, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the battle between the disciples of the refining sect. Li Daniu, disciple of the refining sect, challenges you. The robust and sturdy Li Daniu strode confidently towards his opponent, his voice booming like a thunderclap. Lingxiu sect, Lingyu. Chapter 35. A triumphant advancement in an instant, the two individuals experienced a remarkable surge in their aura, plunging them into a state of intense combat. Li Daniu struck first, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed like a clap of thunder in a still sky. With a powerful stomp, the solid stone floor trembled as if struck by lightning. Fissures radiating from his position, he charged forward like a frenzied bull, propelled by an unyielding momentum towards Lin Yu. In that fleeting moment, he revealed a heavy iron hammer. Expertly crafted through the art of refinement, its surface adorned with mysterious runes that glimmered with an otherworldly light, as though whispering ancient secrets. The hammer, accompanied by a howling wind that pierced the air, descended with tremendous force upon Lin Yu, the air around it seemingly torn apart. Lin Yu's expression hardened, yet he remained composed, displaying no trace of panic. With a delicate touch of his toes against the ground, he gracefully retreated several meters, his movements as fluid as willow catkins dancing in the breeze, elegantly evading the fierce blow. Without delay, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, his gestures reminiscent of a butterfly flitting through flowers, captivating the eye, while he murmured incantations in a low, enigmatic tone. In an instant, spiritual energy swirled around him, manifesting several ethereal blades that shimmered with a chilling light, akin to lightning streaking across the night sky, exuding a deadly aura as they shot towards Li Daniu. Upon witnessing this, a fierce glint flickered in Li Daniu's eyes. He chose not to confront the onslaught head-on. With remarkable speed, he wielded his heavy hammer, creating a series of afterimages that blurred the eye. The hammer spun and danced, forming an impenetrable barrier that deflected the incoming spiritual blades. The blades clashed against the hammer, producing a series of crisp, melodious sounds, akin to a symphony of warfare, igniting sparks like a dazzling display of fireworks, underscoring the life and death struggle at hand. The two combatants exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch, the intensity of the battle escalating. Each strike and parry elicited gasps from the audience below, their figures darting across the arena, engaging in close combat and long-range attacks, a dazzling array of techniques that left spectators in awe. The battle raged on at the center of the refinement sect's arena, where Li Daniu and Lin Yu were locked in a fierce stalemate. Although Li Daniu was drenched in sweat, his eyes radiated a fierce determination, embodying an unwavering will to fight to the bitter end. Zhu Zhao intently observed the battlefield, remarking, "Li Daniu is indeed a paragon of the refinement sect. Observe that heavy iron hammer in his grasp, the runes pulse with energy, resonating with his spiritual power. Both are formidable masters of the spiritual body realm, equally matched in strength." Li Daniu's aura surged, his already imposing physique seeming to swell, muscles bulging like hills brimming with untold power. The ground beneath him cracked under the strain, fissures spreading like a spider's web. The runes on the hammer glowed ever brighter, their radiance spilling forth as if distorting the very fabric of space. He was on the verge of merging his essence with the hammer's might. Zhu Zhao elaborated. Within the refinement sect, this is regarded as an apex combat technique. Once executed, the individual becomes one with the hammer, rendering attacks unstoppable and defenses impenetrable. Zhu Zhao's eyes widened in anxious anticipation as he focused on the arena. At that moment, Li Daniel let out a mighty roar that reverberated painfully in the ears of all present. Suddenly, he soared into the air, the hammer in his hand radiating with overwhelming force, accompanied by a roaring wind as it descended toward Lin Yu. In that split second, it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill, the world narrowing down to the singular, relentless strike. This is the union of man and hammer, Zhu Xiao declared gravely. Abruptly, he shouted, and the heavens seemed to echo with a deep, resonant rumble, shaking the entire arena. Li Daniel's aura exploded anew, waves of spiritual energy surging forth like a torrential tide, his form and the heavy hammer gradually merging into one. The runes on the hammer blazed with intensity, illuminating the arena as if the sun had descended. At that moment, Li Daniel's power appeared to multiply exponentially. With each swing of the hammer, a gust of wind erupted, shattering the stone floor beneath him into fragments that swirled through the air. He advanced like a war god, each step heavy and resolute, causing the ground to tremble beneath him as he closed in on Lin Yu. Lin Yu's countenance shifted dramatically, a flicker of unease surfacing in his eyes for the first time. He hastily summoned his spiritual energy to forge an unyielding barrier for defense. Countless threads of spiritual energy intertwined, forming a shimmering blue shield before him. However, Li Daniel showed no sign of trepidation. He leaped high, the heavy hammer imbued with cataclysmic power, crashing down onto Lin Yu's shield. A deafening explosion ensued, reminiscent of the earth splitting apart, as the barrier shattered under the hammer's might, disintegrating into countless shards of spiritual energy that vanished into the ether. Lin Yu was propelled backward by the force, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. He struggled to rise, only to find himself racked with pain and nearly depleted of energy, unable to mount an effective defense any longer. Li Daniel approached Lin Yu, resting the hammer on the ground as he panted heavily, yet a victorious smile graced his lips. The art of spiritual cultivation is indeed marvelous, but it pales in comparison to absolute power. He then extended a hand to help Lin Yu rise, and thus, this exhilarating battle reached its conclusion. Silence enveloped the audience before an eruption of thunderous applause and cheers filled the air. The disciples of the refinement sect rejoiced in Li Daniel's triumph, swelling with pride, while the disciples of the spiritual cultivation sect, though begrudgingly, acknowledged the brilliance of the battle and the strength of Li Daniel. At this juncture, Zhu Xiao solemnly advised, "Did you glean the essence of this battle? Strength and technique are complementary, each indispensable. In your future cultivation, do not neglect either." The fierce contest continued unabated, with the clash between Chu Xiao and Lin Cheng becoming the focal point of the event. The spectators were left in awe and trepidation as they witnessed Chu Xiao's defeat of Lin Cheng. It is worth noting that mastery within the spiritual body realm distinguishes one as a peerless contender, and Chu Xiao's victory underscored the terror of his prowess. From that moment on, none dared to challenge Chu Xiao lightly, allowing him to advance with ease. On another front, Yi Qingwan and Shun Yiqian also shone brilliantly in their performances. Yi Qingwan, light and agile, executed her spells with fluid grace, overwhelming her opponents with exquisite techniques. Meanwhile, Shun Yiqian, grounded in solid fundamentals, methodically triumphed over numerous formidable foes. Ultimately, Yi Qingwan's extraordinary display secured her the top position, with Shun Yiqian claiming second place, and Lu Yao in third, alongside 17 other disciples, including Chu Xiao, who all advanced to the next stage. Chapter 36. A modicum of interest. The elder stood upon the elevated platform, his gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd below. With a flourish of his whisk, he proclaimed in a resonant voice, "This competition concludes here. These 20 individuals have successfully advanced. The semifinals are scheduled for tomorrow morning. Given the considerable depletion of your spiritual energy today, it is imperative that each of you recuperate well upon your return." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the audience. The expressions of the qualifiers varied. Some wore faces of elation, while others exhaled in relief, and the defeated bore looks of deep disappointment. Lu Yao, like a jubilant fawn, bounded to Chu Xiao's side, affectionately linking her arm with his, her large, sparkling eyes brimming with admiration. "Brother Xiao, you were simply magnificent today. Even Lin Cheng of the spiritual body realm fell to your prowess. I knew you could do it." A gentle smile graced Chu Xiao's face as he tenderly ruffled Lu Yao's hair. "It was merely good fortune, a testament to my prior training. You two performed splendidly today." Lu Yao's cheeks flushed slightly, her lips curving into a smile as she playfully responded, "No one is as remarkable as Brother Xiao. I must strive harder. Tomorrow in the semifinals, I'm certain you will triumph effortlessly." After bidding farewell to Shun Yiqian, Chu Xiao returned to the alchemy sect with Lu Yao. Throughout their journey, she animatedly recounted tales of his valiant exploits during the battle, her eyes sparkling with adoration. However, Chu Xiao's thoughts lingered on the perilous encounter with Lin Cheng. Had it not been for Zhu Xiao's covert assistance at a critical moment, victory would have eluded him. Upon their arrival at his quarters, Chu Xiao swiftly dismissed others and eagerly stepped into the space within his jade pendant. As he crossed the threshold into that mystical realm, A familiar ancient aura enveloped him. He looked up, filled with gratitude, and called out to the expansive emptiness, "Brother Zhu Zhao, I cannot thank you enough. Without your aid, I would have surely faced defeat today." Zhu Zhao's colossal form gradually emerged from the swirling mists, radiating a faint golden glow. His enormous dragon eyes sparkled with amusement as he replied, his voice deep yet clear, "This is but a trifling matter. After all, you are one I have chosen. However, I must say, your strength is rather lacking. With your current abilities, many challenges await you, so you must hasten your training." Rather than feeling disheartened, Zhu Zhao's resolve solidified. He nodded earnestly, "I will certainly strive for improvement. Brother Zhu Zhao, I shall commence my training now." With that, he turned to make his way toward the training grounds. Observing this, Zhu Zhao gently swayed his massive tail, creating a crisp sound as the scales rubbed together, an enchanting noise that instinctively halted Chu Xiao in his tracks. "No need to rush. Today, I shall take you to collect a bit of interest." "Interest? What interest?" Chu Xiao asked, bewildered. His previously calm demeanor now filled with confusion as he turned to gaze intently at Zhu Zhao. With a dismissive snort, Zhu Zhao exhaled 2 streams of hot air from his nostrils. "It concerns the spirit beast from the arena. A mere crimson flame Kuei beast dared to attack you. I was right beside you, yet it acted so brazenly, thinking us easy prey. Today, we shall teach it a lesson and reclaim our honor. It must learn the consequences of provoking you." Hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Chu Zhao's eyes. Recalling the ferocity of the crimson flame Kuei beast, he displayed signs of apprehension and quickly cautioned, "Brother Zhu Zhao, I have heard that spirit beast is quite formidable. Perhaps we should refrain from provoking it. I fear that not only would we gain nothing, but we might also incur great losses." Zhu Zhao erupted into a thunderous laugh, his body twisting in the air, the golden light surrounding him intensifying, as if to illuminate the entire space. After his laughter subsided, he spoke with disdain, "Formidable? What a laugh! It isn't even worthy to be counted among ancient spirit beasts. In my glorious past, such creatures were unfit to be my subordinates." Seeing that Chu Xiao remained unconvinced, Zhu Zhao gently waved his tail in a reassuring manner. "Fear not, I shall safeguard you. With my presence, that insignificant crimson flame Kuei beast cannot stir up any trouble. This excursion serves both to discipline it and to broaden your understanding of the true disparities in power within this world. Stay close to me, and you shall emerge unscathed while also relieving your frustrations." Thus, under the cover of night, Chu Xiao stealthily approached the arena, his movements akin to a specter. The moonlight bathed the blood-soaked ground, the surrounding stillness occasionally disrupted by the whisper of the wind. The crimson flame Kuei beast, resting in its lair, immediately became alert. Flames erupting from its nostrils, bright against the darkness, as if disturbed from a peaceful slumber, manifesting its fury. Hidden in the shadows, Chu Xiao gazed at the towering beast, his legs trembling with fear, apprehensive of being crushed by a mere swipe. Yet, recalling Zhu Zhao's promise, he gritted his teeth, mentally reciting Zhu Zhao's words, and steeled his resolve to step into the territory of the crimson flame Kuei beast. Upon entry, a wave of searing heat assailed him. Akin to stepping into a vast steam chamber, the air turning scalding. The beast let out a deafening roar, charging toward Chu Xiao like a burning meteor, the resulting gale nearly toppling him. Its massive claws glimmered ominously in the moonlight, sharp as daggers, and with each step, the ground trembled beneath its weight. Chu Zhao's heart raced, but he forced himself to remain composed, following Zhu Zhao's earlier instructions to channel his spiritual energy, forming a faint shield before him. As the relentless heat of the crimson flame Kuei beast bore down upon him, its colossal form akin to a moving fortress of flames, Chu Zhao's spiritual shield trembled precariously, akin to a flickering candle in a tempest, on the verge of extinguishing. His legs grew weak, beads of sweat cascading from his brow, his breathing becoming labored and heavy. Just as the beast's claws were about to make contact with Chu Xiao, a burst of golden light erupted from within him. Zhu Zhao finally revealed himself. In an instant, the entire arena was enveloped in dazzling golden radiance, Zhu Zhao's immense form hovering above, casting a shadow over the land. He let out a primal roar that shattered the heavens, as though seeking to rend the very fabric of existence. Zhu Zhao's roar resonated with boundless authority and strength, causing the arena to tremble violently, cracks forming in the earth as if it could not withstand the force of his fury. Dust swirled in the air, and structures around them collapsed under the pressure of the sound waves, reduced to rubble. The crimson flame Kuei beast stood frozen, stunned by the sudden upheaval. Its previously fierce gaze now filled with fear and astonishment. It sensed the ancient and overwhelming aura radiating from Zhu Zhao, a pressure that commanded submission from the depths of its being. Chapter 37. The flame pearl. The voice of Zhu Zhao resonated like a thunderous bell, imbued with boundless rage and majesty, echoing throughout the arena. "You, insignificant crimson flame Kylin, dare to be so audacious. Today, you shall witness the consequences of provoking my chosen one." As the words fell, Zhu Zhao forcefully swung its dragon tail. causing the surrounding space to seemingly tear apart with a resounding hum. A golden beam of light shot forth like a bolt of lightning towards the crimson flame Kylan, distorting the air and scorching a blackened trail in its wake. The Kylan attempted to evade but found itself ensnared by an invisible, formidable force, rendering it immobile. In despair, it emitted a wretched cry, and under the impact of the golden brilliance, its massive form was sent hurtling like a severed kite, crashing to the ground and raising a great cloud of dust, unable to rise. As the dust gradually settled, the crimson flame Kylan lay sprawled on the ground. Its breath shallow, the once roaring flames upon its body now reduced to mere flickers, swaying in the night breeze, occasionally emitting pained whimpers. Zhu Zhao gazed down upon the Kylan, shaking its body, the scales clinking like a cascade of coins, each glimmering with resplendent golden light, akin to countless miniature suns radiating brilliance. Humph, little beast. Do you now comprehend the severity of your actions? Zhu Zhao's voice thundered, reverberating around. With great difficulty, the Kylan lifted its head, the fierceness in its eyes replaced by profound fear and reluctance. Who are you? Why do you intervene? Its voice was weak and filled with confusion. Unable to fathom the motives of this suddenly emerged powerful entity that had come to aid Chu Xiao, Zhu Zhao burst into a hearty laugh, the sound causing the surrounding air to vibrate. Ignorant little beast, you do not recognize me, Zhu Zhao. I am the ancient holy beast, an auspicious presence in the realm. Even your ancestors would show me the utmost respect. As Zhu Zhao spoke, its body radiated with golden light, exuding an imposing aura. Upon hearing this, the Kylan trembled, disbelief flickering in its eyes. It then struggled to rise and perform a bow, but its frail body betrayed it, collapsing heavily back to the ground, creating a cloud of dust in its wake. Observing its pitiful state, Zhu Zhao remarked teasingly, "Look at you, such a sorry sight. How about this? Follow me, and I will ensure you live a life of luxury, no longer wandering aimlessly in this desolate corner. What say you?" As Zhu Zhao spoke, it rhythmically tapped its claws on the ground. A glimmer of hesitation crossed the Kylan's eyes, but feeling Zhu Zhao's overwhelming aura, it immediately nodded fervently, exclaiming, "I am willing. I shall follow you, my lord." Even as it spoke, its body trembled uncontrollably. Zhu Zhao nodded in satisfaction. "Now you're speaking sense. However, you nearly harmed my friend. That cannot go unpunished. Do you possess any treasures? Present them as compensation for the young man." With that, Zhu Zhao pointed a claw at Chu Xiao, who was still catching his breath nearby. The Kylan hesitated, fidgeting for a while before saying, "My lord, I truly have nothing of worth. Only my life-bound flame pearl remains. Parting with it would be a great loss for me." Zhu Zhao feigned anger, its dragon whiskers bristling. "Oh, you dare to haggle with me? Very well. Seeing as your physique is quite robust, you shall serve me for 100 years, massaging my back and shoulders. And this matter will be settled. How does that sound?" The Kylan's eyes widened in fright, hastily waving its claws. "No, no, my lord. I was wrong. I shall give it to you." It reluctantly opened its mouth and expelled a pearl emitting a faint red glow. As soon as the pearl appeared, the temperature around surged, suffusing the air with a searing warmth. Zhu Zhao glanced at the flame pearl and quipped, "Is this all? Do not attempt to deceive me with a counterfeit. Should I discover the truth, your fragile form cannot withstand the consequences." The Kylan, looking aggrieved, explained, "My lord, I swear it is indeed the life-bound flame pearl. If I speak falsely, let me be struck by lightning every day." Finally satisfied, Zhu Zhao called out to Chu Xiao, "Young man, here you go. This is rightfully yours. Train diligently, and do not let me down again." Chu Xiao extended his hand to receive the flame pearl, feeling its warmth as a surge of immense energy flowed into him, invigorating his spirit. "Thank you, Lord Zhu Zhao, and thank you, Brother Kylan," he expressed to the crimson flame Kylan. The Kylan scratched its head awkwardly. "Brother, I apologize. I acted rashly before. Please do not take it to heart." Chu Xiao smiled, thinking to himself, "This Zhu Zhao is truly a person of character, quite amusing indeed." Not far away, a woman clad in black observed the scene, concealed beneath the shadow of an ancient tree, her gaze fixated intently on Chu Xiao, Zhu Zhao, and the crimson flame Kylan, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions, curiosity intertwined with wariness. As the breeze rustled, her garments fluttered silently, clearly indicating her adeptness at concealing her presence. With the flame pearl acquired from the Kylan, Chu Xiao hurriedly returned to the alchemy sect, accompanied by Zhu Zhao. Upon reaching his quarters, he eagerly cradled the flame pearl in his palms, examining it from every angle, a look of perplexity adorning his face. "Lord Zhu Zhao, what exactly is this treasure? I am utterly bewildered." Zhu Zhao leisurely approached him, stretching languidly, its scales shimmering with dazzling golden light, before bursting into hearty laughter. "Young one, you truly do not recognize it? This is the life-bound flame pearl of the crimson flame Kylan, immensely precious, capable of significantly enhancing a cultivator's spiritual power and mastery over fire attributes." Chu Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment and delight. "It is indeed the life-bound flame pearl. No wonder I sensed it was anything but ordinary." At this moment, Zhu Zhao's expression turned serious as it said, to fully master this flame pearl, you must pierce your fingertip and let a drop of blood fall upon it. Though hesitant, the thought of harnessing such formidable power spurred Chu Shao on. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed a small knife from the table and pricked his fingertip. A drop of crimson blood landed steadily on the flame pearl. In an instant, the pearl erupted with blinding red light. An intense heat surged back towards him, causing Chu Shao to stumble, nearly losing his balance. Steady your mind. Do not be swayed by this force. Zhu Zhao's voice resonated in his mind like a resounding bell. Chu Shao quickly channeled his spiritual energy, gritting his teeth to endure, striving to resist the power of the flame pearl. Gradually, the tumultuous energy subsided, becoming gentler, slowly melding into his being. Under Zhu Zhao's attentive guidance, Chu Shao began to attempt to embed the flame pearl at the Tian Yuan point on his forehead. He held his breath, focusing intently on directing the pearl's energy upwards. This arduous process felt as if he were carrying a mountain on his back, heavy enough to render him breathless. Do not rush, take it step by step, and feel the connection between the Tian Yuan and the flame pearl. Zhu Zhao continuously encouraged him, patiently guiding him along the way. Sweat beaded on Chu Zhao's forehead, his clothes already drenched. Just when he felt he could no longer endure, a sudden warmth enveloped his forehead, and the flame pearl successfully nestled into the Tian Yuan. At that moment, he distinctly felt the pearl's power harmoniously integrate with his own spiritual energy, as if it had always belonged to him. Well done, Zhu Zhao praised. In the days to come, you must continually adapt to this newfound power and learn to wield it to your advantage. Chapter 38. The semifinals. After successfully concealing the flame pearl at his forehead's Tianyuan point, Chu Shao was suddenly struck by a wave of heat at his brow, as if an invisible force was pulling him. Almost immediately, an inexplicable sensation of tearing surged through him, causing him to involuntarily gasp. Instinctively, he glanced at Zhu Zhao, his eyes filled with confusion and a plea for help. However, Zhu Zhao offered no further explanation, merely stating calmly, "This sensation is an inevitable process of merging with the flame pearl. The mysteries within, you must explore for yourself. Some insights cannot be conveyed by others. They must be personally experienced." With that, he transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing back into the jade pendant. "Could you not divulge a bit more, Master Zhu Zhao?" Chu Shao murmured to the pendant, but received no response. He sighed helplessly, rubbed his heated brow, and although filled with bewilderment, he resigned himself to the situation. Suppressing the odd sensation at his brow, he steadied his mind and prepared to rest, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the next day. That night, Chu Shao tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, the tearing sensation periodically disturbing him until he finally endured until dawn. Before the sun had fully risen, he arose early, quickly washed up, and made his way to the rendezvous point with Lu Yao. Along the way, the morning mist had yet to dissipate entirely, and the flowers and grasses by the roadside glistened with dewdrops, shimmering in the faint light. Before long, he spotted Lu Yao. She was clad in a light blue practice outfit, her long hair tied back, exuding an air of vitality. As she saw Chu Shao approach, a brilliant smile illuminated her face as she hurried over, saying, "Chu Shao, you've finally arrived. Today is the semifinals. We must give it our all. I was so excited I hardly slept last night." The two walked side by side towards the competition venue, passionately discussing tactics along the way. As they drew nearer to the arena, the surrounding clamor intensified, the crowd's energy transforming the atmosphere into one of fervor and tension. Upon entering the arena, a familiar figure rushed towards them. It was Shen Yichen. He beamed with joy, waving his hand from a distance and calling out, "Chu Shao, Lu Yao, I've been waiting for you to arrive." Today he donned a moon-white fitted outfit adorned with delicate blue cloud patterns at the hem and cuffs, giving an impression of flowing mist as he moved. The tailored cut accentuated his tall physique, combining sharpness with a touch of elegance. The white jade crown in his hair glimmered under the sunlight, complementing his striking features, making him appear spirited and confident. Shen Yichen approached, patting Chu Shao on the shoulder and nodding at Lu Yao before excitedly declaring, "Today's semifinals are brimming with skilled competitors. I've heard many sects have sent forth their most promising disciples. We must witness their prowess." Chu Shao responded with a smile. Indeed, judging by the atmosphere, the competition will surely be thrilling. As the three conversed, an elder ascended to the central platform of the arena and tapped the ground lightly, producing a crisp sound. Once the crowd fell silent, the elder announced, "Dear disciples, today marks the semifinals of this grand competition, a crucial step towards glory and proof of strength. We shall now commence the drawing of lots to determine the matchups." The elder's voice resonated throughout the arena, and as his words faded, an attendant swiftly stepped forward, holding a quaint wooden box inscribed with mysterious runes. The lid slowly opened to reveal bamboo slips representing the order of combat and opponents, drawing the gaze of all present. The audience held their breath, tension palpable in the air. Lu Yao stepped forward first, her hand trembling slightly as she hesitated before reaching into the wooden box. When she drew a slip and saw the name Yi Qingwan inscribed upon it, her previously rosy cheeks turned pale, her eyes widening in shock as she gasped. How could it be her? It was well known that Yi Qingwan was the top disciple of the spirit cultivation sect, renowned among the younger generation in the cultivation world. Her mastery of various spiritual arts was unparalleled, and her affinity for spiritual energy was extraordinarily high, making her techniques immensely powerful. Lu Yao's heart raced, and her grip on the slip tightened, but she quickly inhaled deeply. Her determination rekindled as she silently encouraged herself. Lu Yao, do not fear. All this hard work has not been in vain. Give it your all. Shen Yichen followed suit, maintaining a facade of ease as he chanted heavenly spirit, earthly spirit, while cheerfully reaching into the box. However, when he drew a slip and read the name Li Daniu, his smile froze, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he lamented, "No way. Li Daniu is notoriously strong, with his immense strength. I might as well be flattened by a single blow." Li Daniu was known as a formidable rogue cultivator, possessing innate strength and a brutal style of combat, leaving all opponents wary of his imposing presence. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiao stepped forward, the arena enveloped in silence as all eyes turned towards him. He gently sifted through the bamboo slips, silently praying for a relatively manageable opponent. When he grasped a slip and read Zhao Ming's name from the alchemy sect, his expression tightened, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had heard of Zhao Ming, a leading figure among the younger generation of the alchemy sect, excelling in crafting various magical artifacts and adept at employing them in combat, making him a formidable adversary. Chu Xiao's heart raced, but he quickly composed himself, his gaze resolute as he contemplated his strategy. Since I have drawn this lot, I shall give it my all. Lu Yao and Shen Yichen hurried to Chu Xiao's side, their expressions serious. Shen Yichen grimaced, "This is troublesome. Our opponents grow stronger by the moment." Chu Xiao reassured them, patting their shoulders with conviction. "Indeed. Each of us faces challenges. Let us devise our strategies and bolster one another." After mutually encouraging one another, the trio dispersed to find quiet corners, preparing for the intense confrontations ahead. With a command from the elder, the first match of the semifinals, Lu Yao versus Yi Qingwan, officially commenced. The audience's gaze shifted to the center of the arena, where Yi Qingwan gracefully ascended the platform. Today, she appeared as ethereal as a celestial being. Clad in a moon-white silk gown embroidered with exquisite light blue spiritual patterns, the fabric shimmered as she moved, reminiscent of flowing stars. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her back, with a few playful strands framing her porcelain visage, accentuating her fair complexion. A small diamond-shaped spiritual crystal adorned her forehead, its ethereal blue glow adding an air of mystery. At her waist, a light purple ribbon fluttered, its end embellished with a round pearl that jingled melodiously with her every step. Chapter 39. The Semifinals. 2. The tempest raged through the valley, swirling sand and stones. As Lu Yao and Yi Qingwan stood on opposite sides, their spiritual energy roiling around them, a breathtaking battle on the verge of eruption. The air around them seemed ignited by their formidable presence, crackling with energy. Lu Yao struck first, her delicate hand raised, instantly condensing several sharp blades of spiritual energy in her palm. These blades, accompanied by a piercing whistle, hurtled towards Yi Qingwan with the force of a thunderous tempest, causing the very fabric of space to ripple in their wake. Yi Qingwan's beautiful eyes narrowed, undaunted. Her sword danced with rapid precision, an unending stream of spiritual energy flowing into its blade. In the blink of an eye, countless sword shadows blossomed like vibrant flowers, weaving an impenetrable net of defense. The clashing of the spiritual blades and sword shadows rang out like a symphony, sparks flying as powerful energy waves surged outward, shattering nearby boulders into dust that swirled through the air. Seizing the moment while Yi Qingwan was occupied with defense, Lu Yao deftly flipped her hand, retrieving her treasured artifact, the illusionary silk. As the silk emerged, it radiated a dazzling spectrum of colors, captivating the eye. With a flick of her wrist and a soft incantation, she commanded rise. The illusionary silk transformed into countless glimmers of light, slithering towards Yi Qingwan like agile serpents, twisting through the air, distorting space with eerie creaks. Yi Qingwan, sensing the threat, furrowed her brows slightly. With a nimble step, she executed the exquisite wind step technique. Her form became as light as willow catkins, gracefully dodging the attacks of the illusionary silk, each sidestep and movement a perilous dance of evasion. Suddenly, spotting a fleeting opening in the silk's assault, Yi Qingwan halted, channeling her entire spiritual energy into her sword without reservation. A determined glint flickered in her eyes as she shouted, "Break!" A brilliant blade of energy erupted from the sword's tip in a fan-like arc, imbued with terrifying power that rent the air with a piercing cry. The light of the illusionary silk shattered under this fierce onslaught, dissipating into specks of brilliance that vanished into the ether. Lu Yao, witnessing her treasured artifact's assault thwarted, remained unfazed. Taking a deep breath, she swiftly formed seals with her hands, murmuring incantations as her spiritual energy surged violently, coalescing into a massive vortex. At the heart of this maelstrom, a majestic spirit eagle materialized, its form cloaked in azure flames, with wings spanning scores of feet. Each flap summoned a fierce gale. It let out a sharp cry that echoed throughout the valley, before diving towards Yi Qingwan with talons poised. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the eagle, Yi Qingwan's expression grew serious. She dared not relent, employing an intricate footwork as she dodged left and right to evade the eagle's strikes. Meanwhile, she unleashed a flurry of sword energy, attempting to counter the formidable creature. Yet, the eagle seemed to possess a will of its own, deftly avoiding her strikes, its assault intensifying. As the battle escalated into a fervent climax, both Lu Yao and Yi Qingwan poured their all into their attacks and defenses, each move laden with lethal peril. In a bid to conclude the confrontation swiftly, Lu Yao resolved to summon her ultimate artifact, the Spirit Heart Pearl. She produced a softly glowing blue pearl from her bosom, and upon its emergence, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards it, drawn by an unseen force. The pearl's radiance grew, forming an immense blue shield that enveloped Lu Yao. Within the shield, countless mysterious runes flickered, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Controlling the Spirit Heart Pearl, Lu Yao pushed it slowly towards Yi Qingwan. As the pearl approached, Yi Qingwan felt a powerful pull, as if it sought to draw her body and soul into its depths. Gritting her teeth, she channeled her energy, anchoring herself to the ground, striving to resist the force. Simultaneously, she thrust her sword repeatedly, sending streams of energy like arrows towards the pearl, yet upon contact with the shield, they vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by the sea. Just when Yi Qingwan found herself in dire straits, she noticed a fleeting delay in Lu Yao's energy flow, a momentary lapse caused by the exertion required to maintain the pearl's might. Though minuscule, this flaw was sufficient for the battle-hardened Yi Qingwan. A glimmer of resolve sparked in her eyes as she unhesitatingly unleashed her ultimate technique, the Astral Rift Sword. In an instant, the sky swirled with tumult, and the light of countless stars converged upon Yi Qingwan's sword. A vast cosmic expanse seemed to unfold around her, stars twinkling in a mysterious and resplendent display. Yi Qingwan raised her sword high, proclaiming, "Astral Rift, sword shatters the firmament." With her fierce shout, a beam of sword light, imbued with the power of endless stars, surged forth, akin to a resplendent river of stars, bearing an earth-shattering momentum towards Lu Yao and the Spirit Heart Pearl. Before this radiant sword light, the pearl's shield appeared fragile. In an instant, it shattered, striking Lu Yao directly. She felt an irresistible force surge towards her, her body akin to a kite severed from its string, uncontrollably hurtling backward. As she soared through the air, blood erupted from her mouth, painting the sky in a crimson mist. Ultimately, Lu Yao crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Her eyes brimmed with resentment and despair, her body trembling from the grievous wounds she sustained. Yi Qingwan, sword in hand, approached Lu Yao slowly. Her hair danced in the wind, her gaze calm, yet imbued with the pride of a victor. The valley was steeped in an eerie silence, a somber testament to the brutality of their fierce confrontation. Yi Qingwan reached Lu Yao's side, looking down at her, softly declaring, "In this battle, you have lost." Lu Yao gritted her teeth, wishing to utter something, but ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, closing her eyes. The breathtaking clash had finally come to a close. Lu Yao sat despondently on the ground, her gaze vacant, her heart heavy with regret and self-recrimination. At that moment, a figure rushed towards her. It was Chu Shao. Breathless, he knelt beside Lu Yao, concern etched across his face. "It's all right, Yao Yao," he gently comforted, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, striving to dispel the shadows clouding her heart. "You were incredible." Lu Yao slowly lifted her head, her eyes reddened, tears glistening as her voice quivered. "Brother Shao, I've disappointed you." With that, large tears rolled down her dusty cheeks. Chu Shao's heart ached at the sight. Tenderly, he wiped away her tears, a warm smile gracing his face as he spoke steadfastly. "Silly girl, how could that be? I witnessed the arduousness of this battle. Every move you made was with utmost effort. You have done exceptionally well. I am proud of you, not disappointed." Chapter 40. The Semifinals. 3. Everyone was astounded by Yi Qingwan's formidable abilities, as she rightfully held the title of the foremost disciple of the Spirit Cultivation Sect. She cast a cold glance at Chu Shao from the competition stage. Li Daniu, the pride of the Forging Sect, and Shun Yichen from the Spirit Cultivation Sect stood opposed to one another on the vast training ground of Linghuan Sect, where the sun blazed fiercely, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. The atmosphere was taut, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit, ready to snap at any moment. Li Daniu, as the esteemed disciple of the Forging Sect, radiated an undeniable aura of strength, bolstered by his solid cultivation at the spirit body realm. He gripped his life-s weapon, a gleaming black hammer, tightly. The runes etched upon it seemed alive, flickering with a faint glow, exuding an ancient and powerful presence. Taking the initiative, Li Daniu unleashed a fierce roar, his muscular arms bulging as he swung the hammer, summoning a gusting wind that roared like a tempest, and brought it crashing down upon Shun Yichen with the force of a mountain. It seemed as if the very air would tear apart under the weight of his strike. In that instant, Shen Yichen's gaze sharpened like an eagle's, and with a deft flick of his toes, he agilely sidestepped, narrowly evading the thunderous blow. The hammer struck the ground with a thunderous boom, creating a pit nearly half a person deep, sending fragments of stone flying like bullets, some narrowly grazing the hem of Shen Yichen's robes. Seizing the moment while Li Daniu's strength waned, Shen Yichen moved like a startled rabbit, darting forward with lightning speed. His sword glimmered with a chilling light as it lunged toward Li Daniu's chest. Li Daniu reacted with remarkable speed, abruptly positioning his hammer to block. The sword clashed against the hammer with a resounding clang, sparks erupting like fireworks. The tremendous force caused Shen Yichen's hands to tingle, nearly disarming him, while Li Daniu felt the impact reverberate through his arm. With a sudden burst of strength, Li Daniu swung his hammer, forcing Shen Yichen back several paces, then continued his relentless assault. Each swing of the hammer was infused with immense power, a relentless tide of attacks crashing one after another. Shen Yichen, graceful and nimble, danced between the strikes, seeking a moment to unleash his exquisite swordplay, the sword's shadow flickering as he attempted to penetrate Li Daniu's ironclad defense. Yet, Li Daniu's defenses were impenetrable, easily nullifying every strike, leaving Shen Yichen struggling to find an opening. As the battle reached a fever pitch, Li Daniu suddenly roared, channeling all his spirit energy into the hammer, causing the runes to blaze with intense brilliance, nearly blinding to behold. He leaped high into the air, hammer raised, embodying an unstoppable force as he aimed to strike Shen Yichen with all his might. This strike gathered all his strength and cultivation, as if intending to pulverize Shen Yichen into dust. Feeling the overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, Shen Yichen's expression turned grave, his breath quickening. He took a deep breath, circulating his spirit energy wildly, gathering it all into his long sword, which shone with radiant light, ready to counter this formidable assault. Just as the hammer was about to descend upon him, he unleashed the clear wind-breaking cloud sword, a dazzling sword aura erupting from the blade, colliding with the hammer in a thunderous clash. In that instant, a deafening explosion echoed across the training ground, a wave of powerful spirit energy rippling outwards like a surging tide. Shen Yichen was thrust backward by the force, staggering as his feet left deep marks on the ground. Li Daniu was similarly pushed back, swaying as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet Li Daniu was unwilling to accept defeat, his eyes aflame with determination. He resolutely unleashed his ultimate technique, Man and Hammer One. In an instant, his body melded with the hammer, transforming into a streak of black light, surging towards Shen Yichen with cataclysmic intent. The ground was carved into a deep trench in his wake, and the air crackled with energy, sizzling ominously. Witnessing this, Shen Yichen's eyes flashed with resolve. He recognized this as a life-or-death moment, with no avenue for retreat. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his spirit energy to form a protective barrier before him. Simultaneously, he positioned his sword horizontally, bracing himself for the impending lethal strike. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided, brilliance erupting forth, the intense energy shockwave sending surrounding disciples reeling, some even toppling to the ground. As the light faded, Shen Yichen knelt, blood seeping from his mouth, his long sword now marred with cracks, and his protective barrier shattered. Conversely, Li Daniu's formidable assault was thwarted, revealing his weary form. Disbelief etched across his face. With a mighty roar, Shen Yichen summoned the last remnants of his spirit energy, each pulse coursing painfully through his meridians. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a more radiant sword aura from his blade. Li Daniu could withstand no longer, his body flying backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground amidst a cloud of dust, the hammer rolling to the side. Shen Yichen rose slowly, unsteady on his feet, wiping the blood from his lips as he sheathed his damaged longsword. The surrounding disciples fell into a brief silence before erupting into thunderous applause and cheers. This breathtaking battle concluded with Shen Yichen's victory, yet it came at a significant cost, his spirit energy nearly depleted and multiple injuries to his meridians, requiring a lengthy period of recuperation. I declare this match a victory for Shen Yichen, the elder announced. Li Daniu stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. Indeed, elder brother, your reputation is well-deserved. I concede this match with full acceptance. Shen Yichen reciprocated with a bow. It was merely fortune, senior brother. The training ground bore the remnants of their fierce clash, a unique energy lingering in the air. Chu Xiao stepped steadily into the arena, his expression calm yet his gaze radiating an unprecedented focus. Having just witnessed the grueling battle between Shen Yichen and Li Daniu, he understood well that Shen Ming before him was no ordinary opponent. A head-on confrontation would yield no favorable outcome. He would need to rely on cunning and strategy. Shen Ming stood arrogantly, chin slightly raised, his spirit energy swirling chaotically around him, as if declaring his assured victory to all present, dismissing Chu Xiao entirely. At the sound of the competition bell, Shen Ming wasted no time, swiftly forming seals with his hands while chanting incantations. In an instant, a blazing inferno of spirit energy ignited in his palms. Within moments, The flames coalesced into a fearsome fire serpent, hissing as it surged forward with scorching heat, racing toward Chu Xiao, warping the air in its wake with an ominous sizzling sound. Chapter 41. The Finals in the Arena. Chu Xiao and Shen Ming stood in a tense confrontation, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Shen Ming gripped the formidable Yin Pequang blade tightly, his spiritual energy swirling around him as flames erupted from beneath his feet, rapidly engulfing the entire blade. With a thunderous shout, he leaped high into the air, cleaving downwards with a colossal wave of flame that tore through the air, emitting a crackling sound. The fiery blade surged toward Chu Xiao like a bolt of scorching lightning. Chu Xiao's eyes narrowed, and he executed the phantom step, evading the attack with a ghostly swiftness. Simultaneously, he flicked his wrist, and an icy blue spiritual force surged forth, forming a shimmering ice shield. The flaming blade struck the shield with a resounding crash, the clash of ice and fire resonating with a deafening roar, sending shockwaves through Chu Xiao's arm, forcing him to stagger back several steps. With his initial strike successful, Shen Ming's onslaught intensified. He wielded the Yin Pequang blade with ferocity, each swing conjuring waves of fire that cascaded toward Chu Xiao. The latter dodged and weaved, his garments singed in several places, his situation becoming increasingly precarious. As the battle wore on, fatigue began to take its toll on Chu Xiao, his body bearing several wounds, while Shen Ming appeared emboldened, channeling all his spiritual energy into the Yin Pequang blade for a decisive blow. He raised the blade overhead, flames coalescing into a roaring fire phoenix around its edge, surging toward Chu Xiao with cataclysmic intent. Just as Chu Xiao felt cornered, a gentle voice resonated in his mind. Chu Xiao, quickly harness the power of the flame pearl, concentrate, and attune to its resonance with your spiritual energy. Startled, Chu Xiao recognized the voice of his mentor, Zhu Zhao. Without a moment's hesitation, he followed the guidance, calming his mind to sense the presence of the flame pearl within him. In an instant, he felt as though he had touched the core of the flame pearl's power, an immense and mysterious force flooding into his meridians. The flame pearl erupted in dazzling light, and Chu Xiao sensed his spiritual energy multiply exponentially, his control over the surrounding elements reaching unprecedented heights. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the power of the flame pearl, merging it with his own icy spiritual energy. His soft sword ignited in fierce flames, encircled by a halo of ice blue light, the fusion of fire and ice exuding a potent and enigmatic aura. With a mighty shout, he unleashed a brand new sword technique, the Ice Fire Reincarnation Sword. Each thrust of his sword bore the dual might of ice and fire, waves of flames intertwining with jagged ice shards as they surged toward Shen Ming. The sudden shift in power left Shen Ming momentarily stunned. He hastily raised the Yin Pequang blade to defend, but the overwhelming force of the ice and fire swiftly shattered his flame shield. Struggling to resist, Shen Ming felt his movements slowing, each defense becoming increasingly futile. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xiao maximized the flame pearl's power, executing a devastating ice-fire unification strike. A massive wave of ice and fire erupted, striking Shen Ming with relentless force. With a pained cry, Shen Ming's Yin Pequang blade was sent flying from his grasp, and he was hurled to the ground, rendered incapable of further resistance. Chu Xiao slowly sheathed his soft sword, exhaling deeply as he gazed at the sky, silently expressing gratitude to Zhu Zhao for his guidance. This battle had not only secured his victory but also deepened his understanding of the Flame Pearl's power. The elder's piercing gaze swept across the arena as he declared with resounding authority, Chu Xiao, Shen Yichun, Yiqing Wan, and Su Yao have successfully advanced to the finals, which will commence grandly tomorrow. A wave of murmurs erupted in the arena as the crowd regarded the four outstanding contestants with admiration and anticipation. Chu Xiao inclined his head slightly, feeling a blend of joy and caution. He understood that the opponents to come would be even more formidable, and every battle henceforth would be fraught with peril. Accompanied by Lu Yao, he returned to the alchemy sect, where she excitedly recounted his brilliant performance in the competition, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Upon reaching his quarters, Chu Xiao consumed a light meal before retreating to his room to prepare for the final round. As night fell, enveloping the world in silence, Chu Xiao sat cross-legged, allowing his spiritual energy to flow gently. The power of the flame pearl harmonized with his own, emitting a soft glow. Just as he immersed himself in his training, he detected a faint and subtle fluctuation in the air. Startled, he opened his eyes wide and scanned his surroundings with heightened vigilance. The elder stood atop the arena platform, his voice booming as he announced, Chu Xiao, Shen Ming, Lin Yu, and Su Yao have successfully advanced to the finals, which will officially commence tomorrow. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement, their curiosity and anticipation directed toward the four finalists. A slight smile graced Chu Xiao's lips, yet he remained composed, fully aware that the true challenges lay ahead. Lu Yao radiated excitement, her praises for Chu Xiao's performance flowing freely, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Once back at the alchemy sect, Chu Xiao had a light meal before retreating to his room for focused training, determined to push himself to the limit in preparation for the finals. As the night deepened, Tranquility enveloped the surroundings, occasionally interrupted by the distant chirping of insects. Chu Xiao sat in meditation, his spiritual energy flowing steadily, the flame pearl casting a gentle light as it intertwined with his own. Suddenly, he sensed a minuscule disturbance in the air. Instantly alert, he opened his eyes and scanned the room. Before he could react, a shadow burst through the window. A dagger aimed at his throat with blinding speed and deadly intent. Reacting swiftly, Chu Xiao leaned back to evade the strike, while simultaneously launching a powerful punch enveloped in spiritual energy toward the assailant. The shadow dodged the attack with agility and retaliated with a flurry of lethal blows, the dagger glinting menacingly in the dark. As he defended himself, Chu Xiao attempted to discern his opponent's identity, but the shadow moved with such speed and precision that it was evident they were a trained assassin. Not daring to underestimate the situation, he activated the Phantom Step, moving rapidly within the confines of the room while channeling the power of the Flame Pearl, merging ice and fire into his fists. Huh, you think it will be that easy to take my life? Chu Xiao roared, unleashing the Ice-Fire Reincarnation Fist. Waves of fire and shards of ice crashing toward the shadow. Realizing the technique's potency, the shadow retreated hastily. Seizing the moment, Chu Xiao pressed his advantage, his fists raining down blows that cornered the shadow against the wall. Just as he prepared to deliver a final strike, the shadow whistled sharply. In an instant, multiple figures clad in black surged through the window, surrounding Chu Xiao. A sense of dread washed over him as he recognized that these shadowy figures were formidable spiritual entities. Their strength formidable. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, unyielding in the face of danger, igniting a fire of determination within him. At that moment, Zhu Zhao's voice echoed in his mind. Do not panic. Focus your mind and sense the flow of spiritual energy around you to identify their weaknesses. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiao followed the advice, clearing his mind to attune to the energy surrounding him. He discerned that while these black-clad figures possessed immense power, there were gaps in their coordination, and the flow of their spiritual energy followed a discernible pattern. Chapter 42. The Ambush. How dare you launch an attack on our young master? This time, we have come to teach you a lesson. The leader of the black-clad men tore off the black cloth from his face, revealing a grotesque scar. His expression dripping with disdain as he fixed his gaze on Chu Xiao. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chu Xiao scoffed. So it was Lin Cheng who sent you. If he has the guts, let him come himself. Sending you insignificant lackeys is hardly impressive. Humph. Still boasting even when death is imminent. With a wave of his hand, the scar-faced black-clad man commanded his companions to encircle Chu Xiao once more. They fanned out, weapons glinting ominously, their footsteps inching closer, tightening the encirclement. Brother Zhu Zhao, please save me. Chu Xiao cried out in despair. Cold sweat mingling with blood blurred his vision. The figures of the black-clad men swaying before him, almost causing him to faint. Each swing of his sword to defend himself drained him of strength. His arms ached and felt numb, his footing faltered. Zhu Zhao's calm voice echoed in Chu Zhao's mind, laced with a hint of amusement. Do not fret. We are in the alchemy sect. Help will surely arrive. Although filled with doubt and unease, Chu Xiao managed to fend off another wave of attacks from the black-clad men. At the critical moment when the scar-faced man raised his sword to deliver a fatal blow to Chu Xiao, a flash of pink light shot forth like lightning, striking the man's sword away. In an instant, a woman adorned in resplendent robes, exuding an air of elegance, appeared before Chu Xiao. It was the female sect leader of the alchemy sect. Her gaze was piercing as she surveyed the black-clad men. The immense spiritual energy she radiated causing the air to tremble slightly. How audacious to wreak havoc in my alchemy sect. Her voice rang clear yet imposing, reverberating painfully in the ears of the black-clad men. Fear etched across their faces, the black-clad men instinctively began to retreat. The scar-faced man, though visibly shaken, exclaimed, Sect leader, this is a personal matter between us and Chu Xiao. Do not interfere. The sect leader let out a cold huff. To harm others within my alchemy sect is tantamount to declaring war against it. With that, she swiftly formed hand seals, gathering a dazzling orb of multicolored spiritual energy in her palms, its brilliance captivating as it sent a surge of energy rippling through the surroundings. Perceiving the imminent threat, the black-clad men exchanged anxious glances and turned to flee. However, the sect leader would not allow it. She raised her hand and unleashed the multicolored energy, which instantly transformed into countless ethereal ropes, ensnaring the black-clad men in the blink of an eye, rendering them powerless. Once the black-clad men were subdued, the sect leader turned to Chu Xiao, her expression softening somewhat as she asked, Are you unharmed? Chu Xiao let out a sigh of relief, suppressing his pain as he clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, sect leader, for saving my life. I am fine. The sect leader nodded slightly, her gaze resting on him. I have heard about your situation. This assassination attempt by the black-clad men likely conceals deeper motives. Rest assured, I will investigate thoroughly. A warmth spread through Chu Zhao's heart. The sect leader continued, her expression conveying approval. I have heard of your performance in the martial arts arena today. To stand out among numerous formidable opponents and enter the finals, while skillfully wielding the powers of ice and fire, is no small feat. Chu Xiao humbly lowered his head. You flatter me, sect leader. I still have many shortcomings. If it weren't for your timely arrival today, I fear. The sect leader waved her hand dismissively. These black-clad men were sent by the Lin Sheng family. They are known for their ruthlessness. Their targeting of you indicates their fear of your power. However, rest assured, now that you are part of my alchemy sect, I will not turn a blind eye. Chu Xiao looked at the sect leader with gratitude. As a newcomer, I have already caused so much trouble for the sect. I feel truly guilty. The sect leader smiled gently. This is not your fault. You possess exceptional talent and diligence. You are the hope of my alchemy sect. Focus on recovering and preparing for the finals. I eagerly anticipate your performance. After the sect leader departed, Chu Xiao sat alone by the bedside, lost in contemplation. The events of the day had left him acutely aware of his inadequacies. At that moment, Zhu Zhao's gentle voice resonated in his mind. Chu Xiao, calm your mind. Following his advice, Chu Xiao closed his eyes and regulated his breathing. Zhu Zhao continued. If you wish to survive and triumph in the impending calamity, you must fully master the power of the Flame Pearl. Eagerly, Chu Xiao asked, Brother Zhu Zhao, what should I do? The Flame Pearl harbors ancient and formidable power. When it resonates with your spiritual energy, do not forcefully suppress it. Instead, guide it, Zhu Zhao explained. Imagine the power of the Flame Pearl as a rushing river. You are not to block it, but rather become the riverbed, allowing it to flow according to your will. Following Zhu Zhao's guidance, Chu Xiao turned his focus inward, seeking the Flame Pearl. It radiated a fervent glow, its power surging. He attempted to guide it, but its ferocity was overwhelming, nearly causing him to lose control several times. Do not rush. Take your time, Zhu Zhao reassured him. Concentrate your mind and feel the rhythm of the power. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiao made another attempt, and gradually, the power of the Flame Pearl began to respond to his commands, merging with his own spiritual energy and flowing steadily through his meridians. Excellent. Next, you must learn to control your realm, Zhu Zhao instructed. Keep your realm stabilized below the spirit body stage. This will allow you to conceal your strength when facing enemies. Catching them off guard, Chu Xiao looked puzzled. But isn't elevating my realm supposed to enhance my power? Why should I suppress it? Do you understand what the impending calamity truly is? Zhu Zhao inquired. Furrowing his brow, Chu Xiao replied, tinged with confusion, Please enlighten me, Brother Zhu Zhao. I have only heard it is a great catastrophe, yet I know not its origins. This calamity is a divine punishment directed at the Wushu beings, intended to utterly destroy them. It is a heavenly retribution. Zhu Zhao's voice was grave. As a Wushu being, you have already drawn the attention of the heavenly Tao. This calamity is inescapable. A chill ran down Chu Zhao's spine as he clenched his fists. If I cannot evade it, then I shall face it head on. But what must I do? Enhance your strength. It is said that only a select few with formidable power and remarkable resolve can triumph over the calamity. First, suppress your realm below the spirit body stage. When you are ready, you can break through all at once to the spirit body stage, Zhu Zhao advised. Understood. Chu Xiao responded resolutely. The following day, at dawn, the martial arts arena was inundated with a surging crowd. Eager spectators arrived early, filled with excitement and anticipation. Eager to witness the finals that would determine the strongest among the younger generation. Chu Xiao stood in the contestant preparation area, his expression calm, yet his heart roiled like turbulent waves. He secretly circulated his spiritual energy, ensuring his realm remained firmly suppressed below the spirit body stage, each breath steady and powerful, attempting to dispel the tension that lingered in his mind. Beside him, Shen Ming cast glances of animosity, his eyes sharp, seemingly still brooding over his previous defeat. Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited finals are about to commence. With the referee's resounding voice, the crowd erupted in excitement. Chu Xiao inhaled deeply and stepped confidently towards the center of the arena, facing Shen Ming. Chapter 43. The Grand Finale. 1. On the day of the grand finale, as the first light of dawn broke across the horizon, Chu Xiao rose early from his bed. The room was sparsely furnished, with the faint morning light filtering through the worn window panes, casting a gentle glow upon his resolute face. He was acutely aware that the pursuit of victory was akin to navigating treacherous waters, with hope appearing all but elusive. Yet, for those who tread the path of cultivation, who does not seek a glimmer of hope amidst despair? His gaze was intense, and he murmured to himself, even if the road ahead is fraught with thorns, I shall fight with all my might. Upon arriving at the arena, he found it teeming with spectators, a throng so dense that not even a drop of water could escape. Atop the vast competition stage lay the spiritual sword, a symbol of champion's glory, its blade glinting ominously, as if whispering tales of unparalleled authority. Chu Xiao inhaled deeply, his gaze fixated on the sword, a fervent desire surging within him. At that moment, an elderly man with snow-white hair and an ethereal presence ascended the stage, cradling an ancient wooden box in his hands, ready to draw lots. The crowd below held their breath, the atmosphere taut as a drawn bowstring. Soon, the list of matchups was unveiled. Chu Xiao was to face Su Yao, while Shun Yichun encountered Yi Qingwan. Chu Xiao furrowed his brow as he regarded Su Yao. Dressed in black, she possessed an unsettling appearance. Her techniques bizarre and unpredictable. In contrast, he had scarce resources for cultivation, relying solely on his own experiences gained from perilous ventures. Nevertheless, there was no trace of retreat in his demeanor. He clenched his fists, his spiritual energy coursing through him, preparing for the arduous battle ahead. Meanwhile, Shen Yichun and Yi Qingwan exchanged a glance. Clad in black, Shen Yichun exuded an air of coldness, radiating a formidable presence. He was a favored contender for the championship, his strength unfathomable. Yi Qingwan, with her gentle visage, bore a gaze of unwavering determination, her sword trembling slightly in her grasp, eager for the taste of victory. This encounter promised to be a clash of titans, destined to be nothing short of spectacular. With a command from the elder, "Begin," Chu Xiao surged forward towards Su Yao, his sword weaving a fierce pattern in the air, creating a sound akin to the howling wind. Unperturbed, Su Yao waved her delicate hand, conjuring a veil of spiritual energy that effectively blocked Chu Xiao's assault. Simultaneously, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from Shen Yichun and Yi Qingwan's confrontation, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. The arena became a whirlwind of blades and energy as the epic battle for glory commenced in earnest. Chu Xiao and Su Yao stood poised, the tension in the air palpable. Chu Xiao launched the first offensive, his voice low as he summoned his spiritual energy, his hands swiftly forming seals, the flame orb in his palm bursting forth with brilliant light. In an instant, the forces of ice and fire erupted in a tumultuous display, intertwining to form two ferocious dragons that lunged towards Su Yao, their fiery tongues licking the air, while the chilling aura left frost in its wake. A peculiar smirk graced Su Yao's lips as she remained calm, her jade-like hands moving gracefully through the air, her footwork erratic yet elusive. With a flick of her wrist, she conjured bizarre runes that darted towards the incoming ice-fire dragons like agile darts. The collision of runes and dragons resulted in a cacophony of explosive sounds, illuminating the arena with dazzling light. Observing the unfolding spectacle, Chu Xiao's gaze sharpened, and he dashed towards Su Yao with lightning speed, his sword dancing through the air. Imbued with the dual forces of ice and fire, Su Yao raised an eyebrow, deftly sidestepping his lethal strike, her hand transforming into a claw aimed directly at Chu Xiao's throat, her fingers laced with spiritual energy, capable of rending the very fabric of the air. Chu Xiao swiftly retracted his sword in defense, the metallic clash resounding sharply as the overwhelming spiritual energy forced both combatants to retreat a few steps. Once steadied, Chu Xiao launched another vigorous assault, employing an unconventional footwork to circle Su Yao, his sword slicing through the air like a tempest. Each strike imbued with the combined might of ice and fire, each thrust either scorching or freezing. Su Yao adeptly countered, utilizing her unique techniques and agile movements, sometimes forming shields of spiritual energy, other times seizing the opportunity to strike back with cunning angles that caught her opponent off guard. The two figures danced across the arena, leaving trails of afterimages in their wake, as the audience gasped in awe. In the midst of the fierce battle, Su Yao suddenly let out a commanding shout. Her aura surging to its zenith, her once pale cheeks flushing with the intensity of her power. In her palm, a flame of vivid crimson, shaped like a fierce dragon, materialized. This extraordinary flame, a manifestation of her innate power, Crimson Dragon Flame, was a testament to her prowess as a spiritual alchemist. As the Crimson Dragon Flame emerged, the temperature within the arena skyrocketed, waves of scorching heat crashing outward. The dragon roared, enveloping Chu Xiao in a torrent of heat, igniting the very air around him with a series of explosive pops. Amidst the tumult, Chu Xiao struggled against Su Yao's enigmatic techniques and the mounting pressure. Despite his valiant efforts, he began to feel overwhelmed. The tangible heat emanating from the blazing dragon distorted the air around him, threatening to sear his skin. Confronted with the sheer might of this primordial flame, a sense of panic surged within Chu Xiao, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Just as his mind raced for a solution, a steady voice resonated within his consciousness. "Do not panic, young one. Activate the flame orb in your hand. It can devour all flames and will surely dispel this crisis." Awakening to a newfound resolve, Chu Xiao inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner turmoil, and focused intently on channeling his spiritual energy to connect with the flame orb within him. In an instant, the orb blazed with radiant light, a powerful and mysterious force emanating from it, as if it sought to consume all existence into an endless abyss. Undeterred, Chu Xiao's gaze hardened, his spiritual energy erupting once more. The flame orb sensed the formidable power of the Crimson Dragon Flame and surged with an even greater intensity, releasing a domineering suction. The dragon, now devoid of Su Yao's command, was drawn toward the orb, its head thrashing in futile resistance. Su Yao's complexion turned ghostly pale as she beheld the spectacle, her eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Desperately, she attempted to summon her innate flame back, but the connection between her and the crimson dragon flame was severed as if sliced by a razor, leaving her helpless to reclaim the power she once wielded with ease. As the crimson dragon flame neared total absorption by the flame orb, Su Yao gritted her teeth, disregarding the backlash, and summoned every last ounce of spiritual energy to command the dragon in a self-destructive charge towards Chu Shao. In that moment, the dragon erupted into a colossal fireball, engulfing Chu Shao entirely. Yet, within the fireball, Chu Shao remained eerily calm. Drawing upon his spiritual energy, he centered on the flame orb and erected an impenetrable barrier of spiritual energy. The searing flames battered against the shield, yet could not breach its defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Shao fully activated the flame orb, merging the absorbed crimson dragon flame with his own dual forces of ice and fire. With a mighty roar, he unleashed this newly amplified power back towards Su Yao. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the arena, a shockwave of spiritual energy sweeping across the stage, enveloping it in a cloud of dust that blotted out the sun. As the haze gradually dissipated, it revealed Su Yao, her complexion ashen, blood trickling from her lips, her body swaying before collapsing to the ground, utterly devoid of strength to continue. In stark contrast, Chu Shao stood tall, sword in hand, his garments billowing, radiating an air of triumphant defiance. Chapter 44. The finale. 2. As Chu Shao triumphed over Su Yao, he observed the peculiar smile etched on Su Yao's face, a chill running down his spine. Before he could ponder further, Su Yao silently turned and departed from the arena. Meanwhile, a fervent cheer erupted from the other side of the arena, bringing Chu Shao back to his senses as he realized that the duel between Yi Qingwan and Shun Yiqing was about to commence. Curiosity piqued. He hastened towards the unfolding spectacle. Upon arrival, he beheld Shun Yiqing clad in dark attire, his stature tall and imposing like a pine tree, exuding a formidable and frigid aura. In his hand, a pitch-black longsword gleamed ominously, as if capable of devouring all light. Yi Qingwan, in contrast, donned a moon-white gown, her long hair flowing gently in the breeze, her countenance serene yet resolute. In her grasp was a slender emerald sword, its blade adorned with swirling runes, faintly resonating with the sound of a dragon's roar. With the referee's command, the battle ignited instantaneously. Shun Yiqing struck first, darting towards Yi Qingwan with ghostly swiftness, his longsword enveloped in dark spiritual energy, carving a menacing arc through the air and directly at her throat. Yi Qingwan's beautiful eyes narrowed, unperturbed. She deftly sidestepped the lethal strike, her delicate hands swiftly forming seals. The emerald sword flared with brilliance, unleashing a surge of life-infused spiritual energy that soared towards Shun Yiqing. With a disdainful snort, Shun Yiqing countered, his sword slashing through the air as the black energy collided violently with the green sword aura, producing a deafening roar that reverberated through the arena. The force of their clash sent shockwaves outward, cracking the ground beneath them. The two warriors exchanged blows with unyielding resolve, each attack imbued with cataclysmic fervor. Shun Yiqing's strikes were fierce and domineering, while Yi Qingwan's techniques were agile and elusive, a mesmerizing dance of combat. Chu Shao stood transfixed at the edge of the arena, his heart racing as tension dripped from his palms. He recognized that the intensity of this duel far surpassed his encounter with Su Yao, for both Shun Yiqing and Yi Qingwan were the pinnacle of their sect, ranked first and second among the new disciples, respectively. As the referee's voice rang out once more, the atmosphere surged, and a tempest of spiritual energy erupted, whipping the air into a frenzy as the battle commenced in earnest. As a practitioner of the spirit body realm, Shun Yiqing launched the initial assault, his spiritual power roiling around him. With his black sword raised high, he gathered a massive surge of dark energy, forming a crescent-shaped blade that surged towards Yi Qingwan's chest, reminiscent of a black dragon poised to strike. Yi Qingwan furrowed her brows, vigilance glimmering in her striking eyes. With a graceful sidestep, she narrowly evaded the onslaught, her emerald sword swirling to create a dazzling cascade of defensive energy that deflected Shun Yiqing's attack, producing a sharp metallic clang that echoed throughout the arena. Immediately, Yi Qingwan counterattacked. Her form flickered like lightning, the emerald sword radiating vibrant light as she unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon Shun Yiqing. Each swing contained an immense vitality, as if capable of banishing all darkness. Shun Yiqing, refusing to underestimate her, retreated swiftly, his sword dancing with ferocity as he parried. The black energy clashing violently with her green spiritual force, erupting in a series of thunderous bursts, sending shards of energy flying like shimmering fireworks. The duel escalated into a fervent exchange, neither side yielding an inch. Frustrated by his inability to gain the upper hand, Shun Yiqing suddenly bellowed, invoking his signature move, the black flame-rending slash. He elevated his sword, dark power swirling violently as it coalesced into a massive black crescent blade, hurtling towards Yi Qingwan with devastating force. The ground beneath them was scarred, clouds of dust swirling in its wake. Yi Qingwan's expression grew grave in the face of this formidable attack. She dared not show any sign of weakness. Swiftly, she channeled her spiritual energy, enveloped in a verdant glow, her sword positioned defensively before her as she murmured incantations. In an instant, she thrust her sword forward, conjuring a massive green energy shield that materialized in front of her. The black crescent blade collided violently with the shield, producing a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the arena, the force rippling outward and causing the ground to fissure. Spectators recoiled, wary of the powerful spiritual shockwaves. Although Yu Qiwan successfully thwarted the attack, she was nevertheless pushed back several steps, her shoes leaving deep imprints on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Yicheng advanced, employing an unorthodox footwork to close the distance between them. Like a venomous serpent, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, each imbued with overwhelming pressure, seeking to overpower Yu Qiwan. Yet, she remained calm, her sword spinning rapidly to weave an impenetrable web of defense against Shen Yicheng's onslaught. Observing a fleeting opening, she deftly thrust her sword, targeting Shen Yicheng's throat. Startled, he quickly raised his sword to defend, and with a resounding clash, their blades met, the force sending tremors through their arms. In a fierce exchange, Yi Qingwan's sword energy struck Shen Yicheng, leaving a deep gash on his arm, blood flowing freely. Reluctant to accept defeat, he gritted his teeth, a glint of determination igniting in his eyes. He understood that if he did not unleash his full potential, he would surely lose this battle. Thus, he resolved to take a risk, channeling the secret technique of the deputy sect master, reversal of clouds and earth. Suddenly, Shen Yicheng's spiritual energy surged, his figure becoming a blur, leaving behind a series of afterimages. In an instant, he materialized behind Yi Qingwan, his sword glinting with dark energy as he lunged for her back with blinding speed. The attack was swift and nearly impossible to anticipate. Yi Qingwan sensed the imminent danger, her heart racing, but she quickly regained her composure. Drawing upon her keen instincts and extensive combat experience, she reacted in a heartbeat. She spun around, her sword dancing in a flurry, forming a verdant barrier that intercepted Shen Yicheng's lethal strike. Simultaneously, capitalizing on Shen Yicheng's momentary lapse, she unleashed her most potent technique, Lotus Seed of the Green Lotus. With her sword raised high, emerald energy surged, coalescing into a colossal green lotus above her head. As the lotus bloomed, each petal radiated immense spiritual power. With a commanding cry, the emerald lotus shot towards Shen Yicheng. He attempted to resist, but the force of the attack was insurmountable. The emerald lotus enveloped him in an instant, the overwhelming energy propelling him backward, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Shen Yicheng struggled to rise, but his injuries rendered him incapable of continuing the fight. Yi Qingwan sheathed her sword, approaching him with a demeanor devoid of contempt. Only respect for her opponent. The breathtaking duel concluded, with Yi Qingwan emerging victorious through her superior strength and exquisite skill. Chapter 45. The onslaught of the Dark Spirit Sect. After Yi Qingwan triumphed over Shen Yicheng, the finals commenced amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, featuring the duel between Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan. As the match began, Chu Xiao launched a fierce assault, wielding his long blade that sliced through the air, creating a tempest of razor-sharp light akin to lightning, relentlessly aimed at Yi Qingwan. The shimmering blade emitted a chilling glow, as if the very air was being cleaved, producing a hissing sound in its wake. Yi Qingwan maintained a serene demeanor, her steps light and graceful, akin to a celestial being dancing through the air. With each elegant arc of her verdant sword, she countered Chu Xiao's strikes, dispelling his menacing blade energy effortlessly. Furthermore, she seized the opportunity to exploit the openings in Chu Xiao's technique, retaliating with decisive strikes. In a swift motion, her wrist flicked, and the sword sprang forth like a serpent, forcing Chu Xiao into a state of disarray. Within mere exchanges, Chu Xiao was left breathless, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, splattering onto the ground beneath him. He silently lamented, acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between himself and Yi Qingwan. Every block left his arms numb and his palms aching. Just as Chu Xiao found himself retreating under the relentless pressure, and Yi Qingwan prepared to unleash her finishing move, an abrupt chill enveloped the arena. A low, ominous howl echoed from afar, reminiscent of countless ferocious beasts roaring in unison. Suddenly, a group of figure-clad individuals emerged from the shadows, their forms draped in dark attire, faces obscured by black masks, revealing only their cold, merciless eyes that glimmered with a bloodthirsty light. These dark-clad figures wielded glistening blades that shone with a sinister light in the dimness, resembling scythes from the depths of hell. Their movements were eerie and synchronized, darting towards the elevated platform in the center of the arena where the spirit swords were kept. Each action was fluid and lethal, exuding a palpable threat. The disciples assigned to guard the area immediately drew their weapons and rushed to intercept the intruders. In an instant, the clashing of metal, the cries of battle, and the whistling of swinging weapons filled the air. The dark figures attacked with ruthless precision, every strike aimed to kill, their blades moving in an impenetrable storm. Despite the valiant resistance of the guarding disciples, the dark figures, operating as a well-trained assassin team, swiftly breached the outer defenses and advanced toward the spirit swords. Meanwhile, Su Yao, who had been feigning observation from the sidelines, suddenly erupted into a chilling laugh. His laughter pierced through the chaos of the battlefield, akin to the cry of a night owl. The aura surrounding him shifted abruptly, the previously concealed gentleness evaporating, replaced by a potent, malevolent energy that coiled around him like black smoke. With swift hand gestures, he began to chant incantations, unleashing a flurry of black glyphs from his fingertips. These incantations glimmered with an eerie light, resembling dark meteors hurtling toward the Guardian disciples. Wherever the glyphs landed, the defenders displayed expressions of agony, their movements slowing, eyes clouded with confusion and struggle, as if ensnared by an invisible force. You have all been deceived. This spirit sword shall belong to me today. Su Yao's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the arena, brimming with arrogance and greed, sending chills down the spines of all who heard it. Both Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan halted their combat. Chu Xiao's face turned a deep shade of anger, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Su Yao. Su Yao, you traitor! Today shall be your demise. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwan's brows furrowed, her beautiful eyes radiating lethal intent as she channeled her spirit energy into her sword, which hummed ominously, poised to confront the new threat. In that moment, the battlefield's dynamics shifted dramatically from a fair duel to utter chaos. Although the Guardian disciples were outmatched against the dark figures, they were fueled by an unwavering determination to protect the spirit swords, fearlessly resisting the onslaught. Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan exchanged a glance, recognizing the shared resolve in each other's eyes. Without hesitation, they set aside their rivalry and charged toward the dark figures together. With a thunderous roar, Chu Xiao unleashed a fiery blaze from his long blade, surging toward the dark figures like molten lava. The collision of his blade energy with that of the dark figures erupted in a shower of sparks, producing a series of sharp clangs. Yi Qingwan, invoking the blooming lotus technique, propelled a vibrant green lotus infused with life force toward the dark figures, sending several of them sprawling and raising a cloud of dust upon impact. Yet, the dark figures seemed endless, their relentless assault growing more ferocious. Just as the defenders began to falter, a towering figure emanating a dense malevolence stepped forward. He slowly removed his hood, revealing an aged yet fearsome visage. He was none other than the leader of the Dark Spirit sect. Humph, a band of deluded youngsters. The leader scoffed, his voice raspy yet piercing, clearly audible amidst the chaos of battle. He swiftly formed hand seals, a surge of dark mist billowing from his palms, consuming the surrounding spirit energy as if drawn into a black hole. The disciples felt their spirit energy drain uncontrollably, their legs weakening, collapsing to the ground in pain and terror. Hand over the spirit sword, and today, this spirit emerald continent shall be mine. The leader's maniacal laughter resonated, filled with greed and triumph, as if everything lay firmly within his grasp. Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan exchanged grave glances, acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of the Dark Spirit sect leader, who was far from an ordinary opponent. Nevertheless, they stood resolute, exchanging a silent agreement before channeling their spirit energy into their weapons, firmly positioning themselves in front of the spirit swords. If you wish to seize the spirit sword, you must first step over our corpses. Chu Xiao bellowed, his long blade enveloped in blazing flames, growing even more intense. Yi Qingwan's brows knitted together, her eyes sharp yet calm as she discreetly communicated with Chu Xiao. This individual possesses peculiar spirit energy. Brute force will not suffice. We must seek out his vulnerabilities. Chu Xiao nodded slightly, his gaze resolute. They feigned full throttle attacks while meticulously observing the leader's every move. They noticed that each time the leader unleashed his energy-draining technique, a faint dark crimson glow flickered at his chest. Yi Qingwan's heart stirred, and with a shared understanding, she and Chu Xiao prepared for a decisive strike. In the dim, oppressive valley shrouded in demonic mist, Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan positioned themselves, intently focusing on the Dark Spirit sect leader. He radiated a potent black malevolence, his very breath seemingly capable of devouring the surrounding light. With agility, Chu Xiao struck first, wielding his blade with a glinting edge, launching a fierce assault akin to a tempest directed at the Dark Spirit sect leader. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. "Look out!" Chu Xiao shouted, attempting to divert all attention toward himself. The leader of the Dark Spirit sect smirked disdainfully, unfazed as he raised an arm, gathering a sphere of black energy in his palm. With a casual wave, he effortlessly deflected Chu Xiao's assault. The black energy collided with the blade aura, producing a deep thud that reverberated through Chu Xiao's arm, forcing him to stumble back several paces. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwan, like a wraith, stealthily maneuvered behind the Dark Spirit sect leader. Clad in white amidst the swirling mist, her eyes sparkled with determination. Taking a deep breath, she rapidly gathered her spirit energy, forming hand seals, poised to deliver a devastating blow to the leader. As her energy reached its zenith, she suddenly opened her eyes and exclaimed, "Take this." A brilliant beam of white spirit energy shot forth like lightning, aimed at the leader's back. However, to their astonishment, the powerful strike vanished upon contact with the Dark Spirit sect leader, dissipating without a trace, leaving not even a flutter of his garments. The leader slowly turned his head, a mocking expression intensifying on his face. You insignificant rodents dare to compare yourselves to me? Presumptuous fools, perish. Having spoken, he swiftly moved his hands, conjuring a colossal black vortex teeming with boundless forces of destruction, which surged toward Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan. Wherever the vortex passed, the ground was torn asunder, leaving behind bottomless chasms, while surrounding rocks were drawn in, instantaneously reduced to rubble. Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan turned pale, acutely aware of the shadow of death swiftly enveloping them. They endeavored to resist, yet found themselves immobilized beneath the weight of this overwhelming pressure, resigning themselves to a despairing closure of their eyes, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. In this dire moment of peril, a golden radiance streaked across the sky like a meteor, swiftly positioning itself before Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan. As the light dissipated, it revealed the imposing figure of their sect leader, clad in resplendent robes that billowed gracefully, emanating a divine and formidable aura. With deft movements, he formed intricate hand seals, intoning incantations, and in an instant, a golden barrier unfurled, steadfastly countering the dark vortex unleashed by the leader of the Dark Spirit sect. The golden barrier and the black vortex clashed, their energies intertwining, as brilliant flashes illuminated the air, sending powerful waves of energy rippling through the surroundings, distorting the very atmosphere. Chapter 46. Seizing the spirit sword. The sect leader's gaze was piercing, directed at the Dark Spirit sect's master, and Song, as he sternly inquired, and Song, in the past, our two sects have coexisted peacefully, so why have you mobilized forces to attack my Haolang sect today? Is it not your covetous desire for the spirit sword? Upon hearing this, Song erupted into a boisterous laugh, his voice reverberating like thunder. Your Haolang sect is not worthy to possess it. Rather than allowing the spirit sword to gather dust, it would be better to hand it over to my Dark Spirit sect. Delusional. The sect leader's aura surged, his spiritual power erupting like a tempest, his robes billowing fiercely. Since you are so obstinate, let us settle this with our true strength. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, the spiritual energy in the air coalescing like a raging tide towards the two. And Song struck first, his hands weaving intricate and sinister seals, chanting incantations. Suddenly, a beam of darkness, as thick as a water barrel, surged forth, enveloped in ominous clouds, rushing towards the sect leader with the ferocity of a tsunami. The space around them trembled under the weight of this terrifying force, the air sizzling as it was scorched. The sect leader's expression grew grave, his hands moving swiftly to conjure a translucent shield of spiritual energy before him, adorned with ancient runes that sparkled with a resilient glow. The dark beam collided with the shield, producing a deafening roar, brilliant sparks flying in every direction. The intense shockwave sliced through the surroundings like countless blades, carving deep, intersecting ravines into the ground, while nearby peaks were reduced to rubble, stones raining down like droplets of rain. In the next moment, the sect leader lightly tapped his toes, his figure darting forward like a phantom, his right fist enveloped in immense spiritual power, transforming into a golden meteor, hurtling towards Song with cataclysmic force. Song's eyes narrowed, crossing his arms defensively as dark energy surged around him, forming a thick black shield. When their fists met, a thunderous clash echoed, visible energy ripples radiating outward from their clash. The very fabric of space twisted under the strain, light refracting in bizarre patterns. They exchanged blows, battling from the skies to the ground, and then back into the heavens. Song summoned countless black blades, launching them like a swarm of locusts, blotting out the sun as they hurtled towards the sect leader. Unfazed, the sect leader shouted, his spiritual energy manifesting as several golden dragons that lashed out at the blades. The collisions of gold and black erupted into violent explosions, illuminating the air with dazzling fireworks. As the battle escalated, Song suddenly unleashed a forbidden technique, his dark energy swelling exponentially, transforming him into a towering shadow, encircled by black flames. With each step, the earth trembled beneath him. The sect leader responded by invoking the ultimate technique of the Haolang sect, radiant light emanating from him as a massive spiritual avatar appeared behind him, wielding a divine sword that radiated a sacred and formidable aura. The shadow swung its colossal fists at the spiritual avatar, which countered with the divine sword, engaging in a fierce exchange. Each impact generated powerful spiritual storms that flattened mountains and altered river courses. The world seemed to tremble beneath the aftermath of their clash, the sky tainted in an eerie black-golden hue. After a prolonged struggle, neither side could gain the upper hand. The sect leader, breathing heavily, fixed his determined gaze on Song and declared, "Today, no one shall seize this spirit sword from you alone." Suddenly, the master of the evil spirit sect appeared, shrouded in swirling purple mist, his black robe billowing ominously. His sharp eyes glinted with malice and greed as they fixated on the spirit sword, as if he intended to consume it whole. "Who says we are alone?" His voice was cold and deep, echoing as if from the depths of the abyss. "You Hengzi." Today, this spirit sword shall belong to us. With that proclamation, he swung his hand, unleashing a thick, ink-like black beam imbued with destructive power towards Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan, causing the space around it to ripple and distort. Simultaneously, Su Yao appeared near the spirit sword, flanked by a host of puppets. Her enchanting beauty was overshadowed by the venomous glint in her eyes, swiftly forming seals with her delicate hands. The puppets surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing towards Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan. Though their movements were stiff, their strength was formidable, leaving deep footprints in their wake. Feeling a rush of urgency, Chu Xiao swung his long knife without hesitation, the fiery blade igniting as it cut through the oncoming puppets. The blazing flames enveloped them, reducing them to charred remnants, a pungent smell wafting through the air. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwan focused intently, maintaining a protective shield while casting counterattacks. Green sword energies shooting forth like lightning, dismantling the puppets with each strike. However, the puppets seemed endless, their assault unyielding. Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan gradually grew weary, their breaths heavy as wounds accumulated, crimson blood seeping through their garments and staining the ground. The evil spirit sect's master let out a chilling laugh, reminiscent of a night owl's call, sending shivers down their spines. Seizing the moment, he darted towards the spirit sword, his skeletal hands reaching out, purple light swirling at his fingertips, on the verge of claiming victory. Just as despair loomed over Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan, powerful waves of spiritual energy radiated from the sky, disrupting the tense atmosphere like a stone cast into a still pond. 3 figures streaked across the heavens like shooting stars, trailing long tails of spiritual energy, landing swiftly on the battlefield. The newcomers were the alchemist sect's master, Xian Feng, the artifact sect's master, Mo Yuan, and the deputy master, Yu Hengzi. Xian Feng, clad in flowing green robes, exuded a calming fragrance, as if infused with a soothing essence. Mo Yuan, a towering figure clad in dark armor, wielded a heavy sword emanating a chilling light, inscribed with mysterious runes, and Yu Hengzi, dressed in pristine white, moved gracefully, his fan stirring gentle waves of spiritual energy. Evil spirit, do you also covet the spirit sword? Do you truly think we, the old bones, do not exist? Xian Feng's sharp gaze locked onto the evil spirit sect's master, his voice resonating powerfully across the battlefield. Humph, a bunch of fools who do not know their limits. This spirit sword is mine today, none shall obstruct me. The evil spirit sect's master's face darkened, his eyes glinting with malice and greed, the surrounding purple mist thickening as if to engulf the entire realm. Then let us see. Mo Yuan bellowed, his voice booming like thunder as he swung his heavy sword, unleashing a black sword energy that surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, accompanied by a deafening roar towards the evil spirit sect's master. The air was shredded as the sword energy sliced through, leaving a narrow, bottomless rift in its wake. The evil spirit sect's master paled, quickly dodging to the side as the energy narrowly missed him, carving a deep chasm into the ground, reducing the earth to dust. Seeing their saviors arrive, Yi Qingwan and Chu Xiao felt a surge of hope, their burdens momentarily lightened. Yet, they knew the situation remained dire, and they could not afford to lower their guard. Gripping their weapons tightly, they braced themselves for the next fight. Chu Xiao, Yi Qingwan, retreat. Leave this to us. Yu Hengzi turned to them, concern evident in his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan supported each other to the side, taking a moment to catch their breath. At that moment, seizing the distraction, Su Yao broke free from her restraints and darted towards the evil spirit sect's master, her steps frantic yet resolute. Trying to escape, Chu Xiao's quick reflexes kicked in, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he pursued her, moving with the swiftness of a hunting leopard. Upon witnessing this, the master of the Xianfeng sect waved his jade scepter, enveloping Chu Xiao in a gentle green light. This radiant glow, infused with potent healing energy, rapidly mended some of his injuries and restored considerable vigor. Thank you, esteemed Xianfeng elder. Chu Xiao expressed his gratitude, quickening his pace as he channeled spiritual power into his legs. In the blink of an eye, he obstructed Su Yao's path, brandishing his long blade, its cold sheen glimmering ominously. On the battlefield, the master of the Meiyuan sect and the master of the evil spirit sect were locked in a fierce struggle. The might of Meiyuan's heavy sword was formidable, each swing imbued with immense force that trembled the very ground beneath. The master of the evil spirit sect, however, moved with an ethereal grace, surrounded by swirling purple mist, rendering him elusive. At times, he would unleash bizarre beams of purple light from the mist, targeting Mo Yuan's vital points. Today, I shall eradicate this malevolence once and for all. Mo Yuan bellowed, gripping his heavy sword tightly, leaping into the air as spiritual energy surged around him. A black sword light descended from the heavens, reminiscent of the primordial creation, exuding an aura of total annihilation. Is that all you have? Such naive folly. The master of the evil spirit sect scoffed, swiftly forming seals with his hands. The purple mist coalesced into a colossal demonic hand, adorned with sharp bone spurs, which advanced to meet the sword light. Boom! The collision erupted with a deafening roar. A powerful shockwave emanating from the two combatants, uprooting trees and sending debris flying, transforming the battlefield into a chaotic scene. Sensing the overwhelming pressure of the three masters uniting against him, the master of the evil spirit sect inwardly lamented, signaling his subordinates with a glance to discreetly send a call for reinforcements. Before long, the master of the dark spirit sect arrived, accompanied by a formidable contingent of elite disciples. Their ominous aura thickened the atmosphere, casting a heavy pall over the battlefield. Humph, I didn't expect you to summon help. But today, this spirit sword shall not be seized by anyone. The master of Ma Yuan declared boldly, positioning his heavy sword before him, radiating an indomitable spirit as if prepared to confront the forces of malevolence in a decisive battle. Chapter 47. Emergence. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth surged violently, akin to a tumultuous tide, as various spells interwove and clashed, creating a cacophony that was deafening. Although the dark spirit sect and the evil spirit sect fought fiercely without fear of death, they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage under the siege of numerous masters. Chu Xiao and his companions faced their own dire circumstances, drenched in blood, their tattered garments rustling in the wind. Each breath they took was accompanied by excruciating pain. Yet they still gripped their weapons tightly, their gazes unwavering. Dark Song, relinquish your claim. You shall not seize this spirit sword. Yu Hengzi's aura was slightly disordered, yet his voice thundered as he fixed his piercing gaze on Dark Song, attempting to discern a hint of retreat in his eyes. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of Dark Song's mouth as he glanced around at the formidable spiritual masters surrounding him, their numbers vastly outnumbering his own. He exchanged a resolute glance with the leader of the evil spirit sect, and a spark of determination flashed in his eyes. Today, this spirit sword shall be ours. With that, they immediately began to chant an ancient and obscure incantation, their voices low and hoarse, as if emanating from an abyss of darkness, each note imbued with a chilling magic. Next, they drew daggers and unhesitatingly made incisions on their foreheads, allowing thick, inky black blood to flow forth, carrying with it a strange and nauseating scent as it wound its way towards an ancient contract on the ground. The contract was instantly activated, and a crimson glow surged forth like a roiling sea of blood, illuminating the desolate battlefield. Dark Song, along with his disciples, knelt down, their foreheads pressed to the ground, weeping and beseeching, "Please, ancestral master, emerge." Upon witnessing this, Yu Hengzi's expression changed drastically, and in a fit of urgency, he bellowed, "Quickly, he is performing a soul summoning. We must interrupt him. He cannot succeed." The others, as if awakening from a dream, poured their spiritual energy into a barrage of spells aimed at Dark Song and his companions, and in an instant, the air was filled with blinding lights and the sounds of explosions. However, it was all too late. A blood-red vortex slowly emerged from the contract, spinning rapidly and emitting a sharp wail, as if intent on devouring everything around it. An emaciated old man gradually stepped forth from the vortex. His form hunched and much of his flesh decayed, exposing a grim array of bones. A putrid stench permeated the air, inducing revulsion. Suddenly, the jade pendant within Chu Xiao's possession uttered a voice, laced with glee. "You are in grave trouble now. This old man is a being of the divine origin realm." The crowd inhaled sharply, their expressions becoming gravely serious, their grip on their weapons tightening as sweat trickled through their fingers. As the old man emerged, he let out a raspy chant in an ancient and mysterious tongue, seemingly transcending the ages. Dark Song hurried forward, respectfully stating, "Ancestral master, do not be angered. Today, we seek to claim this spirit sword, but the Haolang sect is fiercely obstructing us. We hope for your assistance." The old man's gaze was murky yet sharp as he glanced at the spirit sword, his voice a harsh rasp. "Ah, it is you, old fool. I did not expect you to still be in this world." The spirit sword seemed incensed, erupting with dazzling light, within which faint voices echoed, "You old fool. How are you still alive? You should have been thoroughly vanquished long ago. It should not have come to this. No, you ought to be dead. Who has exploited your remnant soul, allowing you to cling to life?" As the words fell, the old man scoffed coldly and raised a hand, sending forth a beam of black, ethereal light towards the spirit sword. The sword, unwilling to submit, surged with brilliance, a fierce sword aura countering the assault. The collision of the ethereal light and sword aura erupted in a thunderous roar, the immense force sending shockwaves that pushed those nearby back. Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan supported each other, barely managing to maintain their footing. Seeing this, Mo Yuan shouted, gripping his heavy sword tightly, as spiritual energy surged around him. A black sword aura, imbued with tremendous power, swept towards the old man. The old man remained unfazed, extending his bony fingers to lightly flick, causing the black sword aura to dissipate into nothingness, scattering into fragments of spiritual energy. Mo Yuan's expression changed drastically, his chest heaving as he nearly spat out blood. Taking advantage of the old man's distraction from Mo Yuan's attack, Qianfeng swung his jade scepter, directing a gentle yet powerful green light, akin to the warm sun of spring, towards Chu Xiao and the others, healing their wounds and replenishing their spiritual energy. As Chu Xiao felt the rejuvenating strength within him, warmth surged in his heart. He nodded gratefully at Qianfeng, then brandished his blade once more, charging into the fray. The old man cast a glance at Chu Xiao's movements, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He raised his palm and pressed down lightly towards Chu Xiao. Instantly, Chu Xiao felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain bearing down upon him. His legs buckled, and he fell to one knee, barely managing to keep his long knife from slipping from his grasp. Yi Qingwan, filled with urgency, immediately cast spells, sending waves of green sword energy towards the old man in an attempt to free Chu Xiao. The old man slightly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the sword energies, then turned his gaze towards Yi Qingwan, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a sudden sweep of his hand, a black magical chain shot forth, coiling around Yi Qingwan like a swift and lethal serpent. Yi Qingwan struggled valiantly, but the chain tightened around her, draining her spiritual energy. Yi Qingwan. Chu Xiao's eyes burned with fury as he exerted every ounce of strength to break free from the pressure, charging recklessly towards her. Just then, Yu Hengzi flashed into position before Yi Qingwan, sweeping his scepter with a flourish, unleashing a golden light that instantly severed the magical chain. Yi Qingwan, freed, staggered back a few steps, but was steadied by Chu Xiao. The old man addressed the spirit sword. If your master had possessed greater prowess back then, you would not have met such a fate. The tides of fortune turn. You have yet to acknowledge a master, merely a solitary sword without support. What do you possess to contend with me? With that, a twisted smile spread across his decayed face as he extended his bony hand, fingers curling as if to grasp the spirit sword, a dark malevolence radiating from him, threatening to engulf the surrounding light. The spirit sword, seemingly understanding the old man's provocation, trembled violently, emitting a resonant hum, its brilliant light surging like an unstoppable tide, seemingly venting its fury and gathering momentum for the impending battle. Within the brilliance, mysterious runes began to manifest, intertwining and flickering, exuding an ancient and powerful aura, as if narrating tales of past glory and proclaiming its indomitable will to the old man. Yu Hengzi and Mo Yuan exchanged a resolute glance, their determination clear as they soared into action, aiming to intercept the old man. Yu Hengzi wielded his scepter, weaving golden spiritual energy into an impenetrable defensive net. Mo Yuan, with both hands gripping his heavy sword, unleashed a black sword aura imbued with immense power towards the old man. Yet, the old man merely cast a scornful glance at them, his withered palm waving dismissively. In an instant, a torrent of overwhelming and malevolent power surged forth, akin to a cataclysmic black tsunami, shattering Yu Hengzi's spiritual net, the golden threads snapping like frail strands. The dark force then collided heavily with Mo Yuan's sword aura, which crumbled like fragile paper, instantly obliterated. Both men felt as though they had been struck by a colossal hammer, an irresistible force battering them, sending their bodies hurtling uncontrollably. Yu Hengzi arced through the air, crashing violently against a distant cliff, creating a massive indentation in the rock, debris scattering widely. Mo Yuan plummeted directly into the ground, creating a deep pit several yards deep, the surrounding earth cracking like spiderwebs radiating outward. Chapter 48. The spirit sword unleashed. The spirit sword resonated incessantly, as if thoroughly enraged, breaking free from its bindings and levitating in midair, radiating a resplendent glow. The runes flickered and danced, emanating an ancient and formidable aura, actively launching an assault against the elder. The fierce sword energy crisscrossed like silver lightning, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. Yet the elder remained unperturbed, letting out a cold laugh as his figure ghosted through the sword energy, surrounded by a swirling black malevolence. With every swing of his arms, he conjured a tempest of dark spiritual energy, effortlessly dissipating the spirit sword's attacks. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward, hands coalescing black energy spheres, which he struck down upon the spirit sword. Thunderous clashes erupted as the energy spheres relentlessly battered the sword's body, sparking blinding flashes. Though the spirit sword possessed a profound sentience and struggled valiantly against the onslaught, it found itself somewhat overwhelmed by the elder's fierce assault, causing it to tremble violently, its radiance flickering erratically. Time and again it attempted to counterattack, but the elder skillfully evaded or forcefully repelled each strike, rendering the sword's energies as impotent as a drop in the ocean. Under the relentless barrage from the elder, the spirit sword, despite being shaken and dimmed, recognized that conventional means would not suffice. Instantly, the runes surrounding it began to pulse wildly, gathering brilliance akin to a constellation of stars. As it prepared to unleash its full might, it hovered in the air, vibrating violently, as if harnessing all its strength for a decisive blow. While the spiritual energy in the atmosphere surged towards it like a torrential tide, causing ripples to emanate in the surrounding space. Observing the spirit sword's actions, The elder did not intervene, but rather crossed his arms with a cold sneer, his voice hoarse and dripping with disdain. Humph, you are merely a solitary sword, bereft of your master's protection. What tempest can you possibly conjure? What right do you have to obstruct me? Go ahead and expend your last efforts. It is but a futile struggle. His derisive tone suggested a firm belief that the spirit sword's defiance was nothing but a hopeless endeavor. In a fleeting moment, the sword's brilliance reached its zenith, unleashing a blinding sword energy that soared skyward, carrying an annihilating force aimed straight at the elder. As it passed, the very fabric of space was torn asunder, leaving a gaping black fissure in its wake. This strike encapsulated the spirit sword's entire power and indomitable spirit, as if it sought to cleave the heavens and the earth in twain. Confronted with this all-out assault, the elder's expression finally grew serious, though he remained unflustered. His hands swiftly formed seals, causing the black malevolence around him to swell dramatically, transforming into a massive black shield that stood resolutely before him. When the sword energy collided with the shield, a deafening explosion reverberated through the world, the tremendous force unleashing a tempest that flattened mountains and redirected rivers. As the light dissipated, the elder stood firm, the black shield displaying only a few hairline cracks while remaining steadfast. The spirit sword, however, was sent reeling, its light extinguished, as if bereft of strength, ultimately crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Witnessing the spirit sword's defeat, the elder's face twisted into a grotesque smile, his cracked lips moving to form a hoarse voice laden with mockery, merely a struggle to prolong the inevitable. Soon, your Haoling sect will vanish from this world. His laughter, sharp as a blade, cut through the oppressive atmosphere of the battlefield, sending chills down the spines of those present. The onlookers, hidden in the shadows, erupted into ecstatic laughter, their faces alight with unrestrained glee as their greedy gazes roamed freely, as if everything belonging to the Haoling sect had already fallen into their grasp. However, the sect leader and others showed no signs of retreat. Their gazes were as steely as iron, their spiritual energy surging like a furious tide, exuding a formidable and fearsome aura. The disciples of the Haoling sect stood shoulder to shoulder, their weapons gleaming ominously, displaying unwavering resolve in the face of the elder's terrifying pressure, their hearts united with a singular conviction: to thwart the enemy and protect their sect. The battle was poised to erupt, the intensity soaring to its peak. Yu Hengzi wielded his whisk, its golden rays slicing through the air like brilliant stars, attempting to disrupt the elder's movements. Mo Yun, gripping his heavy sword tightly, unleashed a deafening roar, black sword energies crisscrossing with overwhelming might, carving deep chasms in the ground wherever they struck. Su Nf recited ancient incantations while casting healing spells to restore his comrades' wounds, seizing the moment to gather spiritual energy and unleash green beams infused with life and destruction. Yet the elder moved with the grace of a celestial demon, his power unfathomable, displaying a cataclysmic might with every gesture. He ghosted through the onslaught, the black malevolence swirling around him like a tumultuous tide, repeatedly breaching their defenses. In a flash, he appeared before Yu Hengzi, fingers clawing, accompanied by a torrent of dark clouds, lunging for Yu Hengzi's throat. Yu Hengzi's expression shifted in alarm, in a desperate attempt. He raised his whisk to defend, only to be struck by an overwhelming force that sent him flying, blood spewing forth like a broken kite, carving a long trench in the earth. Mo Yun, witnessing this, was consumed by rage, roaring as he swung his heavy sword with all his might. A sword energy, as thick as a water barrel, surged forward with the sound of rumbling thunder, aimed at the elder in a furious slash. The elder remained unfazed, extending a finger to flick lightly, causing the sword energy to dissipate into countless fragments of spiritual power. In the next instant, he stomped the ground, causing the earth to crack open, a black fissure racing towards Mo Yun like a serpent. Mo Yun could not evade in time and was engulfed by the chasm, eventually crawling out from the rubble, his clothes tattered and body wounded, blood streaming from numerous lacerations. Su Nf, suppressing his grief, swiftly formed seals, attempting to harness potent healing energies to buy his comrades a moment of respite. But the elder would not grant him such an opportunity. In an instant, he appeared before Su Nf and delivered a powerful punch, the wind howling as the air compressed into a singularity. Su Nf had no time to defend, struck squarely in the chest, his ribs shattering as he was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into a mountain peak, which immediately caved in under the impact. Stones cascading like rain. Chu Shao watched as his sect leaders lay grievously injured, desperation clawing at his heart, tears welling in his eyes, sweat beading on his forehead. In his urgency, he mentally called out, "Big brother Zhu Zhao, what shall we do now? Do you have any solutions?" At that moment, the battlefield lay in utter chaos. Shadows of death looming over everyone, and Chu Shao, filled with despair, could only place his last hope in Zhu Zhao. There are indeed solutions. Zhu Zhao's voice resonated in Chu Zhao's mind, steady yet tinged with urgency. The spirit sword possesses formidable strength and sentience. It could very well turn the tide of battle. However, Its spirit has been gravely wounded, rendering it weak. Moreover, without a partner to bond with, it cannot unleash its full potential. Hearing this, Chu Zhao's gaze instinctively fell upon the spirit sword, now lying quietly on the ground, its light dimmed, an array of complex emotions surging within him. Chapter 49. The sword immortal upon a battlefield where spiritual energies surged and sword shadows intertwined. Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan wore expressions of utmost urgency and gravity. Their sect faced an unprecedented crisis, besieged by formidable foes whose relentless assaults threatened to topple their defenses like a tidal wave. At that moment, a flicker of light suddenly emanated from Chu Xiao's embrace, and the voice of Zhu Zhao resonated. Do not panic. Heed my words. The spirit sword, concealed deep within the forbidden grounds, is the key to altering the course of this battle. Its origins are ancient, birthed at the dawn of creation. It has absorbed boundless spiritual essence and the quintessence of the sun and moon. It is proud and will be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary individual to claim as their own. Even one as exalted as a spirit sovereign may find it a formidable challenge. Chu Xiao furrowed his brow. Concern etched upon his features. If it is such a daunting task, what shall we do? Zhu Zhao scoffed, a note of confidence lacing his tone. However, with my assistance, you shall possess a measure of assurance in your endeavor. I can help you sense its intentions and identify the opportunity for recognition. Meanwhile, their sect leader, Yu Hengzi, battered and weary, approached them with great difficulty. His gaze bore the weight of exhaustion and unwavering resolve as he recalled something, slowly addressing Yi Qingwan and Chu Xiao. Children, this spirit sword was acquired by our forebears through fortuitous circumstance and has remained sealed within the spirit sword space. Now, the survival of our sect hinges on this moment. You must enter the spirit sword space and attempt to claim it. The safety of our sect rests upon your shoulders. With that, Yu Hengzi abruptly turned, wielding his sword with a flourish, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that forged a path to the spirit sword space for Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan. He bellowed, "We old fools shall carve the way for you. Hurry inside." Exchanging a resolute glance that conveyed unwavering trust, Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan nodded firmly. They inhaled deeply, disregarding the howling sword energies and the cacophony of their enemies, and rushed toward the entrance of the spirit sword space. Yu Hengzi, summoning his final reserves of strength alongside the other elders, valiantly held the line against their adversaries to buy them precious time. As Yu Hengzi's spiritual radiance began to wane, he gritted his teeth, sustaining additional wounds. At last, with the valiant protection of Yu Hengzi and the others, Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan successfully breached the spirit sword space. The entrance closed slowly behind them, marking the commencement of a journey that would determine the fate of their sect. Upon entering the spirit sword space, an ancient and profound aura enveloped Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan. The surroundings were shrouded in chaos, with a solitary sword radiating an ethereal glow suspended at the center. It was indeed the proud spirit sword they sought. "This is our objective," Chu Xiao murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the spirit sword, his expression solemn. Yi Qingwan nodded slightly, yet a flicker of hesitation crossed her features. "But it is so powerful, can we truly?" Before she could finish her thought, the spirit sword trembled violently, emitting a keen, resonant hum, and a fierce blade of energy hurtled toward them. Reacting swiftly, Chu Xiao yanked Yi Qingwan aside, narrowly evading the oncoming sword energy that rent the chaos asunder. "It seems it does not welcome us," Chu Xiao remarked, furrowing his brow as he unsheathed his side sword, channeling his spiritual energy. At that moment, Zhu Zhao's voice echoed in Chu Xiao's mind. "Do not act rashly. The spirit sword's recognition test is one of character and willpower. A brute force approach will only lead to unnecessary harm." Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiao quelled his impatience and advanced slowly. The spirit sword appeared to sense his approach, releasing several more waves of sword energy. This time, Chu Xiao did not evade. Instead, he closed his eyes in concentration. Just as the sword energy was about to strike him, he opened his eyes with determination, deftly wielding his sword to deflect the onslaught. Seeing this, Yi Qingwan mustered her courage, gathering her spiritual energy in her palms. Attempting to communicate with the spirit sword, "We bear no ill intent. We only wish to harness your power to protect our sect and safeguard countless lives." The spirit sword seemed to comprehend her words, its humming subsiding momentarily, yet its brilliance intensified, unleashing an invisible pressure that rendered their breaths labored. Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan exchanged resolute glances, finding determination in each other's eyes as they stood shoulder to shoulder, bracing against the overwhelming force. Suddenly, the spirit sword radiated a brilliant light, enveloping the two of them. Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan were plunged into darkness, arriving in a strange realm. They found themselves on a desolate battlefield, littered with ruins and the corpses of the fallen, the air thick with the stench of blood. "This is..." Yi Qingwan gasped, covering her mouth in terror. Chu Zhao's expression darkened. "This must be a harrowing battle the spirit sword has endured. It is indeed our trial." No sooner had he spoken than countless vengeful spirits arose from the ground, clawing and shrieking as they lunged at them. Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan brandished their weapons. unleashing their spiritual energies in a desperate struggle against the relentless onslaught of the spirits. As the spirits continued to swarm, fatigue began to take its toll. And both bore numerous wounds. "We cannot sustain this. We will surely be overwhelmed," Chu Xiao panted. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Yi Qingwan's eyes. "Let us join forces. Merging our spiritual energies, perhaps we can discover a way to break through." Chu Xiao nodded. Their thoughts aligned, and they clasped hands, gradually blending their internal energies. In an instant, a resplendent light erupted, dissipating the vengeful spirits in its wake. As the spirits vanished, the surroundings shifted once more, transporting them to the summit of a mist-shrouded celestial mountain. A figure clad in white, the Sword Immortal, stood there, wielding the spirit sword, gazing down upon all creation. "You have arrived here, which speaks to your abilities," the Sword Immortal spoke, his voice echoing as if from an ancient epic. "Esteemed elder, we are solely devoted to safeguarding our sect and the populace. We implore you to lend us the spirit sword," Chu Xiao earnestly beseeched. The Sword Immortal shook his head slightly. "Protection is no simple matter. Have you considered the price you may have to pay to shield others? Would you still offer your protection?" At these words, a tremor of realization coursed through Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan. Before they could respond, the Sword Immortal waved his hand, and Yi Qingwan suddenly vanished, her cries for help echoing in Chu Xiao's ears. "Yi Qingwan!" Chu Xiao cried out in desperate urgency, searching frantically. Yet her presence eluded him. "To rescue her, you must relinquish your claim to the spirit sword," the Sword Immortal's voice resounded once more. Chapter 50. Chaotic time and space. In this bizarre illusion, Chu Xiao and Yi Qingwan found themselves ensnared, witnessing the black mist coiling around Yi Qingwan's form, her life signs growing increasingly faint. The spirit sword, suspended in midair, radiated a chilling light, serving as the merciless arbiter of this cruel trial. The voice of the Sword Immortal echoed coldly in the desolate space. "To save her, you must forfeit my approval. To refrain from saving her means her immediate demise." The Sword Immortal stood with hands clasped behind his back, an aura of celestial grace surrounding him, his gaze fixed calmly upon Chu Xiao, his voice resounding like a great bell. "Stepping into this vortex of time and space, you shall encounter countless unknowns and perils before discovering the means to rescue her. Should you hesitate, my approval will be yours, allowing you to traverse the path of cultivation unhindered. Should you advance, the outcome is uncertain, and eternal damnation may await." Chu Xiao's gaze oscillated between Yi Qingwan's pallid face and the Sword Immortal's placid demeanor. Without a trace of hesitation, he drew a deep breath and stepped forward, resolutely entering the vortex that emitted a mysterious glow. In that instant, a powerful and chaotic force engulfed him, the world spinning violently around him as his silhouette gradually faded into the radiance. As Chu Xiao entered the vortex, he felt as though the heavens were turning upside down, his body being pulled in myriad directions, each inch of skin and every bone enduring excruciating pain. He attempted to channel his spiritual energy for protection, only to discover, in terror, that the once familiar energy had vanished entirely. "No, how can this be?" Chu Xiao's anguished roar was swiftly swallowed by the howling winds of the vortex. Subsequently, a tremendous force hurled him violently, plunging him into darkness as he lost consciousness. Time passed unmeasured, until the cacophony of crowing roosters stirred Chu Xiao from his slumber. His eyes opened to reveal a dilapidated thatched cottage, the walls, made of earthen bricks, cracked and weathered, allowing slivers of morning light to filter through. The interior was sparsely furnished, featuring a rickety wooden table, a few benches missing limbs, and a corner occupied by a wooden plank bed piled with straw, where he lay. Before he could fully gather his thoughts, the ethereal voice of the Sword Immortal reverberated in his mind. "You have entered the vortex I have set. From here on, you shall experience the cycles of birth, aging, illness, and death, traversing the life of an ordinary person." "What? You want me to abandon my cultivation and live as an ordinary person? Absolutely not. I refuse." Chu Xiao bellowed in agitation, searching for the presence of the Sword Immortal, yet finding no one around. The Sword Immortal remained unresponsive to his defiance. Instead, the voice returned with undeniable authority. "This is your trial. Only by passing it can you save her." Fists clenched tightly, joints whitening, Chu Xiao's heart brimmed with resentment, yet for Yi Qingwan's sake, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Soon, a wave of searing pain washed over him, his consciousness fading into a haze as his body uncontrollably shrank. When he opened his eyes again, he had transformed into an infant swaddled in blankets, helplessly cooing and flailing his little arms and legs. Gazing at the worn thatched roof, Chu Xiao was engulfed in confusion and fury. Once a cultivator, soaring through the skies on a sword, vanquishing demons, he now felt utterly powerless. Time sped by, and Chu Xiao rapidly matured. By the age of 7 or 8, he toiled in the fields alongside the village children, under the scorching sun of summer. The parched earth cracked beneath their feet, each step raising clouds of dust. "Why is the ground so hard?" Chu Xiao mumbled, struggling to wield the hoe as sweat streamed down his forehead, evaporating upon contact with the dry soil. Beside him, a companion named Fu chuckled. Chu Xiao, stop complaining. Hurry up and work, and after we finish, we can go fishing in the river. Chu Xiao shot him a look. You only think of play. I still have to go home and prepare medicine for my parents. Thinking of his frail and ailing parents, Chu Xiao quickened his pace. During breaks, while other children frolicked and chased each other, he seized the chance to dash home. Skillfully, he lit a fire, boiled water, and brewed medicine. His small figure bustling in the rudimentary kitchen. Observing the slight relief on his parents' faces after drinking the concoction, a faint smile of contentment appeared on his youthful visage. Shower. Thank you for your hard work. His father, Chu Dashan, regarded his industrious son with a gaze full of concern. Chu Xiao shook his head. Father, it's no trouble, as long as you both recover. At night, the dim candlelight flickered within the shabby dwelling, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Chu Xiao sat at the table, gazing at the once familiar texts of immortal techniques, now rendered utterly useless, his heart heavy with helplessness and solitude. Once a swordsman traversing the world, he was now ensnared in this mundane existence. When would he be able to escape and save Qing Wan? Chu Xiao muttered to himself, his eyes betraying a glimmer of confusion. Before long, Chu Xiao reached the age of marriage. Through an introduction from a matchmaker, he wed the gentle and kind-hearted A Xiao from a neighboring village. On their wedding night, A Xiao sat shyly at the bedside, and as Chu Xiao gazed at her, a mixture of emotion swirled within him. A Xiao, following me may lead to hardship. Chu Xiao spoke softly. A Xiao raised her head, her gaze resolute. As long as I am with you, I am willing to endure any hardship. Chu Xiao felt warmth in his heart, gently clasping A Xiao's hand, silently vowing to provide her with a good life. Married life was busy yet fulfilling. Chu Xiao rose before dawn to labor, while A Xiao managed the household, keeping everything in order. Chu Xiao toiled diligently in their few acres of meager fields, never allowing himself a moment of slack. Whether under the scorching summer sun or the biting winter chill, during busy seasons, A Xiao would bring homemade meals to the fields, where they would share a simple repast on the embankment. A Xiao, your cooking is truly delicious, Chu Xiao exclaimed, savoring the meal with satisfaction. A Xiao laughed. You're just sweet-talking. Eat more. You need strength to work. However, fate seemed to take pleasure in tormenting this ordinary family. Shortly after the birth of their child, the infant fell gravely ill, crying incessantly. Chu Xiao and A Xiao gazed at their child's increasingly emaciated face, their hearts filled with anxiety. What shall we do? How did the child fall ill? A Xiao, her face streaked with tears, looked anxiously at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao clenched his fists. Don't worry, I will borrow money right away. We must treat our child. To secure treatment for their child, Chu Xiao scoured the vicinity for loans. He traversed surrounding villages, knocking on doors, humbly pleading with anyone who might lend him money. Uncle Zhang, I beg you, lend me some money. The child is gravely ill and needs it for treatment. Chu Xiao pleaded at one household. Uncle Zhang frowned, annoyance evident. I can barely manage my own family. How can I lend you money? Go away. Repeatedly rejected, despair filled Chu Xiao's heart. Yet for the sake of his child, he refused to relent. He labored even harder, rising before dawn to take up his hoe, working until the moon hung high in the sky. During busy seasons, he bore the burden of several acres alone, exhausted to the point of being unable to stand straight. During quieter times, he sought odd jobs in town, willing to undertake any task, no matter how grueling, as long as he could earn a few coins. Chapter 51 The Trials of the Ordinary in the damp and dimly lit mine, the ever-present danger of collapse loomed. His companion, Li Er, voiced his concerns. Chu Xiao, this work is far too perilous. Perhaps we should reconsider. Chu Xiao shook his head resolutely. No, I must earn money to treat my child's illness, no matter the peril. I shall persevere. As time marched on, the weight of life bore heavily upon Chu Xiao, deteriorating his health. Years of toil and malnutrition had inflicted various ailments upon him. His back had curved, his gait lost its vigor, and the once lustrous black of his hair had turned to gray. Following the passing of his parents, who succumbed to illness, Chu Xiao bore the immense sorrow of laying them to rest. Kneeling before their lonely graves, tears streamed down his face as he lamented, Father, Mother, your son has failed in filial duty, unable to provide you with a better life. When his child grew older, in a bid to alter the family's destiny, he left home with determination. Only Chu Xiao and A Xiao remained, supporting one another. Though A Xiao was no longer young, time had etched deep lines upon her visage. She steadfastly stood by Chu Xiao, offering him unwavering care. In the year Chu Xiao turned 50, the village faced an unprecedented drought. For months, not a drop of rain fell, leaving the fields parched and the crops devastated. Despair engulfed the villagers, many of whom began to flee with their families in search of sustenance. What shall we do? Must we truly abandon our home? A Xiao anxiously inquired, gazing at the barren fields. Chu Xiao looked at A Xiao and replied with determination, Do not fret, I will find a solution. Rising before dawn each day, he ventured forth in search of water. He traversed the surrounding mountains and rivers, encountering only dried riverbeds and withered trees. One day, in a secluded valley, he stumbled upon a seemingly hidden cave. A flicker of hope ignited within him as he cautiously entered. Inside, the cave was dark and damp, filled with a foul stench. As he groped his way forward, a low growl echoed ominously. What could it be? Chu Xiao tightened his grip on the hoe, alert and wary. Suddenly, a monstrous beast, exuding an eerie aura, leapt forth from the shadows. It resembled a gigantic python, yet sported 6 robust legs and eyes that gleamed with a blood-red glow. What can I do? I am but a mere mortal, no match for such a creature. A wave of despair washed over Chu Xiao, yet for the sake of finding water and saving his fellow villagers, he summoned his courage, preparing for a desperate fight. The beast lunged at him, its gaping maw wide open. Chu Xiao nimbly dodged, seizing the opportunity to strike the creature's head with his hoe. However, the tool merely thudded against the beast's tough scales, causing no harm whatsoever. Why are its scales so impenetrable? Chu Xiao lamented inwardly. The beast, enraged, let out a furious roar and charged again, its 6 legs propelling it forward. Chu Xiao could not evade in time. The creature's tail swept him away, crashing him against the rocky wall of the cave. He coughed up blood, sensing several ribs had fractured. In that moment of despair, he noticed a lighter-colored scale on the beast's abdomen, seemingly its weak point. This is it. Chu Xiao, gritting his teeth against the pain, struggled to rise, channeling all his strength to thrust the hoe into the creature's belly. This time, it pierced the beast's flesh, eliciting a piercing cry as it writhed in agony within the cave. Seizing the moment, Chu Xiao withdrew the hoe and struck the wound once more. After a fierce battle, the beast finally collapsed, motionless. Exhausted, Chu Xiao sank to the ground, gasping for breath. After a brief respite, he continued his exploration and, at last, discovered a crystal-clear spring deep within the cave. Overjoyed, he hurried back to the village to share the news. Villagers, there is hope. I have found a water source. Chu Xiao shouted. The villagers erupted in cheers, and under his guidance, they journeyed to the cave, retrieving the precious water and saving the entire village. Following this event, Chu Xiao's esteem within the village soared. Yet, he remained humble, continuing to lead an unremarkable life. Together with the Xiao, they tended to their home, cherishing their modest happiness. Hand in hand, Chu Xiao and the Xiao navigated countless seasons. The small moments of mutual support during ordinary days became the most treasured riches of Chu Xiao's life. In the fields, their silhouettes were a testament to their shared labor, planting in spring and harvesting in autumn, each droplet of sweat symbolizing their hopes for a better life. In their small courtyard, the fruit trees they had planted together flourished, casting cool shade beneath their lush branches during summer, where they shared the mundane and sweet moments of life. However, the wheel of fate continued its cruel march. A Xiao's body gradually succumbed to the ravages of time, and a protracted illness struck her down. Chu Xiao remained vigilantly by her bedside, watching as her once vibrant face grew increasingly frail, his heart heavy with sorrow and helplessness. Rising before dawn each day, he meticulously selected herbs and, with trembling hands, kindled the fire on their dilapidated stove to brew medicinal soup. Each spoonful carried his deep longing for a Xiao's recovery. He sat beside her, carefully lifting her with great tenderness, feeding her one spoonful at a time. But her condition showed no signs of improvement. Xiao, please recover. We promised to watch the trees in our courtyard grow together, to await our child's return. Chu Xiao grasped Xiao's hand tightly, his rough, cracked hands bearing the marks of time, yet holding her with a grip so fierce that it seemed if he released her, she would slip away. His voice quivered, tears welling in his eyes, blurring his vision of Xiao. Xiao managed a faint smile, weak yet still tender, her breath barely a whisper as she said, Xiao Ge, do not be sad. I am content to have spent these years with you. She raised her other hand, attempting to wipe away the tears from Chu Xiao's face, but her arm faltered, falling helplessly back. It was a frigid winter's day, with snowflakes cascading from the sky, each flake imbued with an endless chill. The entire world was cloaked in a shroud of icy white, and the hearth within their home could not stave off the penetrating cold. In Chu Xiao's embrace, Xiao's breaths grew shallower, her gaze losing focus yet steadfastly fixed upon his face. Her hand slipped from his grasp, growing cold. Chu Xiao held her tightly, as if to preserve the last flicker of warmth within her, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail that echoed through the silent room, as if to shatter the very fabric of existence. Xiao, please wake up. You cannot leave me. Chu Xiao's cries resonated against the howling winds, his pleas scattered by the icy gusts, met only with an overwhelming silence, as if the world had forsaken him in that moment. Chapter 52. The Calamity of Ordinary Life. 2. The departure of Xiao shattered Chu Xiao's world in an instant. He spent his days seated in the courtyard, gazing at the spot where Xiao once toiled, his eyes vacant and lost. The once meticulously tended vegetable garden had fallen into neglect, with a few remaining vegetables trembling in the cold wind. Xiao's beloved hoe leaned against the wall, its wooden handle seemingly retaining her warmth. The home, once filled with laughter and joy, now echoed only with his solitary presence, every corner suffused with Xiao's essence, yet piercing his heart with pain. Entering the house, He beheld the garments Ashio had sewn by hand, tracing the familiar stitches with trembling fingers, tears involuntarily spilling forth once more. Days turned into weeks as Chu Xiao lived in a numb state of suffering, the only tether to life being his concern for his distant child. Each day, he would sit at the threshold, staring into the direction his child had departed, as if longing to catch a glimpse of their return. He would silently whisper his child's name, reminiscing about the innocent laughter of their youth, the sound still echoing in his ears. Yet, fate seemed intent on compounding Chu Xiao's miseries. A devastating piece of news struck him like a bolt from the blue. His son had suffered an accident in a faraway land and tragically passed away. Upon receiving this news, Chu Xiao felt as if he had turned to stone, frozen in place, his mind a blank slate. His lips quivered, yet no sound emerged. His gaze filled with disbelief and terror. "No, this cannot be true. My child," Chu Xiao murmured, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. His world plunged into utter darkness, the last flicker of hope extinguished mercilessly. He curled up on the floor, clutching his head tightly, as if this could shield him from the harshness of reality. Memories of his child's departure flooded back. The vibrant smile and fervent promises of a better life now rendered the cruelest of ironies. From that moment onward, Chu Xiao resembled a mere husk, aimlessly trudging through life. He ceased tending to the garden, allowing weeds to flourish unchecked. The fruit trees that once held cherished memories of him and Ashio stood neglected, their leaves wilting. He no longer prepared meals with care, often going without food, his body growing increasingly frail. His hair turned white as snow, deep creases etched into his face, each wrinkle a testament to the hardships and sorrows of life. His eyes brimming with despair and sadness, devoid of the passion and dreams he once held for life. As night fell and silence enveloped the world, Chu Xiao would sit alone in the courtyard, staring blankly at the photographs of Ashio and his son. The moonlight cast a chilling glow upon him, accentuating his desolation. He would gently lift the photographs, tracing the contours of Ashio and his son's faces with trembling fingers, as if hoping to feel their presence once more. "Ashio, my child, how could you both leave me alone? I miss you so dearly," Chu Xiao whispered to the photographs, tears blurring his vision, large drops cascading down, staining the images of Ashio and his son's smiles. He recalled the joyful moments they once shared, those simple yet blissful days now unattainable. The sequential loss of Ashio and his son left Chu Xiao's world barren and shrouded in darkness. The warmth and hope of yesteryear shattered like fragile bubbles. In the depths of endless pain and solitude, Chu Xiao's body resembled a dilapidated house, rapidly collapsing. One day, as was his routine, he attempted to rise and water the few resilient plants he had long forgotten. Yet, the moment his feet touched the ground, a wave of dizziness swept over him, plunging him into darkness, his body uncontrollably tumbling forward to crash onto the cold earth. The rough, muddy ground scraped his cheek and palm, crimson blood seeping out, staining the earth with a glaring red. Yet Chu Xiao felt no pain, his heart only heavy with despair and helplessness. After a while, he managed to rise, leaning against the wall, inching forward to the courtyard like a snail. The sun still shone brightly, yet it offered him no warmth. He collapsed onto the stone bench where Ashio had once sat countless times, gasping for breath, each inhalation accompanied by a dull ache in his chest. From that day forth, illness became his constant companion. Chu Xiao contracted a chill, his relentless coughing threatening to expel his very lungs. He lacked the strength to fetch medicine. Curling up on the rickety wooden bed, wrapping himself in a tattered quilt, yet it did little to stave off the relentless cold. Night fell, and the world fell silent, save for the howling wind outside and the sound of Chu Xiao's painful coughs intertwining. When his coughing subsided, he stared at the dilapidated thatch above, his gaze hollow and bewildered. Moonlight streamed through the roof's crevices, casting cool shafts of light that formed mottled shadows on the floor, mirroring his fragmented heart. "Ashio, my child, where are you? I feel so cold, so unwell." Chu Xiao trembled as he whispered, his voice laden with profound desolation and loneliness. The only responses were the howling wind and the empty room. When thirst became unbearable, Chu Xiao struggled to rise, yearning to fetch some water from the vat. But his legs felt as fragile as straw. With just one step, he stumbled, crashing into the table, causing dishes to clatter and shatter on the floor, the sound piercing the stillness of the night. Ignoring the shards, he pressed on toward the vat. When he finally grasped the ladle and lifted it to his lips, his hand trembled violently, spilling half of it over himself, the coldness biting him sharply. The torment of illness intensified, making even swallowing a struggle, his throat dry and swollen, as if a fire burned within. Yet he lacked the strength to seek sustenance, lying on the bed, feeling life ebb away little by little. On one occasion, in a haze between dreams and wakefulness, he imagined Ashio approaching him with a gentle smile, a steaming bowl of soup in hand, softly saying, "Xiao Ge, rise and take your medicine, it will make you well." Chu Xiao reached out, desperate to grasp Ashio, but her figure grew increasingly vague until it vanished entirely. Startled awake, he surveyed the empty room, tears streaming down his face, soaking the tattered pillow. During those long, torturous days, Chu Xiao frequently fell into unconsciousness. In his dreams, he would sometimes envision joyful family scenes, while at other times, he would see Aixio and his son in agony. Each awakening left his face soaked with tears, his heart laden with fear and sorrow. In the final days of his life, Chu Xiao's consciousness began to fade, yet he still murmured Aixio and his son's names. His body had withered to mere skin and bones, his skin dry and rough, resembling cracked earth. He lay quietly on the wooden bed, awaiting the end of life, yearning for reunion with his family in another world.